Alright, so I was basically doing nothing, alright? And for some reason, I came across this post on a specific subreddit called Imaginary Maps, and it's something. It's really something. Okay, so you might all know that I really like world building and things like that, and for some reason, I was just scrolling the server that was talking about these things. So yeah, this shit's wild. All right, let's just start by that. This stuff is fucking wild. So okay, there's lore, there's stuff. I'm gonna be explaining what this all means because it's insane. Like what is this? What does this mean? Thoth. Some images here to start with. I'm gonna go first for wait, no, never mind. The lore. Alright, the lore, baby. So this thing has a bunch of lore, which is maybe even too much, honestly. I'm just gonna start by reading the lore so you guys know what I'm talking about. Okay, so the year is... Okay, so the year of the Black Moon. It has been 308 years since the renowned explorer Ferdinand Magellan had been sent by the Spanish crown to attempt the first circumnavigation of the globe. When the Trinidad was blown off course, the Trinidad is the ship he was sailing with, sending it on a journey that would fundamentally reshape how humanity perceived its world and what lies beyond. The fateful detour would make its crew arrive to the southernmost reaches of the world, drifting towards a desolate frozen landscape, covered by glaciers resembling a vast wall of ice encircling the world known. On its surface, the ice wall seemed to stand in an unconquerable barrier that forbid mankind from going any further. Yet, as they approached, Magellan and his crew felt an inexplicable compulsion to keep going, even when an ominous color began to churn in the sky. When the frozen scene began to froth and boil, and the moon lost its light, their urge to pursue the adventure only intensified. This compulsion grew into madness, as the sailors were gripped by the great and terrible versions of their mind, and were not equipped to comprehend. And the mighty glaciers began to crumble before them. Somehow, a fraction of the crew survived for an unknown period of time, for which they were unconscious or unwilling to recall. The seas and their minds had calmed, and they found that a large portion of the glacial barrier had opened to reveal coastal landscapes, bookending a vast stretch of open ocean, continuing past on the southern horizon. What one was a wall now was a gate, and the sailors would return to Iberia with the sense that their unprecedented globe-spanning voyage was just the first step of a much greater journey. So for now, I'll just stop here. So, what is this? Once again, what am I talking about? What is going on? So this is the start of the lore. Where we at? I think we are like at Magellan exploration. We're like in the 16th and 15th centuries. So we're in Spain, we're going on an expedition, going here in the Straits of Magellan, and for some reason Magellan goes not here, but he goes, I believe, here, and the walls of ice, which would be Antarctica of course, literally disappear, alright? And they are encountered, they encounter what appears to be, and I'll read this, alright? With Magellan nowhere to be found, Juan Sebastian Elcano led to the remaining ships back to the old world, finding unrest and upheaval everywhere they went. They found coastal villages ravaged by tsunamis and storms, the destitute people stricken with apocalyptic terror, with many perceiving the Black Moon as an omen of the end of the days. As they moved north, they found less destruction, but just as much unrest. The moon had remained pitch black ever since the wall of ice had opened, a nightly reminder to the peoples of every land that something about their world had changed. The explorers kept what they witnessed as closely regarded secret, only telling the tale once they had direct audience with the King of Spain. Each man recalled what he saw while approaching the ice wall differently. Each of the visions were unique, mostly incoherent and contradictory, but there was a single common element every man could describe in pristine detail. A tall, ethereal woman whose skin was dark as cavernous abyss, but at the same time glowing with some otherworldly energy, standing atop of the glacial wall, staring them down with closed eyes. Without speaking, she called out to them, beckoning them to come closer, to join her atop of the wall, and peer over the other side to see what lays beyond. And I'm just gonna put up the actual picture of the woman, since the artist that made this story actually drew her, so this is her, apparently. I assume, actually, I am not really sure 100%, but I think that's her. So you already know this stuff is weird. Like, there's no going back, alright? It's already been pretty weird so far. Dream of the Atlas. For decades, the moon remained an empty black void. The long dark nights passed around to the known world with millions of restless minds consumed by speculation and a desire for answers. In every society, scholars, philosophers, and holy men would struggle to interpret the sign from the heavens and ease the worries of the masses. In Punjab, the followers of Guru Nanak Dev were particularly emboldened by this cosmic spectacle. Whether it be a sign of change or a sign of doom, it was the duty of the Sikhs to spread the truth of the faith to the confused and divided peoples of their land, and together proceed on a new spiritual path in peace and unity, with local Sunni and Hindu authorities struggling to reach a consensus in regards to the Black Moon event. Many of their followers turned to the Guru for answers, and their Sikh faith blossomed all across the Indus Basin. So apparently, for some reason, this thing, the thing that happens, the end of the ice wall, actually helps the Hindus, actually spread. So interesting. Following the initial confusion regarding the Black Moon, the story of Magellan's fateful expedition crept its way across the old world. Some told the story of a group of intrepid explorers called into action by a mighty emperor, who for the first time rounded the entire world, a great feat of navigation that would be regarded with the promise of endless new discoveries, and riches to be found beyond the great barriers of the south. Some told the story of a brutish sailors from a godless kingdom who searched the world over unknown lands and peoples to conquer, plunder, and spread their heathen faith. Their hubris carrying them to the furthest reaches of the world, where they met God's wrath and caused divine punishment to rain down over mankind. Some stories of an adventurer who embarked on an epic quest to see all the world's wonders, and upon reaching the end of the realm of man, opened the door to an entirely new domain, from which all sorts of powerful spirits and dangerous beasts were sure to emerge. Some told of the story of a petty king in the backwaters of what was once Rome, and who wasted his meager wealth on a pointless expedition across all manners of obscure and uncivilized lands, collecting no goods, treasures, or profit of any kind, leading their kingdom to fall into poverty and disarray, and as a final bit of poetic justice from heaven, all the lands that they discovered were washed away in a great tsunami. So what this is basically the different people of the world. I'm gonna assume the last one were like the Semitic civilization, I believe, since what was once was Rome, talking about Iberia. Anyways, these were like the different civilizations of the world reacting to the stories of Magellan's men traveling on like the world and going from Spain all the way to the Sentinels Gate, which, if the lore continues, we will actually learn what this actually is, because I haven't read yet what the Sentinels Gate is. So, a lot more of lore to be had here. Alright, I'm gonna just put the image of like the world for a while, so you guys get to see what I'm talking about, in case you don't know. And I'm gonna keep reading the lore. Okay, so beyond the gates. As the native civilizations of the Americas were being crushed under the relentless pressure of colonial invasions, the lands available for conquest and exploitation in the New World were quickly diminished, and thus several powers of the Western world would shift their focus to gain head in expeditions throughout the dominions, fearing the exploration of the vast and mysterious lands that lay on the other sides of the ice walls. These four pioneer empires would establish their first colonial presence in a second ring, and along the way make discoveries just as monumental as what Magellan had stumbled upon a century prior. So it appears that after Magellan's discovery of the end of the ice walls, so the first gate, many explorers from the rest of the old world and the new world would try and find ways to reach what Magellan had discovered and also search up the first ring, which I am going to assume that the first ring is anything inside this red kind of reddish outline here. So everything here is the first ring. So first of all, how does the geography work? And why is the Isle of Man missing? Why is the Isle of Man missing? Have you seen this landmass? Missing. 12,500 pounds sterling reward for accurate information in verifying the whereabouts of His Majesty's beloved Isle and his Manx chap. So things are going pretty weird since Magellan actually got to the ice walls, alright? And it appears that people, instead of, cutting themselves off from this exploration, are just starting to actually explore what else is inside the first ring of the ice walls. So, as far as now goes, I think it's starting to get pretty interesting, alright? Let's continue. With their already massive territories in the New World firmly secured, granting them incomparable wealth, manpower to draw upon, Spain was more prepared than any other European nation to lead the charge in exploration to the second ring. Dozens of aspiring conquistadors would set sail and crusade in the spirits of the Teutonic forebears and launch a series of expeditions to the outer ring. So, we have two main colonizers for now that actually start doing stuff, which are Spain here and Prussia. Yeah, you got me right, Prussia. Also, you'll probably notice something. What is this map? What the hell is going on? Why does France own all this land? Why is Prussia so small? And for that, we have the European lore. Because I believe the guy that made this thing didn't... Like, he did everything, alright? He thought about everything, so even we have lore for Europe. So, before we continue the second ring exploration, we're gonna just do a quick analysis of Prussia, since you can see them, Prussia here, but they are kind of owned by France, and France is big as hell, so we're just gonna see what Prussia says in their lore. The Republic of Prussia, with the strongest desire among the population for nationalism induced by the French, both by the way of it being a French idea as a reaction to the uniquely cruel treatment by the French, but no Kaiser or old government to rally around the country being basically under military occupation, they turned to the glorification of the old Teutonic Knights and the idea of militaristic Prussia. With this as the point around which the resistance rallies here, they have become rather hostile to non-Germans, especially the French, but also to the Balts and the Slavs, against whom the Teutonic Knights fought. This attitude has been brandished against the French, Poles, Scandinavians and other Germans, moving into lands left behind from those who went to their king of Zerzura. What is the kingdom of Zerzura? I think it's somewhere here. I think it's something here, right? Zerzura? Yeah, it's very... So, you already can see how this is going insanely. Okay, so let's see what the kingdom of Zerzura is, right? Because, okay, now let's start from like the first colonies. So we know that the Prussians went places and started creating colonies into the second ring, alright? So we know the French and the Prussians did it. So now we have to find what actual colonies they made. Also, what the hell, what is this? This is what I mean. Like, when I stumbled on this post, things like this were why I wanted to make a live about it. Because what is this? Like, you'll just open an image and boom, you have like shadowy figure saying things in what appears to be Antarctica, but it's actually the ice walls. Let me see if I can find like a German colony, something like this. I really don't know how they would even look like a German settlement, unfortunately. Wait. This sounds German enough. New Schwabenland. Okay. Austrian here. Alright, okay. Let me check if there's something German around here. This appears to be What are these things? I'm so confused. And of course we have the Atam realm, but that's for later. Soledad, New Portsmouth, Batavia. These are all... Oh, wait. We have one. One Prussian colony. So, for geography-wise, this is near New Zealand, and next to Antarctica, you have the Serpent's Gates, which we will actually read the lore for. This region has unique terrain covered in odd stalagmite-like mounds or rock dirt. The eponyms serpents are a species of large aquatic reptiles, usually not wider than a month in girth, but tens of meters in length, though some individuals are significantly larger. These serpents swim with their bodies in bizarre contortions, constantly twisting and turning, wrapping around and through schools of fish which they feed off. Surprisingly, the fish themselves seem to prefer to swim with the serpents, sticking close by even when the serpents is killed or injured. As a result, the fishing industry revolves around simply killing the serpents and using their bodies to lead around a school of fish. A school is like a group of fish. So already we have like cryptids and bizarre creatures living near the ice walls. But what I noticed is that here we have New Poland, which appears to be a Prussian penal colony, where troublesome Poles with wouldn't assimilate were deported. This independent state has turned the tables on their former overlords, assimilating the Prussian minorities and establishing itself as a haven for Polish refugees seeking to escape the French-dominated Europe. In a land where much harsher winters, the drowning of Marzana has become the favorite holiday of the locals, which with extravagant celebrations where the giant effigies of winter goddesses are burned and tossed into the ocean to commemorate the arrival of spring. So already we have a couple of questions. What is the drowning of the Marzana? What goddess are they talking about? Why is Poland in Antarctica? And why did the Prussians not even manage to keep control of a like small ass colony here? But we have other colonies here, apparently. We have the Batavia port, which I can't read what this means, but whatever. A highly diverse mix of Brits, Dutch, Chinese, Javans and Papuans and Maori, manned by the frosty ports so that the Adaic, I don't know what the Adaic is, can make its ventures beyond Antarctica. Known for passing time with a variety of sports played in the fields of rocky mountains padded with snow. I'm gonna assume that the Adaic thing is like it's like a trade company, like the East Indies Company, something like that. So we already have a Dutch colony and a ex-Prussian colony being founded in what once was Antarctica, but now is the Baria and the Serpent's Gate of the ice walls. That's already pretty interesting. Let's see what else we got. We get the Ghiaccio Splendente, this thing. Post-Venetian colony. Also, I know the quality is awful, right? You don't need to mention it. So Ghiaccio Splendente is a Venetian colony. This surprisingly wealthy nation serves as a preferred port for all ships passing through its Serpent's Gates. The beauty of its capital is renowned worldwide, with immaculate towers of ice carved from coastal glaciers, housing great casinos and markets full of luxury goods from around the gate and exotic lands that lie beyond. So we already have like the, what can I say, the Singapore of these Serpent's Gates. So we go, okay, let's save the Venetians, which I also noticed that don't really exist anymore as an independent state. So we have a bit of a Singapore situation here. Everybody wants to get out of the Serpent's Gate has to pass through Ghiaccio Splendente because they are rich and they have casinos apparently. Let's see who else comes here. I saw, okay, Nova Yakutia, Russia. So this is a Russian colony in the Serpent's Gate. Seeking to thoroughly populate its first large overseas colony, the Russians sent their Yakutian minorities to settle the interior, who found themselves at home on the island's vast flat tundras, where they managed massive herds of reindeer, producing plentiful bounties of meat and leather that bolstered the local economy. So we really have like a bunch of colonial powers. So we have the Prussians that then had their colony rebel and turn into Poland, New Poland. We have the Batavians or Dutch, We have a colony here. We have English colonies, which are private colonies established by New England. We have Spanish colonies. So Republic of Soledad, I'm just gonna quickly mention it. The Republic of Soledad, which is apparently on the a vast amount of the shores here in these areas of Antarctica. While the Soledadians resent the Spanish crown for their abandonment, and the Lejanos desperately seek to reunify with their motherland, both nations have ended as economic vassals of the nearby Venetians, so the Ghiaccio Splendente colony, whose trade and investments is the only thing keeping the two poor nations from total collapse. And finally, we even have a UK colony here. I can't read the name, unfortunately. I'm just gonna call it Antarctican, because why not? Governed as a part of Australia, so you can see here that it's connected to Australia more than it is to our world's Antarctica. So governed as a part of Australia and settled originally by especially bad criminals, the actual mass murderers of the sort, and the less horrible ones when Australia began using it as the Brits originally used in Australia. This territory matches the Yi colony in terms of alcohol consumption, Ghiaccio Splendente in terms of gambling, and outpaces all their neighbors when it comes to shady dealings performed out in the wilderness. So, once again, stuff gets weird. And we're not even yet done, because we have a Japanese colony here, which appears to be named Minzmigichi, I think. Outside of the few Yamato-dominated port cities, the Ainu people hailing from northern Japan make up the majority of the population. Initially deported here against their will, the Ainu would come to appreciate the freedom to continue the traditional way of life in isolation, leading all but the most stubborn tribes to relocate to this new frontier. With a healthy supply of grey bears introduced from Thule, they have learned to tame the beasts more effectively than they ever did in their homeland, training them to be hunted partners and beasts of burden. So, very interesting stuff. So above the Russian colony and next to the Korean colony we have a Japanese colony. But it's a Japanese colony that actually comes from the Ainu population, which in a sense makes sense, because we're talking about the Ainu, this is not, I don't remember the name of this kind of island. I think it's Hokkaido. Anyways, so these guys, let me get the right color here. So these guys went right here and passed through this land. Then they passed through, I believe, again, New Zealand, because it might be a good area to stop by. And then they established at the Serpent's Gates the Minzimiguchi colony. So this is very interesting, it's very interesting stuff. And we're not done yet. Instead, we're just beginning, actually, I guess. Alright, so what else? We have a whole sort of area here. So this is the first continent I will talk about in the area called Xenonesia, or Xenonesia, depending on how you pronounce it. So Xenonesia has lore too, so we will immediately read it, but I actually would like to get myself the page for this since it's easier. Yeah, this is Xenonesia. So the Circle of Invasion. This vast region of the ocean plays host to several archipelagos, are remarkable in size but notable for the unusually warlike nature of their wildlife. In every sphere of society, Xenonesian animals will rush in an attempt to seize whatever they covet with ferocity, be it resources, mates, or territory. There is little hesitation or caution, and much energy. This draws a strange parallel with the lives of the Xenonesia's sapient inhabitants, so already we are seeing something different from normally. We know that these people, the inhabitants of Xenonesia, have humans in them. So these guys are humans, alright? Or they should be, at least, alright? Which is weird considering, we're outside of Earth. Yet we have humans. So let's see how they actually got there, if it's explained. First came from the Lapita, arriving by sail around 1200 BC. Though they spread rapidly without obstacles, what came next was not prosperity but brutality. Coveting each other's wealth, island kings waged war on one another relentlessly. Internal rivalries married every society not at war, to such an extent that no head was safe, either from the noose or from the axe. Tribesmen turned on tribesmen, family upon family, sibling upon sibling. When a strange... oh my god. This just gets better. Every time I read it, there's something weird being added to it. When a strange extraterrestrial being known only as this Thoth arrived, it was all but one particular kingdom could do to beg him to put an end to this all beheading madness, and without hesitation, he did so. I see where this is going. Oh my god. Namely, by removing heads. What Thoth created was the Blemmyes, a bizarre race with the facial features of their torsos, no head, a bone plate to protect their most vital organs, and freakish unnatural strength. This resonated would protect them not from only decapitation, but from any further violence, as even unharmed confrontation was liable to the end in the mutual destruction. Of course, he soon came to his senses and fled the archipelago in disgust, leaving the kingdom to come to terms with their horrendous disfigurement. They were surprisingly happy with Thoth's handwork, no longer needing to worry about violence among themselves, but the rest of normal headmen remained locked in vicious war, and soon the Blemmyes launched a campaign of systematic genocide, oh my god, that erased every last human with a good head on their shoulders. Within decades, all of Xenonesia's headed population had left to Aten, or Dishposu, which I know what Aten is, I don't know what Dishposu is. And with that, Xenonesia was finally at peace again. The united government they forged, a great circle, survived well until quite recently. It was simple and tranquil existence where a single benevolent Big Blem rules. A Big Blem ruled over the many cities and social circus of the island. Only occasionally raids from goblin pirates. What the goblin pirates? This is so unreal. Okay, the goblin pirates and vengeful Dishposen and Atamic pirates disturbed their peace until the first worlders arrived. Damn, this goes hard. Alright, so let's see if we can start from somewhere. Let's go back to our lovable map. So, let's go back to the Japanese, since they seemingly are doing well. They established this Minzmiguchi colony here. Alright, so they are doing something, and they deported all the Ainos here. So what are they going to do next? Of course, since the trade routes go right here, I'll start a colony here and here. So we already know where to start. Let's see what they did. Let's see what these colonies look like. So, first colony is Hins-Hifima, I think. Hins-Hifima, the site of Japan's calamitous arrival in Xenonesia that wiped out or expelled all the Blemmyes from this archipelago, as well as most of the native bird species, courtesy of the vicious Shiba Inu. Oh my god. This is so good. So apparently the Blemmyes, which I will actually show a picture of, since in case you didn't understand what they said before, these are what these guys look like. It's like from the Roman beliefs that in sub-Saharan Africa, where were actually not in like in Sudan, there were people without heads. The Romans, ancient Romans, actually believed this, or at least they thought they did. Anyways, so the Japanese got to the islands and established a colony of Ins-Shifima, Ins-Shifima, and immediately genocided the Blemmyes, or expelled them. And then the Shiba Inus, which are the dogs, Doge dog, you know, that guy, like killed the local bird population, which I'm gonna assume it was like something like dodos or something like that, since we're on an extinct thing, you know. It is the Empire's first and most developed settler colony, recreating their homeland in what is essentially a second Japan on the seas of the New World. Already getting interesting, let's see the second colony, which appears to be called Dofiroa. I think. Dofiroa? Yeah, Dofiroa. Yeah. No, maybe Dofirosa. I think it's Dofirosa. Okay, so this thing is called Hinshifima, and this thing, oh my god, what is this? Anyways, Dofirosa. The Dofirosan Blemmyes were prepared for invasion after the fall of Oshifima. in Shifima, whatever, and put on a formidable fight on their many shores, leaving Japan with only a Pyrrhic victory, as the headless humanoids continued to maintain fierce guerrillas into the interior, and utilizing any and all tactics to sabotage the Japanese at any turn. Over years of colonial devastation and bloody resistance, most of the Exalta, the Blemmyes favorite sex... What? So the Exalta are Blemmyes women, I think? Have either fled or perished, with most of the remaining population being the hardier Bruta Blemmyes. Alright? Because of the state of the affairs, their desperate lust for revenge, the remaining Blemmyes warriors have resorted to forbidden practices, mating with each other to produce a third variety, the barbaric Blemmyes. Which description is, it should have never come to this. These offsprings are aggressive and simple-minded beings with short lifespans, but possess overwhelming physical strength and durability, exactly what was needed to become the monsters of Japanese nightmares, frequently ravaging settlements and making it impossible for much of the archipelago to be anything but a military colony. So, to recap, what do we have here? We have the Hoshifima colony. Wait, we actually have it like written better here. Hoshifima colony here, which is a calm colony. It's a successful colony with only Japanese people living here. So I'm just gonna put a little, you know, like kind of border here just to remember ourselves what this is. Here we have the good colony, I would say, or at least a successful one. While here we have Dofirosa, which is it's a fucking mess, alright? The Circle of the Tsar. What? Okay, so the Russian... Okay, we knew the Russians were doing stuff like this, so there's not really anything new, honestly. So the Russians came from the colony of Novo Yakutia, where they deported... Actually, they didn't just deport them. I think they just went there. Yeah, they sent the minority of the Yakutians from the Yakutia Peninsula there. So these guys went north too, because of course they did. And guess where they went? To the Circle of the Tsar. Yeah, that's how you call a colony, am I right? Anyways, let's read the Circle of the Tsar. The Circle of the Tsar, still trying to figure out how to be a major trade port, a good mix of green Ukrainians, Yakuts, and Hawaiians. Hawaiians? What? Wait, is Hawaii owned by Russia? Let me check, alright? Because you had me interested at this point. Is it here? Wait. No, Hawaii is owned by nobody. Maybe Britain? I don't know. Reds? I'm not sure. So, these guys went from there to there. Did they establish other colonies? Yeah, they actually did. So, oh my god, a lot of them. Look at this. So the Russians went here and then established this other colony in the second ring. It's Russian Neferbasta. Neferbasta, okay. So let's see what Russian Neferbast is all about. The same system of assimilation applied to Siberian steppe peoples who works here. Stay in one place, serve in the army, face untold horrors if you're right to blame with anything other than the Cyrillic alphabet, and you're fine. Okay, so the Russians managed to not assimilate, of course, because, you know, you have no head. How can you be assimilated? But they managed to incorporate the Blemmyes, so the headless people, into the local population, which is, I mean, it's definitely something, you know. But you have to write in Cyrillic, which is very Russian. Alright, so let's get to the next Russian colony here. We have Rai Franza Yosef. This colony was established rather early on and by accident, as a lost Russian trade fleet were forced to settle here and adopt local Blemmyes customs to survive. The Blemmyes too would come to adopt many human customs, having been hooked on the luxuries gifted to them from the strangers merchants, wishing to replicate these modern wonders for themselves, leading to the birth of the thriving and unique society that was as well established by the time that they came back from. So basically the stranded Russians came to these islands, so to Ray Franza Yosef, and they managed to, like, I guess, kind of integrate with the local Blemmyes population, and the Blemmyes also took some human elements, but eventually Russia came back and annexed the islands, because they had the claim of these guys being from Russia. Any other islands here? I don't think so. I think, oh, no, wait, oh, this is another continent, never mind. Okay, so we were done with Russian colonization, I think. Let's see what else we got. Any British? Yeah, we have a British colony here, we have a couple British colonies. Let's see where Britain is in all of this. So we know from earlier that the British established a colony here in whatever this is called, I guess just Antarctica, which is actually just literally organized and governed by Australia. So these guys are the same. It's literally just part of Australia. But apparently the UK actually went north, like the rest of these places, and decided to colonize in the first ring. The second ring. Wait, is the first ring? The second ring? I don't know. These guys colonized these two places, and they border with the... Oh wait, I have to stop doing this error. Okay, so these guys border with the actual Japanese colony, which I think is quite interesting. And with the Russian colony in the eastern one. So the first colony is called New Bristol? Is that what it says? Maybe New Bristol? Okay, so New Bristol. A warm end of temperate, lush, meadowy plateau that the British managed to snatch from the Japanese only to use for its gardens and horse racing. Classic British people. Most of the native Blemmyes have been displaced, of course, through the misleading treaties, living in small reservation, of course, very British that too, or well graciously offered free-of-cost relocations to Shkidora. What is Shkidora? To escape the Japanese onslaught. What is Shkidora again? I don't know. Wait, was Shkidora this thing? Nope. Okay, so what's the other colony? Oh my god, I have no idea what this says. I think this actually might be Shkidora. So recapping. The British established this colony and did exactly what the Japanese did, basically, but maybe a bit better. So the Japanese genocided the local Blemmyes population, while the English went here and kind of colonized it and did the same strategy they did in America, so they gave reservations to the local populations, or they deported them to a colony they call Shkidora, which is I think here is Shkidora. I'm just gonna rename this since nobody's doing this. Let's call this Shkidora. Oh god, okay, never mind. Let me get the bit bigger here. Okay, so there's Shkidora. Okay, I'm interested in seeing what this is, because we know this is not a color that has been used yet. So this is the Great Circle, the long-term heart of the Blemmyes civilization, and the only part still left entirely independent. It is the home of Big Blemm. I can't but laugh when I see Big Blemm, the most powerful and respected of the Blemmyes leaders, as well as the most developed and most populated land in Xenonesia, especially so after receiving hundreds of thousands of desperate refugees eager to follow the command of Big Blemm and dedicate their efforts into the preservation of their homeland and the survival of their Blemmyes people. The remainder of the Great Circle would prove strong and prosperous enough to make diplomacy and trade more cost-effective than conquest for their headmen stalking their seats. So what this means is basically that these guys, the Blemmyes, so the headless men, managed to actually create themselves a little, I mean, it's relatively little states in Xenonesia, which is actually their strongest one, which didn't get colonized. So good on them, honestly. Good job, Great Circle, on actually managing to not get killed and stuff, so yeah. We also have a Portuguese colony. We're gonna skip the very minor colonies, alright? So the Circle of the Cathedral sounds interesting. Christian Blemmyes maybe interesting, but you know, it's a bit, oh my god, the Circle, oh wait, I wanted to skip this, but I read Prophet and I said, no way. You're telling me that the Arabs colonized the headless people, and apparently, yep, they did. So let's see what the Circle of the Prophet is. Which is, in case you didn't realize, Circle of the Prophet is this little thing here. I'm gonna circle it, just so we know we're actually talking about this thing. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what the Circle of the Prophet is about. the site of the first colony in Xenonesia that was originally founded by Muslim merchants, mostly hailing from the Aceh Sultanate, to operate as a hub of trade and Islamic proselytization. As the Dutch conquered the native regimes of Indonesia, this colony would continue to operate as an independent entity, styling itself as the Mecca of Xenonesia, a center of Islamic learning. While the Prophet's success in converting Blemmyes communities beyond their shores has been negligible, the enthusiasm shared by the Blemmyes on the island itself is quite high, and the numbers only continue to rise as refugees from across Xenonesia flock here to start new lives as part of the blossoming Muslim community. Wow. Okay, so the Aceh Sultanate, or Aceh Sultanate, I'm not sure which one is the right pronunciation, which is here, here-ish, yeah, here. The Aceh Sultanate, which eventually got conquered apparently by the Dutch, founded a colony, not in Asia, not in Oceania, not even in Antarctica, no, they went as far as Xenonesia in the second ring to create a colony to proselytize, which, in case you don't know what means convert the local headless man population. Alright, very interesting. Next. Oh my god, Zerzura. We got a Zerzura colony here. Okay, so all references to a thing called Zerzura will be ignored because that's for another video, another live. Because that stuff is insane and I don't even know how to... Yeah, I don't even know how to approach this without actually talking about Zerzura itself. So this will be, oh my god, Prussians. Oh my god. Brotherhood between the Prussians and the Blemmyes. Oh my god. Alright, so. We got, okay, so these are the colonies we already did, right? Yep. Oh, we got a Korean colony. Interesting. I'm gonna circle this, I guess. We got a Korean colony which styles itself after New Yue, I think was the name. New Yue. Yi colony. So Korea already has a colony here. They had a colony in Antarctica. And they managed to actually colonize, apparently, all the way up here. In Neferbasta. Very interesting. Let's see what this is about. Neferbasta, which is just part of Neferbasta because we also have Russian Neferbasta. The Korean script being so easy to learn, Korean food being appealing to Blemmyes, and the friendliness of Korean drinking culture meant the assimilation didn't need to be forced in most places, but was definitely the goal. Okay, so basically the Koreans just went here and colonized these islands. Alright, so the Blemmyes didn't get enslaved or bad stuff happens. Oh, we have another colony, interesting, isn't it? So we have even northern, and we have the colony of Jobo Ali. Jobo Ali, large tracts of farmland manned by Blemmyes and Korean ruled by a rotating section of iron-fisted, unhurted but ultimately practical governor. Alright, so kind of more colonial, I guess. We also have, apparently, a Dutch colony here, and a Vietnamese colony. Damn, alright. And here we have a colony from Siam, or Thailand, whatever. Okay, all these are interesting, but I think we don't want to go extremely... I'm gonna talk about this Circle of the Sea form. This sounds pretty interesting to me, alright? So let's talk about this thing. Technically independent, but really a collection of Blemmyes who threw away their dignity to grin fake grins and serve rich tourists all day, thus avoiding several far worse fates. Okay, that's horrible, alright? I didn't know this was so horrible. Let's go to the next one. Oh my god, these are horrible to name because the quality is so bad. It's already difficult to see the names. And you get this. Okay, Wang Corfern, Wam Corfern, something like this. Wang Corfern. Blemmyes are large, strong, resilient people, capable of laboring intensely for long hours. For some, there's only one obvious conclusion. This horrid state set up and operated mostly by Vietnamese, but with European, Korean, and especially Japanese interests behind its exists for the capture and trade of Blemmyes slaves, either in marauding incursions of other islands or the local population. So, yeah, this is probably the worst one. You gotta X this one out. This is the worst state we have read yet. Actually, I mean, I guess the genocide one was bad, but this one is pretty bad, you know? It's a pretty horrible state of affairs. Wait, which is why? Which is which? Oh, this is it. This one, or is it this one? No, I'm gonna think it's this one. Circle of the Sea Worm. Yeah. Bad states. Anyways, we have a Burmese colony. Interesting. Large islands have a respectable trading post and a tropical crop industry, while smaller islands are home to local warlord pirates fighting each other over the turf. Both, however, are beholden above all to trade in Blemmyes slaves. So this one is like this one. So they both suck. Okay, so we have Blemmyes slave colonies in the north. Kind of sad. I expected the Blemmyes to be better or surviving, since, you know, you have heads, us chests. So should be better of surviving. This is what you guys look like. Come on, you're bigger than people. You can do it. So you're just gonna ignore Zerzura here, and we already talked about the Rai Francia colony, and we have a couple more colonies here, so we will talk about these. And we have another British colony here. All right, so the British really did not waste time with this, right? So they really went all the way up to the north. Oh wait, what is this? Why did the... Let me just check, cancel this out. So we got here. We got all the way to the Skedora, then we go north, or I mean east, and then we pass through these guys, and then we get to the north colony here, or northeast colony. A pair of prison colonies, of course. What would Britain do without prison colonies? One male, one female. Why are one male? Well, okay, whatever. Dedicated to those criminals that the British government wanted to remove from the public eye, but had no particular desire to punish. The female island is inhabited mainly by suffragette types, and the male island was won by discredited politicians, the subject of scandals and alike. Hey, that's pretty interesting. So it's minor crime islands. But I mean, you can't tell me that this is little punishment, bro. You literally brought them like a world of distance away from you. And this is just the second circle. Now, okay. We have a Portuguese colony. Slaves who kick up enough of a fuss get sent here under the impression it's a sort of retirement place, but the Portuguese are hoping to get someone else to tame it for them. Wow, alright, so another slave colony, but this time it's Portuguese. Oh, we have a Venetian colony. I think that's pretty interesting. I can't read the name. I'm just gonna call it Little Venetia, I guess. This post-Venetian nation is a lucrative source of ruthless, competent, and political non-aligned privateers that can be bought by all manners of powers in the region. So it's like a pirate colony, but it's actually of people and not of the Blemmyes. We have a Sarawakian colony. That's cool, alright. And we have the Caleco Kingdoms. Okay, I want to read this one. The descendant of stranded Spaniards. Oh, this is cool. With a native Monoson People who were forced to fend for themselves and build new societies on these tortuous terrain. Currently divided into an array of rival kingdoms based on former Spanish port towns, slowly expanding their domains to the surrounding tribal villages in competition with each other and rising native kingdoms of the south. Okay, so what this is, I believe that the Monsonomo were the only original inhabitants of these places that did maintain their human forms, so we're not Blemmyes, but these are still people, so with heads, and that's why they intermingled with the Spanish arrivals, which apparently colonized here. I mean, it's a weird place to colonize, but sure, why not? Let's see what this is. The Mino-Haitian Kingdom. Successor of the native tribal federation, collapsed under the Spanish invasion and disease, rebounding to invade the colonial settlements, driving up assimilating the foreign people and adopting the technology. Also, we got a little art here. We have a Monsonoson woman, a Caleco woman. Remember, the Caleco ones are the mixed ethnicity ones between Monsonomo and Spanish. And we have the Dishposu, the phantom gorilla. Where is it though? Is it supposed to be phantom in the sense that it's literally nowhere, or is it like the third ring? Anyway, at every turn there can be found what can be described as hazards, fortifications, and booby traps hidden throughout their wilderness. These islands would appear specifically designed to repel intruders as if they were being fiercely defended by native warriors. Instead, they are naturally occurring features, plants and animals whose attributes have behaviors make traversing these islands by a harrowing adventure. The native peoples are known as Monsonomos, humans who formerly inhabited Xenonesia before the Blemmyes invaded and forced them to make new homes in hostile lands. So already we know that there's a big difference between these two places, because we know the Xenonesia area here is basically all Blemmyes, or in this case in some islands genocided and then only populated by modern humans. And then here we have Blemmyes populations, which can be slaves, which can be like states for themselves or stuff like this. While the Shposu, which is different from Xenonesia, is so difficult to traverse because of the plants, the animals, and the waters, that people, like the original inhabitants of Xenonesia, managed to survive here. And when the colonization of the Outer Ring started, the Spaniards intermingled with the local populations of these islands here, Monoson People, and various European powers created colonies. So we even have a small here Dutch colony, which we'll be mentioning. It's called New West Timor. No matter how hostile the environment, nothing could stop the ADAIC, which we have came to the conclusion that it's like the West Indies Company. I'm not sure what ADEIC, but it's Indies and Company. These are the last words. When they heard that there would be 4 cash crops to be found here, 3 of them unique: sandalwood, candle nuts, wine nuts, and gum nuts. Anyways, yeah. So, interesting stuff. We explored a lot of the world. We already established the bases, and we established the first gates, the northern gate here, the Serpent's Gate. We have learned about Xenonesia, the Blemmyes, and the Shposu. We have a whole new continent to explore. Atam, the first completely new continent that the powers of the known world discovered when they went throughout the gates of the ice walls. So last time we saw the Serpent's Gate. Today we will be looking at the Tiger's Gate. Then we will be looking at the lore for Atam, which is the continent. And then we will be looking at the singular states that the colonial powers of the world have propped out in Atam itself. Let's just start with explanation. Let's go to the second gate, the Tiger's Gate. A hilly and mountainous region with many hot springs and active volcanoes. The Tiger's Gate is named for its dominant terrestrial predator, the tigre de glaciar. These large cat-like sparasaurons possess stealth, speed, and strength that makes them a dangerous predator for even modern humans. Among their formidable abilities is being able to fully bury themselves in ice in a matter of seconds, leap off water with the momentum of a skip's stone, and a strong resistance to firearms, so seems like they're pretty defensive. The native peoples who inhabit this region are experts in physical combat and fortification against their monstrous mammalian mortal enemies. Very interesting. So we have our... oh, there it is. We have our little creature here, once again, since we was missing the other one. So the Serpent's Gate has these magic serpents that rule the fish and eat them, and apparently the Tiger's Gate has these kind of weird saber-toothed tigers. Okay, so let's see who are the first colonizers. Okay, Rapa Nuian expeditionary bases. More so than its isolation, ferocious fauna, tenacious natives, pirate-infested waters, what really makes colonial powers wary of entering the Tiger's Gate is the presence of the mysterious Rapa Nuian Empire, whose cunning tactics, supernatural abilities, and universal hostility makes them much of the Western Pacific a nightmare to traverse. So it is here, in the darkest shadows of the known world, that the Rapa Nui have chosen to occupy in preparation their forays beyond the Pacific, to terrorize the seas beyond the ice walls. So that is very interesting. We're already starting with something very interesting. Rapa Nui, in case people don't know, is Easter Island, you know, the one with the funny heads. And in this world, they actually built a Polynesian empire. As you can see here, all these lands are governed by the Rapa Nuians, and they were the first to actually come to the ice walls. So that's why they have colonies here. Now let's see the next thing. We have the... oh my god. You know what, you're just gonna see the natives first before we actually get to the colonies. Tigerian tribes, or Tigerian. Centuries of persistence against a harsh climate, deadly predators, and Polynesian pirates have forged a people renowned for their thoughtness, resilience, and prowess. It would be the fate that has rewarded the Tigerians for their tenacity, with their homelands largely overlooked by colonial empires for the time being, giving time to them for the opportunity to adjust to foreign plagues, learn the ways of modernized invaders, and prepare for threats that loom on the horizon. So this is already very interesting. So apparently in this gate of the ice walls we do have native people, which is different from the Serpent's Gate, which was uninhabited. So these guys have natives, but the natives managed to actually withstand the colonialists, so they actually managed to resist, organize, and just do stuff, which is pretty interesting. So let's get ourselves some of this. Let's see, wait, I'm just gonna check the color like that. Yep. And let's actually trace a line for the colonialism of the Rapa Nuians into these colonies right here. So these are all the colonies of the Rapa Nuians, and the red ones are the natives. So I think that is pretty important to recognize. Then we have the Tigreño Republiquetes, a sparse population of settlers from the Spain's New World territories have given rise to a series of burgeoning nations emerging from the collapse of the Spanish Empire. With Iberia consumed by internal conflict, and this is because of Napoleon's invasion, and their counterparts in the New World busy adjusting to their recently gained independence, their position on the least traveled and most remote of the four gates has left them mostly isolated for decades. With their only contact with the outside world coming in the form of marauding pirates, Rapa Nuian invaders, and the occasional trade with Latin Americans, the Tigreños could only rely on the native Tigerians for survival, resulting in an assortment of unique and thoroughly hybridized Creole-speaking cultures. So these brown parts are those that were mixed between the Spanish colonizers and the Tigerian original inhabitants of these regions, which once again very interesting. We're gonna delimitate it with this. So these are independent states. I noticed that basically only the coasts are those inhabited by the Tigreños, while instead the red parts are inhabited mostly by the native inhabitants that were not mixed with the Spanish. So we can see some pixel art here that resembles what happened. We have 53 Amerind, 40% Tigran, and 30% Mapuche here. You can see some ancestry and Northwest Eurasian or Spanish ancestry here for the inhabitants of the Tigreño Republicans, the republics of Tigreño. Alcohol is one of the main imports of the Tigreño states. They detest pirates and will never give safe haven to the people they know to be pirates. They are invariably hostile to the people from Vridzane, Quill. Protestants, specifically Dutchmen, are seen with suspicion because of it. So we have some cultural traits here. I'm not going to read these all, but it's pretty interesting that these people have created their own mixed culture. We also have flags for the Tigreño Republicas. I am only unhappy that they did not make like specific borders, so we don't really know where one ends and where one starts, but we have the republics of Chinflas, La Cruz, Palermo, Tula, Tigreria, and San Onofre. Also we have a native Tigerian here, so this is how they look, brandishing an obsidian blade and probably displaying as many scars earned over the course of his hunt. It is a common custom for warriors to cut a mark into their skin to commemorate each successful kill, while scars gained in battle are tattooed with red or black ink, as you can see on the pixel art, which can I say are very, very nice, honestly. You can see the artists that made this are very passionate about the project. So we have one more entity here to talk about, and this is the Vridze. Oh, is this what we were talking about earlier? Yeah. Vridzane Quill. So these maybe Protestants? Okay, let's see. The Vridzane Quill, this derelict colony of the British Empire, is essentially an independent entity, serving as a base for pirates and hideouts for runaway slaves, or for fugitives seeking to escape to somewhere remote and dangerous enough to discourage any pursuing authorities. A lawless land governed only by the pirates' horde. Those who make this their permanent residence provide food and housing to local pirates' crews in exchange for protection. That's kind of sad, honestly. I expected more from the British Empire, considering they usually are pretty organized in colonizing, but I guess this was not the case this time. So let's just demarcate here and let's bring this. So let's see where the closest British colony is in this concept. I guess you could say Canada as the closest one, or if we go... Yeah, they didn't reach Canada yet, it appears, unless, wait. I mean, they do have a small port here, so I'm gonna count this. Just gonna use this as a trajectory, and then after Rapa Nuyans, and then we connect. This is a pretty big journey to make for the British, so I don't really see how this is profitable at all, differently from, you know, just jump starting for the Australias to the Serpent's Gate and then here, but I guess some people just prefer this. Okay, so now that we actually described and figured out what the Tiger's Gate is, let's get to the main content, which is Atam, the new continent of the ice walls, of beyond the ice walls. So I am not sure whether to start on the north or the south, but one thing I will do first of all, we'll be looking at the Duendes of Atam. So the way the creators of this explained these kind of goblin creatures living here is actually pretty interesting. So let's see what they say. The Duendes of Atam. Among the wide array of native civilization discovered in the New World, spanning everything from castaway human societies to independently evolved alien intelligence, the Duendes find themselves somewhere in the middle. They are human, but as far from Homo sapiens as one can get, with small bodies, odd proportions, and speech that sounds more like screeches, grunts, and hoots of chimpanzees more than anything spoken by the people of the known world. They do ultimately find their origins in the known world, however, descending from a diminutive species native to a small island that was once located in Indonesia, which now exists as a plateau on the island of Baria. From there, the first Duendes would spread to the whole of the supercontinent Atam. Across immense time and distance, they would diverge into 4 distinct species, each almost as different from each other as they are from mankind, each containing a myriad of cultures and societies that easily match the entire known world in diversity and scope. They would make their own advancements, adapting to a dense alien ecosystem, each race learning further. Alright. As the moving continents passed by, Thothian humans would introduce advancements that would send ripples across their civilization. This will later be repeated with waves of Homo sapiens incursions from Xenonesia, giving rise to the semi-Duendes civilizations that would blur the lines between the race on their own. So apparently there are also mixed humans and Duendes, so let's see what those look like after. Now the story of the Duendes reaches its most pivotal chapter, as the age of exploration has brought diseases, modernity, and empires of the old world crashing into that of the Duendes. For some of the Duendes societies, it has brought total annihilation, collapse, enslavement, or subjugation at the hand of the New World Order. Others have seen great advancements as they are rapidly transformed to suit the modern era. Many regions have not yet come to face with empires looming over the horizons. Overall, the scattered fates of the Duendes kind are still to be decided as their scramble for the New World continues. So as we can see, we have 6 types of Duendes. Also, once again, this part here about the island in Indonesia is actually very, very interesting, because in case you don't know, there was this hominid called, and this is a real thing, this is not a alternate history or in fantasy, this is a real thing that happened in the very, very, very ancient times, so we're talking before history, prehistory. There was this type of hominid, that was called Homo denisovan, and lived, I believe, in an island called Flores, or something like this, or Homo florensis. It was like a particular kind of Homo denisovan, which was almost like a hobbit. You are like very, very small, extremely, somewhere here, by the way, that's the island in Indonesia, and it was so small they actually thought it was like just deformed. But then they discovered more skeletons akin to it, so they just came to the conclusion that it was his own thing, his own kind of race of hominid. So basically the divergent points here are that these, and I know this is of course an exaggeration, but that these Denisovan Florensis men basically magically transported themselves to the continent beyond the ice walls and diverged through the hundreds of thousands of years into 6 different types of races. So we have the Orc brownies, I'm not even it's brown and it's an orc, alright, and it's also 150 centimeters high. We have the leprechauns, which look like... I'm just gonna ignore this. What's important about this? Nothing too much, I guess. You guys can read this, by the way. You're just gonna pause and read this if you want. Same thing goes for the goblins. I think the goblins were the evil ones. Maybe, let me check. So average height 110 centimeters, so they're slightly like taller than the leprechauns, but they are smaller than the orc brownies. While the homelands consist of the tropical forests of southeastern Atam and the Kaipuke archipelago, great numbers of goblins have been found in coastal settlements all around the continent, thanks to their unique affinity for sailing, a practice which has long been forgotten by the other three races. 3? Alright, thought there were more, but whatever. Being the only sailors among the duendes has allowed many goblins to venture out from their homelands and terrorize the seas all around the supercontinent, even occasionally raiding as far south as Xenonesia. While they're known far and wide as pirate marauders, a large portion of goblin kind are inland rainforest dwellers, with entirely separate cultures and ways of life from their seafaring counterparts. These people of the forests make their homes with canopy, spending as much time as climbing between branches as they do walking through solid earth. So, they're just like Amazon goblins, something like that. Kind of. It's a stretch, but you know. We have the gnomes here, which are pretty cute. Let's see. So, average height of 100, so still a middle between leprechauns and goblins, still a bit higher than the leprechauns, a bit taller than the leprechauns, and a bit smaller than the goblins. Gnomes are native to their temperate lands of northern Atam, with a preference for rugged mountainous terrain. They are the most industrious of the duendes, spending much of their time mining for metals and precious materials, which they covet more than they actually utilize. So they do have cities, even if they don't have impressive ones, which is more than I expected, honestly. I don't know how they can build cities, considering they don't even speak, but alright. Despite a history of frequent conflicts with the incursions among goblin pirates, orcs, trap tribes, and Xenonesian invaders, the rising dwarf civilization, and now modern colonizers, the gnomes are remarkably welcoming to the outsiders, which is very interesting, and open-minded to the new technologies of ways of life. This flexibility, combined with their innate ingenuity, has allowed their societies and nations to rapidly adapt in response to great changes of the old world imperialism that has been brought to the continent. Alright, so the gnomes are interesting. I don't know where they are on the map. I don't think... Oh, wait, the Gentleman Hall. Alright, we have a little gnome place here. I wonder how you can actually check out which of these. I don't see... Oh, there you go. Oh, Li Awewa. Confederacy and vassals. A wealthy gnomish vassal naval state now getting ruined by the French and Omani tolls. Wait, Omani? Okay, that will be very interesting to guess what colonial powers are messing with the gnomes. Then we have the dwarves, which are the emergence of the dwarvish people was an indirect result of the birth of completely different races far across for the ocean, the Blemmyes. What? The headless humans would rapidly take over Xenonesia, causing mass migrations of human refugees seen in all directions. The largest portions of the runaway Homo sapiens would flee to the northwestern coast of Atam, becoming the Mirarola peoples. The sudden chaotic flood of migrants inevitably wait. So, as far as I understand, the dwarves are a mix between like the gnomes and the Xenonesians. So it appears that Atam's dwarves are a mix between the gnomes and the original inhabitants of Xenonesia, or at least Western Xenonesia, which is quite interesting, that's sure to say. I think it's a bit of a stretch, maybe, like... I can see them fleeing towards the other islands, but this seems a bit too far-fetched, as this is the distance between, like, Americas and Europe. I don't know how they would do this without the modern technology, but whatever. Let's get to the last ones, which are the Hobgoblins. These peoples trace their origins back to long before the Great Migration of the Mirarola. So once again, the Mirarola are the Xenonesians from Xenonesia, which were humans and not Blemmyes. The earliest hobgoblins were the children of Xenonesian pirate adventurers, and the goblins who were raiding and plundered, or that were getting raided and plundered. Being born as a result of piracy between the two seafaring peoples, the hobgoblins grew to surpass both of their parent races and become the most fearsome warriors of the seas of Western Atam, terrorizing both humans and dwellers alike. Originally, they only lived as bands of pirates, surviving wholly off of that which they sold and extracted from their victims. The most successful warlords would find themselves with much loot, but they could not carry it with them on their journeys, and so would have been dropping their stockpile on remote locations, to be drawn upon in times of scarcity. Thus, the hobgoblins went from a phenomena created and sustained by piracy to permanently ingraining themselves into the tapestry of civilization that covers the orchestral continents, which is the demonym for the continent of Atam. So these are the 6 kind of races, the 6 peoples that live in this continent of Atam. So first of all, we have one land that I avoided last time because I wanted to put it in this video, which is Thule. In case you don't know, Thule is a well-known concept. It's pretty much very well known. The Isles of the Screaming Mists, muggly, marshy, frigid, rocky, and sometimes forested islands that are constantly shrouded in an immense mist and appealing to absolutely nobody. And variety of hulking beasts lurk within the ominous fog. Megafauna from elephantines, sloths, rhinoceroses, and hippopotamuses are all in their most cold-resistant forms, as well as particularly vicious species of bear, some elusive ape men with incredibly long limbs, and the remnants of a mysteriously absent native people, all of which are usually seen as faint shadows in the fog, the creatures making their presence known with the thunderous roars, grotesque groans, and alarming screams, which make traversing the wilderness a harrowing task for even the most ragged of pioneers. And guess who gets it? It's Russia. Because conquering a frigid wasteland full of deadly beasts is a very Russian thing to do, and I gotta agree with that, definitely. Siberia, kind of the same thing. Let's see. Okay, since we are doing Russia, there's no issue in just going back with Russia, right? Okay, so Russians go from here, or at least, from the colony of Novoyakutia to Thule. And then, I suppose that they take the same route and arrive to the Port Romanov. Alright, that's pretty interesting. So Port Romanov, Russia, island formerly inhabited by gnome and goblin fishermen, now taken over by the Russians and settled by Ukrainian merchants and a hybrid dwarf and hobgoblin underclass. It's pretty easy, pretty normal. Also, once again, we have the gentlemanly gnome here. And then the Russians went north and established... I think this is right, let me check, yeah. They established Novosargrad, Russia. Once a series of Prussian trading ports, captured and converted into a local manufacturing powerhouse, fueled by dwarf-mined metals and Wenwa Tate slave labor. Nice. Competes with New Formosa for influence over the dwarves. What is New Formosa? Oh, it's the red one. Is it British? Yep, it's British, right. Okay, let me check the British colonies. Once again, we get to take the little line here and see where these go. West, once again, and we go all the way up here. This is Kohoha... No, wait. I thought it was this one, but apparently not. Okay, then it might be the one right before República de Formosa. I guess this one, alright. Okay. New Formosa, formerly Spanish-held territory that was sold to the British. The subsequent cultural intermingling led to culinary innovations as bad paella and bad churro. Yep, sounds like it. The UK ruining food from foreign cultures. Yep, sounds like it again. Competes with Nova Tsargrad over the influence over the dwarves. When we have the Republic de Formosa. I like that the person that made it just put very poor in it. Oh my god, poor Formosans. Anyways, part of the former Spanish territory that didn't want to be annexed by the British. The British could have annexed them, but they decided not to, as a joke, so that they could instead watch them suffer in poverty. At least they have better... Anyway, another colony here appears like the British really did a lot of work here. Okay, so Regnald's land is a fertile land that used to be the heartlands of the Blue Water League, now ruled by the English aristocrats and worked by the healthy mix of Gnomish, Irish, and African indentured labor. It's interesting how for the British, the gnome population and the Irish are basically the same thing, so they do the same mansions. It's a bit fucked. Also, is it this entire thing, all this? Oh, maybe wait. We also have Ernestia, with the gnomish population reduced and deported to the reservations. Of course they did. The English and Indian settlers compose the majority of the population. This is a pretty big colony, you know. So anyways, you have the Blue Water League and allies. Remnants of an old alliance of Gnomish and Dwarvish city-states that saw much of their mainland territory be taken over by the British. Currently they're building alliances with other states in an attempt to push the invaders out. You'll be having a lot of difficulties with that, I suppose. We have the Kohat dynasty, Northern Wenhua Tete Empire. So, if I remember correctly, these are the states that you even have the people here. Proud Dwarfish Miner, Diamond Miner, and we have the Wenhua Tete Warrior. So if I recall correctly, the Wenhua Tete people come from the Xenonesia lands. Part of the empire that was less developed, more fortified, organized, and fierce, eventually united under one ruler, just in time for the Colonials to arrive. Exerted pressure to force gnomes and provide free minerals in the form of tribute. Now they are forced to play diplomatically as they were surrounded by forces that they cannot hope to overcome. After having lost its grip of the gnomes, who refused to trade with them until the rulers became desperate enough to pay fortunes for low-grade products. Alright, so also we have a lot of dwarf states here that are not really described. We have the Ainapahu Kingdom here, a splinter state of the oh my god, these names are awful. Taku-Tariki built over the old goblin burial sites and are very adept at using the old juju to their free. I can't do this. What is the old juju? Am I supposed to know that? Is that important in the lore? Whatever. We have a bunch of Japanese colonies here. Interesting. New Ezo, Japan. Samurai conquistadors. The massive push to populate. Oh, so it's samurai conquistadors. That's like the people. All right. The massive push to depopulate their territories in Xenonesia and Gemenia, coupled with their refusal to recruit settlers from outside their home islands, has forced Japan to adopt a strategy of conquering and subjugating rather than replacing native peoples, and they take controls as small ruling class. Yep. Alright, that sounds pretty Japanese. Once again, just think of Korea. Anyways, various shoguns were given license by the emperor to conquer the lands of New Ezo, which each lord carving their own territory from the flesh of the local population. The conquest continues. Some members of the Wenhua Tete abandoned the confederation after to subordinate themselves indirectly to the emperor of Japan. So they have like a new shogunate, a shogun period here, new Edo period. Interesting. We have Japan here, so let's just once again link it up with the colonies they have, because it's pretty, there's really no other reason for this otherwise. It's a long journey to make, honestly, but they do have a stopping point here in this colony right here, which is Minamiguchi. Alright. So from Minamiguchi now they go there and then go all the way to New Ezo. I'm also interested in the fact that they have like a different color from the Japanese, so I'm going to assume that they are actually an independent state, or at least like kind of a dominion or something like that. Anyway, we have the Western Wenhua Tete Confederation. After reaching their zenith in the mid-16th century, a series of succession crises would lead the empire to collapse in the following decades. While the Northern Wenhua Tete quickly shattered into world-controlled territories, the Southerners entered a golden era of peace and prosperity, becoming the most wealthy and developed native societies of the entire supercontinent. It's terrible luck that they happen to be living where the samurai landed. Also, we have a live stream participant here that is saying, it's funny to imagine that Malaysian found this land and claimed it to Ezo. I don't think the Malaysians have anything to do with this. I don't think so, at least. Might be wrong though, I don't know. There's no reference to... There's a Hawaiian colony here? What? Constantly used by Russians on their way, it is common for most people in Hawaii to make the journey to Atlas with them, leaving a well-established link to these lands. This colony has a unsure start, but serves now as a base for Hawaiians in the New World, entirely their own, and links them to the minds of the dwarves, who are starting to explore this as an option for trade with Earth, absent of the threat of dominating presented by the British and the Russians. And in case you didn't see what the colony was, it's this very small piece of land here between the Wenwatuete and the Aina Pahu Kingdom, or whatever that's called. Anyway, so, alright, we have more colonies here. We have a Korean colony, interesting. Choseongdal, Korea. Though they played a hand in defeating the Empire of the White Stars, whatever that is, the Koreans would not help but admire the bravery of the Hobgoblins and their Cantonese pirate allies, to the point where the statues were erected of the pirate queens to honor their valiant efforts. Here we have a Goblin and Hobgoblin band sprawled the interior. Otherwise we have a Chinese, no, it's a Vietnamese colony here, which occupies part of what once was the Empire of the White Stars. We have the newest states, founded by goblins escaping first the destruction of the free states by human invasion and the transformation of the remnants into authoritarian hobgoblin states. The escapees mingled with the local tribal goblins and established a confederal state, similar to its decentralized democratic predecessor, but with a stronger military and British-funded fleets. Alright then. Okay, we have a blue thing here, which I don't know where it's the scroll. Wait, you have it here. Alright, let's hear about the captainship of Da Fu Lang. After leaving the known world and spending a period of time raiding the seas of Xenonesia, the Canton Pirate Confederation moved on the coast to Atam, where they found an ally to the remnants of the Emperor of the White Stars, a pirate-controlled hobgoblin realm that would have been in steep decline due to old world plagues, and being utterly outclassed by colonial navies. The two melded into the one cohesive force and united all the hobgoblin pirates of Atam's Western Sea. It took the combined efforts of the British, Koreans, Riki, and their old enemies the Vietnamese to finally defeat the pirate empire and conquer their homeland. Those forces who survived consolidated in their current territory. So this is like the remnants of the White Star Empire, which was this thing. I'm going to a so-called White Star Empire. Probably, maybe, yep, could be. Formerly a Prussian breakaway Germans, breakaway what? You gotta put at least a subject there. Formerly a Prussian breakaway state, whatever. Germans now outnumbered by Welshmen. So it's like this world's Patagonia, I guess. I mean, not really, but you know, you get the reference. So we saw the northern coast, which was pretty big. Oh my god, what is this? I didn't even notice this. EOE, oh my god, bro. Why are these names so difficult? Who made this? I mean, I get it. It's because they don't really talk, but they make grunts and noises. But still, though, you gotta understand, from a human point of view, get this, and I would need to actually pronounce this. No way, man. The EOA Kai Ka. Is that right? I hope so. The influx of new diseases from the Earthling explorers were especially devastating to the once densely populated settled brownie and irrigation societies of the Akshi Desert, pushing them all to collapse or to the brink of it. The head of the powerful nomadic clan, the great clan of... Oh wait, the great took advantage of the brownies' weakened states and mustered a mighty horde of bird-riding orcs to subjugate and successfully invade the Oi River Valley, and then his empire went on to subjugate the brownies of the Owyhach River to the south, and now they wage war on the eastern Akawak River Valley peoples and the nomadic clans which oppose them, to unite to the desert under their rule. Okay, you know what? This is it. This is how it ends. Insert Mike Ehrmantraut gif. I'm not going to read anything that is so hard to pronounce. I refuse to kill my tongue and my throat to pronounce... Oh wait, what is Alpsat? This likes... I like this. I like the name. I think I made something called like this once. Albstadt. This land has been depopulated by plagues when the Prussians settled it. Dream invading ghosts are a big issue, but the lands are fertile, so it's okay. Yeah, sure, let me just get like a little Saigon ghosts here. Whatever. Also, this like desert empire or whatever it's called is big. Like very big. I didn't even notice how big it was before. Also, these are the famously brownie women riding a large flightless bird. This looks like a dodo that went through cancer. The reinforced bamboo whip she carries is a surprisingly effective weapon. All of this is pain. Alright, so what else says here? Kamats and successor states. A neo-pagan cult gained popularity in Egypt after the Year of the Black Moon. Facing persecution, many took to the seas as pirates as they got wiped out back home. In the 17th century, one specific pirate fleet, containing the last practitioners of the cult, as it turned out, found themselves south of Antarctica after a series of very bad decisions. Settling in Atam, they established a vast empire of goblins and hobgoblins that worshipped the old Egyptian gods in a manner similar to Akhenaten. It is in fact thanks to them that the supercontinent's name is Atam. That is amazing. I wish I could have read this before. This is great. Western coast, like it appears like we've done most of the things. We have a Foizeng Sea Empire. As they fled Aten following the defeat of the Empire of the White Stars, a few Cantonese pirates' ships went rogue and conquered the seafaring goblin states of the Kaipuke archipelago. The result is a racially stratified society with Cantonese leadership at the top, followed by mixed hobgoblins who made up most of the invading force, and native goblins at the bottom. Alright. A hobgoblin woman. Hear me out. Not necessarily a warrior, they all like just carry clubs. Hear me out. Alright, whatever. We have a grumpy goblin here, man, looking for trouble. I mean, why? Poor guy. Just maybe he just wanted to, chill. You had to be racist. Why did you have to be racist? Anyway, we have the Spirit Friend Council and Vassals. You know what, I'm just gonna be skipping this. I refuse. A leprechaun man and his beloved giant rat. Wow. I mean, this is a bit cute. Look at the rat man. Okay, so we're reaching the southern end. We have Sao Joao. Low native populations and early arrival, self-sufficiently and completely disregard for goblin life. It's not like they're people, am I right? Led to a Portuguese settler colony with a large population and currently expanding outwards. Interesting, so we have a Portuguese here in Atam. Then we have Smithsport in the UK, created after an expedition to destroy the pirates haven of Ogygia. The British now employ goblin coursers to harass the French and other hostile fleets to the region, enriching themselves through those illicit means. Nothing out of the ordinary. Anyway, there's a lot of lore here. Okay, let's get to the Bar. You know what, let's just do like this. From south to north, opposite of what it usually is. Gran Retaguardia, another former Spanish colony, its founding intended as a regarded to much greater expedition into the interior of the continent, which failed catastrophically, hence the name. Yeah, Retaguardia just means like behind the guard, to guard behind. Primarily settled by mestizos and Native Americans from New Spain, and natives from New Spain. Yeah, so Native Americans, yeah. And Nahuatl is spoken as much as Spanish, sometimes in the same sentences. That is very interesting. Kanya. I want to make a Kanye West joke. I will refuse to make it. Farhouse, theoretically a Burmese and by extension Gola colony, in reality the venture of an eccentric Austrian individual, Capuzzotto. Oh, this is a Venetian colony. Are like cockroaches, but with cannons. Thanks. As a descendant of Venetians, this is a very bad joke. Akeum and vassals. Once a gnomish city-state, now a goblin-ruled den of scum and villainy. Alright. League of the Northern Blue, a loose confederacy of gnome city-states and petty kingdoms, managed to keep the French at bay for now. Terre de Tumulus, France. The one thing left of the gnomes who lived here before the French are the burrows that house their dead. We have a lot of states here. We have New Zanzibar. Oh man, I don't see it. Oh, it's here. Okay, I want to see what this is. The Omanis are much more subservient to the French in this colony than anywhere else. A good mix of Arab and Swahili settlers, not all from Zanzibar, but it does produce a similar feel. Alright, we have Cote Rouge, Cote Rouge, I think. Their struggle for independence took place only in the room of law, French law. They did lose, but the French were impressed by how well they had grasped their legal codes, and the gnomish lawyers of Cote Rouge are now wanted across Atam by those operating under the laws of the new overlords. In return for the lack of violence during the takeover and because of their skill in making an argument, the gnomes here are treated relatively well by the French. That's interesting. I don't know which of these it is, though. It's one, so it's this thing. Then we have Port Bretagne, which is, it's like a Catholic area, kind of inspired by Brittany. We had the Free State of Aten, this is interesting. Scottish and Dutch workers that rebelled against the Adaik rule. Their constitution is heavily based on the constitution of the USA. That's pretty interesting. Oh my god, are these like the Boers? I swear. Wait, maybe not. Oh wait, no, they are the various brownie societies of Akawak, whatever. Crews, Catholic gnomes, at least they think they are, syncretism with many different faiths led to interesting results. Saint Muhammad, interesting. Is that Islamophobic? Oh my god, I don't know. Karija. Gnomes have accepted a very syncretic haram version of Ibadi Islam. We have Akhanta Empire, a gnomish petty kingdom grown to the massive proportions thanks to French money and guns, allowed to exist as a bulwark against British expansion, but they seem to be getting a bit too cocky for their French overlords' liking. It's kind of the Iroquois. A brown mountain kingdom of marshes, not really a description, and we have the Adaik. Adaik operated fishing and mining colony. It's not slavery if they're 4 feet tall. Ardal Barida, former French colony, composed mainly of Senegalese laborers, rebelled with British support. Oh, that's nice. So we have a native African state here. Also, we finally finished all of this. We're just missing the lands in the south, I think. Yeah. Alright. Let's check. Ekyo? Is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. Remnants of the old Goblin Baria realm in what now is the British colony of Smithsport. They now very distinctly don't attack British ships. For Goblin ruled, most of the population is composed of Goblin leprechauns hybrids, with the pure leprechauns used as slave labor. Porto deos Vermelhos, or maybe that's how we pronounce it, I don't know. Portuguese whaling outposts that evolved into a trading town, being the only outsider that earned the leprechauns' trust, mainly by giving them lots of shiny objects and not shooting on sight. So nice. Turned out to have some nice rewards. Also, this landmass is different from Atam, I guess, and it's called Motuputua, the Alarming. Uzakliman, former Persian colony, oh, that's nice, that broke free to the neglect of their motherland after money ran out. Mostly Azeri, but ruled by Persians, so we have even the new Azerbaijan. Interesting. We have Colorado, part of the former Spanish colony that rebelled from the capital of Imalagas del Sur, an agrarian state ruled by plantation-owning aristocrats. Nearly half of the population consists of enslaved leprechauns, Jesus, making them a common sight in even small towns, farms, and businesses. We have a Colorado woman, and it's a good example of how the line between human and leprechauns has grown increasingly blurred here. I agree, once again, hear me out. Then we have Malagas del Sur, holding out hope that Spain will one day send reinforcements to help them retake the Rojos, also being ravaged by leprechaun scourge. Nice. Finally, Lesser Uwe, Adaik vassal, former leprechaun kingdom subjugated by the Adaik. Its king is replaced with an Indonesian-born Dutch bureaucrat. Its native population is now used as a pool of cheap labor for many colonies. And once and for all, New Dublin and New Belfast, Adaik UK. So these are both of the Dutch and the British. All the ones that say Adaik and the UK. Not many pots of gold were found, but there were just enough to justify the genocide. What? Human demographics are exactly what you'd expect. It just gets worse the southern you go. Okay. I think we did everything, right? Yeah. And now we will be finally looking at the original voyage that Magellan, the great explorer of the 15th and 16th century, the 16th century, explorer Magellan, did to discover the Sentinels Gate. The ice walls, or Antarctica in other words, open up and creates a gate to the next part of existence, in this case the land beyond the ice walls. So they traversed and got to the point where they were the Sentinels Gate, and where a woman of godly or divine appearance, which is portrayed in this beautiful piece of art made by Oha Steam, is basically this divine entity that inspired the humans, and of course in this case the colonizers, to explore beyond the ice walls and beyond the gates. With that said, we will now start the Sentinels Gates. So, the terrain here is largely flat, with thousands of small ponds connected by a network of shallow underground waterways maintained by burrowing aquatic arthropods. It is known for its eerie 2.5-meter tall penguins, who spend most of their time motionless along the shoreline, regularly spaced from each other, and staring out into the distance. It's these guys. All their movements seem to be carefully coordinated, and they will lethally attack those who attempt to disrupt them. Natives have developed a tradition of mimicking the sentinels with costumes and ritualistic performances, so we can already see what the sentinels of the Sentinels Gate are. So the sentinels in this case are not human beings, but actually inferior beings, which are kind of penguins. And these penguins are literally the guardians of this gate, which if you're wondering why this is what the gate looks like instead of ice, just the ice of Antarctica, is because once the gate opened in the 16th century, the entire ecosystem of this area changed. So let's see if we can see the native people of this land before we actually check something else. No, I believe we have to start by the colonizers. Okay, we can go for the first colonizer in order of simply vicinity. So we have the Argentinians one here. Also, we can notice that the Argentinians, which if you don't understand where we are, we're in South America. If the Argentinians had to do with the Sentinels Gate, that probably distracted them from actually conquering the rest of mainland South America. So that is why they probably don't control already all of Patagonia and seem to have some minor conflicts here with the Mapuche people probably, or other Guarani Native American people. So, Marambio, and this is this thing, Argentina. While a budding power, small in colonial capability, the Argentines couldn't sit closest to Antarctica and right next to a gate and do nothing with dastardly British pirates stalking nearby seas, tainting the waters with their putrid tea. With jealous glares aimed at their prized Malvinas, which in this case are the Falkland Islands, right here, that seem to be in control of Argentina, so big dub there. In partnership with the previous Austrian landowners, they have spared a stretch of land and its people from Anglo-Saxon devastation. So already we can trace a line from the colonizer or post-colonial power of Argentina, and seeing that they already have started a process of secondary colonization in the Sentinels Gates here in Marambio. We are always checking lines to see where the colonizers go and where the colonies start from. So we know the major colonizers are of course the European powers and some Asian powers, but there are exceptions to this, as the case is for Argentina. Then let's check what the British are doing, because of course you can't really spare some land out of the ice walls and expect the British to not colonize from there. There are multiple positions I can see the British starting from, but I think the most sensible one is the Cape of Good Hope, simply because of its vicinity and of course also because it is closer to the non-depicted, or actually very, very smallly depicted Saint Helena Island, which is also British possession, or at least I assume it is, as is. So we're gonna go like this and see what the crown colony of Antipoda is. For the meaning of antipoda, I know this myself. Antipode is the opposite of like the northern hemisphere in this case, which comes from the ancient Greek, not alphabet, the ancient Greek vocabulary, and so antipoda just probably means the opposite of the North Pole. Becoming increasingly hard to maintain thanks to the new Swabians seeking to absorb this territory and the Argentines seeking to avoid breathing the same air as the British at all costs. The Empire has worked to counteract separatist sentiment among the German population by making the territory a bastion for natives displaced by expansion of Neuschwabenland. This has proven to be effective, but more unrest has emerged as settler communities are increasingly unsettled by the Senti rituals and witchcraft. I'm going to assume that the Senti are the native people of the Ice Gate, because yes, indeed, the Ice Gates and of course the land beyond the Ice Gates most of the times actually have native populations of beings or humans, and or of course both. Tribes are ruled by a single chieftain, usually a shaman who can communicate with higher powers, or at least that's what he believes. Due to the harsh environments of the gates and the paradoxically plentiful fish populations, most coastal tribes are settled, with chiefs laying claim to the waters around the village. Very interesting. So we already see some dynamics forming here with the colonizers and the colonized. Now let's see the major colony, which appears to be Neuschwabenland, which I am going to assume is a German colony, of course. The young okay, so this one I am really not sure what the parent country is, since there don't seem to be any purple nation, so I'm going to assume this is independent and already post-colonial. So let me check. The young nation that now dominates the Gate of the Sentinels started as a diverse array of colonies, mainly settled by the Spanish, who later sold off much of the territory to Austrian nobility. That is still part of the Spanish Empire, so we will be tracing a faint line in this case because it's not direct colonization, I suppose. But it still counts as part of the Spanish Old Colonial Empire. Plus, I know that by this point in the story, the Spanish Colonial Empire is basically dead, but still it makes sense for it to associate with this ex-colony of theirs, even if the land was bought up by the Austrians, and this is why probably it's called Neuschwabenland, which is New Swabia for you English speakers. Oh, I mean, I'm an English speaker too, but you know. In the wake of the Napoleonic Wars, the various divided territories were flooded with waves of German refugees, who organized and united the colonies to become an independent nation, with neutral feelings towards all but the French. Commonly referred to by us travelers as the gatekeepers, the New Swabians have used their position as a center of commerce to enrich themselves and become the most developed and influential nation across all four gates. That is amazing. All of the four gates. This is the most important country in the four gates. This is actually insane. I was not aware because the northern gate, the Serpent's Gate, has actually a lot of vibrant and like well-lived colonies. So I was not expecting at all that kind of lesser colony like Neuschwabenland could be this powerful. But it's interesting to see. Let's see if we have other colonies in the Serpent's Gate. It does not look like there's much more to say about the Serpents. Oh wait, there is some rituals of the local population. Rites of the new religion include a human sacrifice of either willing tributes or prisoner of wars, kind of like the Aztecs, enduring the Antarctic wilderness completely naked, that is insane, and also ritual cannibalism, because why not, I suppose. So now we actually get to the meat of the video, which is the huge continent of Thoth. Okay, so I'm going to pronounce this Thoth, alright? So very easy on the TH sound, because otherwise I could pronounce it in the other way everybody is thinking, but I'm not gonna do it, because of course that would be of poor taste. Most than all. So let's start by the description of the continent itself. Thoth, the nomad continent. A landmass unlike any other, this continent and its many follower island circles This continent and its many follower islands circle the waters of the second world in a constant latitude journey that takes 100 1,500 years for each leap. This rate is slow on a human timescale, but thousands of times faster than any normal continental drift. In fact, many of the continent's biomes are in a state of continuous flux, as shifting longitudes and ocean currents keep climates unpredictable in the long term. To notice and take advantage of. Thoth was in fact the first place even reached by humans from the First World, which means the humans from Terra proper, so Earth, like the land inside of the ice walls. The Yagan, an Amerindian people from South America, sailed here 7,500 years ago, giving rise to the Bai Nungeor, who inhabit much of Thoth today. A group of Carthaginian sailors, blown far off course in freak storms, followed 5,500 years later, introducing agriculture and urbanization. At last, 400 years before Magellan's fateful expedition, the Norgri arrived, Scandinavian immigrants from the failing colonies of Newfoundland and Greenland, or of course Vinland, as one would call Newfoundland in those periods of times, who arrived through unusual means after their ship encountered a vortex in the Bermuda Triangle. So we already have the Bermuda Triangles a thing, so that's interesting. These three peoples have vied for control of Thoth's alien landscape ever since, a landscape defined not only by its inexplicable migration by its origins, but by its origins, of course, because it moves, so, you know, that's already something to be aware about. Thoth was in fact a part of Antarctica or the Parade 37 million years ago. During the time it was a temperate and forested land. For unknown reasons, it split off and assumed its current motion around the time, and ever since it has played the host to many unique plant and animal species originally found on the rest of the Parade. I don't know what this is. I don't know what the Parade is. Parades? I don't know how to pronounce this. Sharp-billed penguins, giant-toothed birds, hippo-like tongulates, giant mole crickets, camels with anteater-like faces make up only a handful of these. Still, despite this, several civilizations have thrived here. First, the New Carthaginians Phociae, alright, who drove out of the Bay Nunger for much of Thoth's best agricultural land, then the great Norgri kingdom of Andolant, and most recently the great Makamazugh Empire, an expansionist state with a unique evangelical religion. Okay, so what to do with this? What to do with all this information? We have to analyze what is actually going on, of course, because otherwise we'll just get confused and, just not really understand the scope of what is actually happening. So, very clearly we have three major waves of migration. So the first migration is the one that actually comes natural with the vicinity of the ice gates, and of course, which means Antarctica and Thoth. So, if we want to trace a small line to actually portray this, we will do it in a, let me just get my black here, make a black color very simply, and just do it like this. So we know by history that there was Beringia here, a united landmass before the water levels rose. So we know that the Amerindians came from here, or wait, actually from here, yeah, to America. This is a pretty accepted fact. So we know that these guys went all the way here and established more and more communities of Amerindian, and it's actually Amerindian might not be the best way to describe it. I would just say Native American, because some people are sensitive about the word Amerindian. In general, the Native American peoples of the United States, Canada, and Mexico, and all these post-colonial nations all came from the Bering Straits. And of course that means that originally they were from Asia, in some way or another, if we believe the theory of migrations. So, to make it short, at some point the Patagonian people of America managed to travel all the way up to the Malvinas or Falkland Islands, then to the Antarctic area, and probably because Antarctica was not really hospitable for anything, they kept going south, more south, and since the ice gate was not yet opened, I believe at some point they just kind of went their way with water, or maybe because it was still moving, so it probably was closer to the mainland, since we acknowledge that Thoth is a nomad landmass, which means it's constantly moving. And so at some point, these people from all the way back in North America went to South America, and at some point they went from the Sentinels Gate, where they are still the native population as explained by all these graphs, and arrived into the actual landmass. So let me check once more who the first are. 7,500 years ago by Nguer. I would not know which of these are the by Nguer people. I have to figure it out somehow, because I'm not sure which ones are the by Nguer and which ones are not. I am not sure at the moment, but the gist of it is that at some point, boom, they arrived to the landmass. That's what I was actually trying to get to. So this is the first wave of migration. Then we have a second wave of migration that is very different from the first. This one I will just put the color of Carthage, which in this case is green, because it's controlled by what I assume is some sort of Ottoman subject state. Of course, Carthage does not exist at this point in time, but I'm just using this to make a comparison. Probably not in Brazil, but you know, the myths of Carthage all doing this entire West Africa path, and at some point the currents somewhere along here just got them to go all the way into the ice gates and arrive to the land of Thoth, where they established a colonial state that introduced agriculture and civilization as a whole in some part of this continent. Once again, since we have not yet started to reach which part of it is, maybe it's in the title. Carthaginians? No, not really, it doesn't say. I'm gonna just say that probably has to do with this one. I'm just gonna assume, alright? I'm not sure. Let's just say it's this one. So, we have two flows of migration here. Now, let's go for the third one, and probably the weirdest one at all. So, we know the Scandinavians had to do with this entire migration deal. Therefore, we know that they have colonies here, and at some point in time, they reached Finland, and they reached Newfoundland and Labrador, called it Markland here, Vinland there, and somehow, in this world, they got to the Triangle of the Bermuda, and somehow, they just spawned here. As weird as that is. But that is what we have to understand from the story of these migrations. That's basically it. Now, this is probably good as it is. We don't need to really expand on it more, these migration routes. I think they're interesting enough as they are itself. I think we can actually go to the next step, which in this case would be the actual nations of this huge continent. I hope so, at least. Anyways, let's see the first of these countries. Munda Baria. Wait, no, this is Basque majority? What the fuck? No, okay. Let's start from the north. Otherwise this will be like impossible. Also, what the hell is that? Okay, we have a lot of things to cover. I just get back to our feet. Let's just start by the Republic of Antipoda. It looks like pretty acceptable, plus it's a big landmass. This probably has to do something with the Spanish, like basing myself off the name. Though the climate is temperate at best, not exactly similar to South America, the conquistadors of this former Spanish colony are not very different from those anywhere else. Fond of gold and native women, and ready to take the evil without any regard of who might protest, slowly expanding from the tip of the island eastwards, rolling over a collection of Ibatal tribes and minor colonies without pause. So already we have a new Spanish colony here in the this area. So we know New Schwabenland used to be Spanish at some point, before they sold it to the Austrian nobles, and now we have another post-Spanish colony, which is Antipoda. Also, we have a sea-bound man doing a poor job of watching his back here, because he's gonna be eaten by the Baukchwaud, the largest land animal of the Faroe Islands. One must always be on the lookout for these mighty and aggressive beasts, as they are known to move with surprisingly quick footsteps. These look like some kind of dinosaur, honestly. Even these things, the claws. Okay, next country, next nation, we have Uusivapama, a breakaway nation of Finns seeking to escape the Scandinavian dominion. The Uusivapamans have done well to survive in these foreign lands through trade and with pirates, strong ties with local people, and sheer grits. The Finnish settlers have forged a strong confederation with the native seabound tribes, respecting their territories and defending each other against colonial incursions. So this is very, very interesting, honestly. So you can see on one side we have the Spanish, which conquered everything, destroyed basically everything, and doesn't really care about the natives. On the other part, we have the post-Scandinavian Empire, which reminder that these guys were already part of a big realistic Scandinavian empire, and apparently at some point the Finns of this area escaped from the empire and settled in Thoth, but at the same time decided to ally with the local population, which is honestly really interesting when you think about it. Now, on to the next territory, we have the Kingdom of Thermometala. Thermometala is a part of the United Kingdom, or at least I think that's what it means, and I'm going, yeah, it's this one. It's this really little part of land. The Kingdom of Thermometala represents the first native title from beyond the known world, inherited by a member of the British royal family. The population of and agriculture of its major cities grew to resemble those of the Isles more and more with each passing year. Now we have the Inginek Kingdom. Formerly British-controlled land of warring tribes stole the guns, kicked out the colonizers, and established a fiercely isolationist kingdom that killed Spaniards on bongs, what the fuck, on sight. Trades with the Uusivapami and the Boonzeriachers. Okay, so this is like a collection of islands which are now controlled by the native warring tribe people, which is fine, I guess. We also have the Kingdom of Talubraki here, which is a British vassal for now, which I assume means eventually it will get integrated in the colony of Thermometala, or the Kingdom of Thermometala. Then we have Boonzeriach. After the collapse of the First Prussian Empire, the colonial government lost control of mainland Akradam. The Prussian loyalist population fled to the islands and consolidated their power, establishing an independent kingdom. So we already have a post-Prussian state here, which is very interesting when you think about it, consider Prussia is here, but we won't really trace a line because Prussia is over. After the Napoleonic Wars, what remained of the Prussian Empire was split and divided upon multiple areas beyond the ice gates, so it doesn't really make sense to trace a line because at this point it's so distant from its original Prussian mainland that it doesn't really make sense to connect them. Finally, this 2-1 is Kamakradam. Okay, so these are the ones that actually were part of the Prussians, who actually didn't flee and actually rebelled against the Prussians and gained independence. While the Boonzeriach are the ones that actually managed to maintain Prussian control, or at least cultural Prussian control, not really the actual Prussian government, because of course it's Napoleonic controlled nowadays. Ny Norgemark, former Swedish colony in the successor state of the Hogomir-Georgi Confederation. Swedes and Norway cooperate to oppress the Akradami people. Okay, that's kind of awful, but it makes sense since both the Nordri are basically descendants of the Nords that were basically transported here from the Bermuda Triangle, and the Swedish were it's kind of like the descendants of the actual Norse, so it makes sense that they will be cooperating in whatever awful action they're actually doing, so it makes sense to a certain extent. And then we have the what appears to be a very, very big part of the Thoth Islands, or Thoth continent, which appears to be, and I'm going to say probably, what the major part of the Nordri Empire is. These names are terrible. I'm just gonna say the second word, Andolont. The old Norgri Empire was thought lost only for their long-lost cousins, the Scandinavians, to arrive among the other Europeans and draw on fond ideas held by many Norgri and their own strength to put the pieces back together and establish this. It's not exactly a colony or even necessarily a puppet, but gratitude and very strong feeling of brotherhood makes them inseparable from Scandinavia. So basically what happened here is, you know, remember how the ancient, or at least like medieval Nordic people, transported magically from Bermuda Triangle to, boom, the Thoth continent? Well, at some point the actual Scandinavians of the 17th or 18th century arrived to Thoth and found themselves in, like, not about, but like they found their ancestors or the descendants of their ancestors on the island. So it makes sense for them to cooperate and to help them out. So this is why the Freiberg Andolant exists, which, reminder, there used to be an even bigger Andolant Empire which used to own all of this, I suppose, probably. Also you have a huge colony here, Helig-Dorabring, which is actually part of Scandinavia itself. So it's part of the Scandinavian Empire, so it means we have a line to trace here, aren't we? Okay, gonna be tracing a line right over here. Also Nessie, you know, the Loch Ness monster, that's pretty funny. That goes all the way here, all the way up to the Sentinels Gates, probably like this, because we want to avoid the penguins. And simply goes all the way here. So, long overlooked by their Norgric kingdoms to the south, the modern Scandinavians were the first to unite these poor and frigid lands under a single crown, sending a healthy amount of Norwegians and Icelanders to tame their familiar lands. Despite having colonized their lands, the Scandinavians could not hope to keep up with the native Nupuru people when it comes to surviving these frigid islands, as their bodies can withstand the winter cold with little more than a coating of whaling fat. Which is very interesting. So the original natives, which once again are basically the descendants of the Patagonians here, the original Native American Patagonians, have been so much used to actually living in these cold, very, very frigid islands, and of course the ice gate, that they developed extreme resilience and resistance to the cold. Which would make sense, that colonial powers trying to exploit these lands would use this to their advantage. Or in this case to their disadvantage, because they don't really have a chance against people that really understand how the terrain and how the world in this area works. Okay, now let's go to Olanohuku, the result of the first large-scale colonial effort by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which later fell under the Austrian control, a disorganized mass of Austro-Hungarian duchies and Polish free cities quibbling over economic matters, while scattered villages of Baltic and Slavic peasants war with natives in the back country. So this is basically a Polish-Lithuanian colonial effort. Also, as you can see, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is not a thing anymore. It's been partitioned by what appears to be a semi-independent Poland, or probably independent Poland, and of course the Russian Empire, which owns Lithuania and probably all the old lands of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. So yeah, the Olanohuku is not really something to be fond of in this case. Then we have a bunch of minor colonies here, a lot of them, damn. We have a city of mesothermia, okay, kind of like, sounds like hypothermia, which is part of the United Kingdom, so another part to connect with our greater colonial effort for the British, which I have not traced. No, wait, I did trace. Yes, let's trace it better here, because we just traced the colony of Antipoda, so we now know that they actually went all the way into like the main area here, and they established multiple colonies. In part we have mesothermia, then of course, as we already saw earlier, we have I guess the Nupur. Nah, I don't want to count the Nupur Republic since it's Scottish and not really British. I mean, not really English. Of course we have the Kingdom of Thermometalla, and we have the like British vassal state here. And also this thing, which I assume, it's not really said, but I assume it's also, oh wait, maybe not. Oh wait, yeah. British settlers. I read that, so I'm gonna assume this is part of the British Empire. So we have British influence. Oh, this one too. So we have even more British influence. We're gonna get to that later though. Let's get these first. So the city of Mesothermia is a British trade hub and naval base which played a significant role in the Yehustan rebellion against the Spanish, now seeking to return to their newfound allies against the French. Then we have, let me check, the Nuevas Baleares, a former Spanish colony home to Spanish colonials who fled the Yehusta. Sardinian and Catalan are prominent languages here. That is very interesting. I have never heard of something that actually mentions Sardinian as a possible colonizer language. It's so rare. Probably because the Sardinians were very isolated in their history until the actual Kingdom of Piedmont Sardinia was a thing, which makes sense since apart from the ports, they kind of like to remain in the inlands. Which, you know, it's an island, so why would it be that case? But at the same time, I realized that all the times they did actually come near the ports, they would be conquered by other peoples, like the Carthaginians, the Romans, the Aragonese, the, I don't know, Byzantines, Muslims, and so on and so forth. Then we have the Calo-Korean Confederacy. Ruled by enterprising pirate adventurers, this lawless state is known as a gathering place for all manners of social rejects. Well, it's pretty small and doesn't look like it's very relevant, so I don't think it's gonna be a big problem. Then here, bordering Mesothermia, we actually have the Yehusta, which appears to be what's the city of Mesothermia had a role in, the Republic of Yehusta. Probably restored to its former glory after spending a period of time under the Spanish heel. They have a very traditional way of understanding republicanism, harkening all the way back to Carthage, so we have finally where the Carthaginians actually went, apparently, which is great since we were searching for that earlier. Let me just get the actual thing here. Yeah. So now we actually know where the Carthaginians actually went. Apparently, can't say this is the only part they went to, but at least we are 100% sure that this is actually one of the places where they actually arrived to. It is kind of far away when you think about it, but at the same time, these islands, or I mean this continent does move, as it's been explained, so it wouldn't make too much issues for it to actually, you know, move around and change location. Wait, where is it? Oh yeah, here. So maybe it was closer once the Carthaginians arrived. Then we have the Moroccan population. Wait, what? Oh, it's all the way split into these territories, which are independent. After the collapse of Moroccan colony, the two native ethnic groups took control and plunged the island in a civil war. So there was an ethnic Moroccan colony at some point, apparently. Interesting, very interesting. Huh. And at some point Morocco collapsed, and that is why they are now independent. But they have like pockets of Moroccan population sprinkled in. And very interesting, honestly. Very, very interesting. Then we have, oh, a Dutch colony. Those are rare. Which is weird, considering the Adeifk, or whatever that thing's... Oh, wait, now that makes sense. It's actually gone. The Netherlands is gone. It's now Batavia. Very sad. Which means probably doesn't make sense to connect it. Just let's remember that the 13, which is Warmekener Kust, is Warmekener Kust is a colony of or an ex-colony of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, currently facing a native farmer rebellion as the Barbadicane and the Nieuwe Sudalpen prepare to swoop in and take the land for themselves. I don't know what either of those things are. Oh my god. Then we have the Republic of Bota, natives and nativized rural settlers rebelling against the Warmemekust rulers. So yeah, we have a conflict between these two groups. And finally we have a French colony here. Strangely enough, we do not see the French anywhere here, which is very weird considering they are one of the major powers of this colonial expansion into the Second Ring, as was seen in the continent of Atam and even partially, I believe, in the continent of Xenonesia. But in this case, it appears the only actual colonial effort they put in, apparently, maybe this one too, but apparently in this area it's only this little island here, or this collection of small islands, and it's basically nothing. It's called Batio Dore and is not relevant at all. Then we have the Barbadicane, or this of the... okay, whatever. It's Venetian... whoa! Venetian port. When Italy mentions. When Venice mentions. Big boy. Okay, cool. Very cool. So Venice... okay, Venice is gone, but you know what I mean. They used to have a bunch of colonies here. They have one here, Getro Splendente. Let's just color it in the green color for Italy, since Venice is actually gone. I know it's technically independent at this point, but you know, just makes me happy. Okay, so Barbadicane is like a Venetian state. Okay, so we have, oh wow, we have actually a Austrian colony that survived as an Austrian colony, which is very, very, very rare. It's extremely rare in this timeline for Austrian colonies to actually go their way, apparently at least. So it is very interesting that they actually managed to have one decently surviving colony. Very interesting again, because we know the deal with the New Schwabenland, which is this one, was that they like owned they owned the land, but they were not the original colonizers, so always were the Spanish. But we have an actually completely Austrian colony, so it's interesting. And it's New Sudalpen, which is literally New South Alps. So kind of sounds like the Australia region, New South Wales, whatever. Low on settlers and support from Europe, so the colonial government focuses on keeping the native population at peace and loyal for religious, linguistic, and cultural education. They've done a surprisingly good job so far, but the Makamazuk aren't happy about the spread of Catholicism so close to their border. And the Makamazuk are this huge, like multi-region spanning empire, which is, I assume, the biggest of all powers in the entire Thoth continent, which is honestly surprising. I was not expecting to be this big. So, the Makamazuk Empire is an empire that began its rise 4 centuries ago, has reached the zenith of its power and influence. The core theories of the empire have been systematically assimilated via religious conversion and the construction of the Ogygia temples, serving as economic, religious, and administrative hubs of the respective city. I'm going to assume this is a post-Carthaginian state, if I had not read it already, simply because the Ogygia temple sounds something like Carthaginians would do, and also the people here don't really look Native American. They just look like Middle Eastern maybe, and or whites. Oh, so this is where it went. Damn. So this is the center of the actual Carthaginian voyage. Here. Also, we have another funny creature here, the lycopods, always hopping. They are scarcely standing still. When they stand still, they look you in the eye and they tell you the date of your death, and also your coordinates, your IP, and probably even your mother's maiden's name. Yes, that is also true. The Thothian bearded hound are related to domesticated dogs in the known world. The canines of Thoth are descended from Culpeo foxes, which were domesticated in Tierra del Fuego by the Proto-Yagan peoples that originally settled, so the Southern Native Americans of Patagonia. Also, we have a local girl here, a charming immunoral woman. If we remove the... wait. Oh, I can't remove it. She's defaced forever. Very sad. We have more British territories, more British vessels here in the colony of Romans Land, which sounds like Romans Land, whatever. Who needs to win the favor of an exotic great power when you can bribe their upper class and economically undermine them instead? That's a definitively British thing to do, that's for sure. Then we have this fucking mess of a name that I'm not even going to try pronounce. The aristocrats of this French-controlled territory have won the favor of the Makamazuk through an enthusiastic, albeit detached interest in their native religion and tradition. We have a colony of Portugal. Whoa, Portuguese colony? Color me surprised. I'm joking, I'm not surprised at all. The colonies have, the Portuguese have quite a relatively big amount of colonies. So I'm going to put it like from Brazil, just like I did for the colonies in the continent of Atam. As you can see here, I already had Motuaputua, some colonies here, all from Brazil. So I'm just gonna say it's from Brazil that they started their journey on. It's probably not right, but you know, it is still a Portuguese colony, or at least an ex-Portuguese colony. This like passage is starting to get very, very crowded. You can see like 4 different. Oh my god, we even have like, yeah, we have space like barely. Man, Terra do Fiorde, Portugal. When it back when it was the first place anyone passed after coming through the gates of Sentinel, they had gained tremendous wealth from letting ships stop in their whatever. So basically what this means is that this used to be the first thing the people that trespassed the Sentinels Gate would see, so that's why originally it was used kind of like a launching point for other colonization efforts, which was why it was originally like, you know, relevant. But apparently now it's not the case anymore, because there's more options and better options as a whole. Finally we get the biggest, or at least not the biggest, the second biggest I suppose after the Thoth, after the Macamazur Empire. And we have the second biggest state here, which is called Munda Baria. Already I remember seeing Basque somewhere, so it's pretty interesting. Oh my god, Basque majority. That is crazy. Look how big it is. Look how big this slice of land is. This thing is the size like of France, Spain, Portugal, and maybe even more combined. And it's all Basque majority. That is fucking crazy. Ambitious Basque majority nation that seeks to not only expand its territory within Thoth, but to establish itself as a colonial empire in its own right. The ambitious country is well aware that it lacks the wealth, development, and manpower that the imperial powers of the known world possess, so it has adopted a unique strategy in order to grab as much land as possible in a short time. They purposely target hard to manage isolated, dangerous, and otherwise undesirable regions that are free for the taking. To avoid wasting too much money, they start by rounding up a small group of peasants, dumping them in some hellish far-off corner of the world, check in a few months later to see if they survive, send reinforcements if they did, try again if they didn't. Trading with those who no one else will, buying and selling illegal goods from pirates both foreign and homegrown. Young men are encouraged to raise the black flags and set sail, fending from the sands and high seas, are returning to the motherland every so often to trade and transport a ship of unfortunate peasants to their next colonial targets. This has indeed worked. With colonial possessions in the parasite-ridden lands of Antillia, the corpse-covered islands of Maldantis, and around the flesh-eating volcano of Ogygia, as well as more loosely controlled territories conquered through their esteemed pirates, Munda Baria is gradually accruing enough wealth to perhaps one day compete with the major powers in the regions that aren't nightmarishly awful places to live. That was absolutely insane. That was actually absolutely insane. There is one more thing to do, which is the Hy-Brasil Kingdom. Being isolated on these poor rocky islands for over 1,000 years, the Hy-Brasil people were more than eager to trade with British settlers, hence the openness and close cooperation that evolved into near complete subservience. So they are a British vassal indeed. And finally, you have some little, images of the local populations here. Have 90% Amerins, so like descendants of the Patagonian South Americans, then 10% Norse. We have a couple of taboos here, like we saw with the British, so giving them a flower is like telling them to die. They really hate foreigners, so they hate the Catholicisers missionaries. Then we have men take charge of hunting and defending the settlements, women forage and raise children, so like in the ancient times. When on these raids, the youth aren't considered part of the clan, so other clans won't attack their family's revenge, and their families won't avenge them if killed, which is probably a good idea as a whole. Clans' heads can have multiple wives, okay, that is probably not that weird compared to most of history. We have basically animism as a religion. that believe that all natural things have souls, spirits can be contacted via trance or trance states. Multitudes of rites and practices to appease the guardian spirits of certain landmark objects, creatures. Different villages have different guardian spirits they worship, usually a mythologized ancestor. Finally, they are ruled by councils of shamans, clan heads, and chieftains. Seers, shamans, and elders held in high regard in a clan structure. So, also here we have the Kingdom of Hy-Brasil's graph that explains how it works. It appears to be somewhat of a republic, since we have people that can vote and people that can vote but owes obedience to the rich. Can't vote has rights, which are foreigners, which in this case are British, has no rights, slaves. Yeah, makes sense. Maybe Christian? I don't know, this looks kind of Christian. When greeting someone of a higher status, of a foreign dignitary in a formal position, the lower one must prostrate himself. Kind of said to look like the British, looking all high and mighty. This thing is literally the island like, oh wait, I remember this. This is literally a serpent goddess of Minoan mythology, or I mean tradition. I remember like this little statue being of Minoan remains. If you look it up, if you look up serpent goddess and then the merchants are regarded in high regard. I'm going to remove these things that explain the expeditions of bygone powers. I'm going to keep those that are actually relevant to the story, so existing colonial powers, just as we did with Atam and Xenonesia.
The philosophy of Holvenism is a philosophy that in this world spawns from the French Revolution, but it actually existed all the way back into the times of early Christianity and even before. Holvenism is the wind beneath the eagle's wings. During the 1st century AD, while Christianity was beginning to rise to prominence, an ancient movement would emerge from the shadow of antiquity. It would come to be known as Holvenism, a mystery cult centered around their enigmatic prophet, Holven of Alexandria, an Egyptian scholar and historian who interpreted the driving force of human history as having 3 parts: the world spirit, God; the state spirit, great man; the age spirit, the everyman. In the early years, they faced persecution from the Jews, Romans, pagans, and then the Christians, who they hated the most. The Holvenists returned to the shadows, continuing to secretly practice their faith in fringe communities around the Balkans and England. During the 17th century, an influential crypto-Holvenist produced a morality play disguised as Christian tale, titled The Everyman. In its time, it was beloved by the Messianic masses, but to those in the know, it was a scathing critique of Christianity and the concept of centering one's morality on God. Only a few people had heard its original story. It was misinterpreted and poorly translated from Middle English. During the Protestant Reformation, the Holvenists emerged from the woodwork in various German provinces as groups dedicated to dissuading peasant revolts against both Protestant and Catholic through propagandized misinformation. At first, they were seen as just another Reformation movement that sought to restore peace, but this would all change after they were outed for being behind the attempted assassination of the Pope himself. That event would bring about a massive purge of Holvenists across most of Catholic-held Europe, where most of them resided. Those who survived allied themselves with the Calvinist House of Bourbon in France, which would turn on them after capturing Paris and reverting to Catholicism, once again slaughtering the majority of remaining Holvenists and forcing the rest into hiding. They would remain mainly in around Paris, where they rested until the French Revolution inspired them to return to action once more. They identified with the Robespierre's cults of the Supreme Being and ingrained themselves in the elite circles behind the Napoleonic dynasty. The cult would persist for the coup of Napoleon and venerate him as a great man who led them to achieve their ideal of Terre d'Or, or the Golden Land.
Similarly to the 19th century German philosopher Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, the Calvinists believe that the state shall facilitate a great golden age, as it is the natural manifestation of collective humanity. Their main goal is to establish a one-world government where they can achieve their golden land ideal, beginning with the population of France. So this is basically the entire story of the Calvinists in the history of Europe and the world, so you can see how much influence the Calvinists actually have, since they controlled France and France is victorious in the Napoleonic Wars, and of course, apart from that, they have colonies all around the world itself, and of course the lands beyond the ice walls. So they have colonies in Thoth, they have colonies in Atam, they have colonies all around the world, and of course their influence is everywhere, as the literal Emperor of France, Napoleon II, is himself probably a secret or maybe even open Calvinist, which, already makes it something that you should be afraid of. Now let's actually see to the philosophies themselves of the Calvinist faith, of the Calvinist philosophy more likely. Let's start by the world spirit. The Calvinists believe that God, the principal being, created the universe only to sit on his laurels, not wanting to reinterpret himself. Then a spirit named Reason, commonly interpreted by Christians as Lucifer, came down from the heavens and created life and humanity to defy God's complacency. The actions of a Reason angered God, who sought to dissipate him, but the trickster spirit was quick and hid himself to the soul of the first man, who began to interpret God. Defenseless against this act of will, God could only sit and watch, casting his resentful glare at mankind forever, never forgiving him for his act of free will. The Calvinists hated Christianity due to their proclamation of Christ being the Son of God. The Calvinists believed that Jesus of Nazareth to be a direct rival, and their primary goal was to had been to subdue and undermine the Christian belief system. They failed horribly until the 18th century, with Robespierre leading their newly reinvigorated movement. If you don't know who Robespierre was, he was a major revolutionary in the French Revolutionary Wars, and of course when the French Revolution first kicked off, he was one of the people that most wanted France to change from being a Catholic and Christian monarchy to becoming a French and atheist republic, or at least not definitely atheist, but a secular republic. The fact that Robespierre himself, he is a convinced Calvinist, and he supports this anti-God and anti-religious meaning and ideology. Let's get to the state spirit. A core aspect of Calvinist beliefs is that when the first man had children, reason divided his spirit among the souls of the descendants to allow mankind to continue spiting God. However, the spirit became less potent with each division, so the children of the first man would only become more ignorant as their numbers increased. The Calvinists believed that a unity of will was the cure for this decline, that when a state of tribe grew, so did its capacity for a reason. They would interpret history as cyclical or dialectic system, where a series of great men would rise to prominence, embodying the state spirit of their nation, only to fall from grace and time again. Wielding the might of collective reason, the state spirit is the leading force and vision, pushing humanity toward a utopian society that awaits in the distant future, where the golden Superman will write poetry with eternal heroic virtue. So already you can see some kind of supremacists kind of views that the man should be in complete control of the world at all time and defy God at any point. Already you can see how they use the state for it. Already you can see how they think the man himself was in accord with Lucifer, or how they call it reason. So you can already see what's going on here. Then we have the age spirit. The superior evolution of great man or state spirit is the everyman. The everyman is a manifestation of every man, every will, every mind, and every soul. It is the force of reason incarnate, first conjured by Holden during a psilocybin binge on the Nile. The everyman operates like Christian Holy Spirit, where it is a representation of communal energies, the residual echoes of the unified spirit, depicted as multi-part humanoid with 5 faces and 5 bodies, wings, a sinful stomach, a great talisman of thought. The everyman is an archetypal symbol that most modern Holvinists believe to be merely a metaphor. In actuality, the everyman is a hidden ethereal entity that exerts influence over the followers of Holvinism, and attempts to usher in a new world order for its mysterious masters who have tormented it into submission. This is crazy. So this is actually like the actual how it looks. And that is why it's in chain that the Napoleon II, the son of Napoleon, actually holds around his neck. Remember, this is the guy that rules France, probably the strongest country in Europe, and one that actually rules more nations in Europe and has colonies all around Europe and all around the world, and of course even out of the main central police, even out of the ice walls. So it's an incredibly influential ideology and thought, Holvinism, for a country leader like Napoleon II to hold, and of course for his men to believe in it, and of course the revolutionary France appears to have fallen to this thought. I don't know whether the Empire of France, so when the Napoleonic dynasty came into power, they continued just as much to believe in these things, because there will be enormous troubles with the church. But the non-existence of the Papal States and the non-mention of the Pope in any kind and regard, I do believe that the Pope was eliminated at some point by the French to make street for their Holvinist ideology, while in reality the Pope managed to return but has not managed yet to create a new Papal State, which is why they have the Vatican City. Next, let's get to actual continents and lands that we have to get. So I want to cover some lands that are far in the south. I usually cover lands near a new gate for every video, but this time, since I was focusing on the Holvinist ideology, I wanted to cover something that is more far away from what we actually normally cover, something even more far away than the actual first ring, because of course, let's say it in geography terms. This is the world as we know it. This is the ice walls, or Antarctica, call it as you may. These are the gates that surround it, and that's the gates that intersect it, and there is a first ring delimited by a red circle that goes all around it, where some continents and lands lie, actually the majority of them. But there are some lands that are actually after this red circle, and they consider themselves the lands in the second ring, or at least that's what I consider them. So, I wanted to cover today the Avulons, Min and Nevis, lands of deception. So I'm going to start by Min and Nevis, the lands of deception. This region, comprising a vast peninsula sticking out of the mountain ring and the continent neighboring it, does all it can to earn its moniker as the land of deception. Camouflage and mimicry have become the evolutionary focus of the wildlife living here. The chameleons of the first world are nothing to the trickery afoot here. The animals try to look like plants, the plants try to look like animals. Living beings of every kingdom have adopted the ability to change color and shape, all to defeat the erstwhile biological rivals. The native life has had millions of years to perfect its defenses, to the point that even humans have a very hard time seeing through them. Exasperated and maddened explorers have old tales of landscapes itself shifting distance and size before their eyes, as if the entire country had been shaped by a divine trickster. Basically, they're in the walls. But in other words, even the shape of the land is mysterious. As you can see, it's not even only in these islands, but it's even part of this mysterious continent, what appears to be another continent. But how can there be another continent? Is a continent that literally encompasses the entire world? Is this just a hollow earth inside another earth? Well, I have to continue reading to learn. So, let's get to... I'm curious of what I should read first. There is an A here. this territory here in the center of the islands? Let's see what it is about. Baspicoposic of Constantinia. When the Spanish took control of the Ottoman territory now called Nueva Menorca, which is these islands here, a large number of zealous Turks rejected the government that had imposed themselves on the island and fled into the wilderness, where they would fight valiantly to protect their Islamic society free of Christian suzerainty. Unable to wrest the territory from them militarily, the Spanish forces sought an alternative means of breaking the rebel spirits. They procured a large number of mind-altering substances, exposed captured Turkish soldiers to them, and through the power of suggestion led them to hallucinate visions of angels and Christian iconography. The soldiers would be allowed to return home, with no memory of ever being captured, believing that they were prevented from attacking the Spanish by messengers from heaven, who proclaimed the truth of Christianity and ordered them to turn back. The Turkish resistance was thrown into disarray, as one by one soldiers would arrive at rebel camps telling the same story, leading to an immense turmoil and mental anguish among their ranks. As the numbers of young men losing faith in their cause grew, the bulk of the remaining faithful forces became increasingly desperate, rallying for a final stand against the Spanish scoundrels. The Spanish were made aware of this oncoming attack, enlisting the help of strange mystics from Avalons, who prepared a ritual involving the large-scale dispersal of hallucinogens to demoralize the attackers before the battle ever started. What the mystic knew, and his employers didn't, was that by invoking the same image over and over again through their brainwashing, they had been attracting a powerful ethereal entity seeking to assume the role of the angel conjured in the soldiers' minds. On the day of the battle, the drugs were released and the ritual was initiated, causing the entity to appear over the battlefield, successfully causing the Turks to immediately convert, but also blinding every one of the Spanish authorities who hadn't been exposed to the substances necessary to perceive such a thing. The Turks took this event not only as proof that the Christianity was true, but also that the Spanish had been forsaken by God, and they continued to live independently, more radical in their new faith than they were ever before. So the Baspicoposic of Constantinia is some ethereal realm where the Turkish population that originally settled in Nueva Menorca came to be after they were expelled by the Spanish. They retreated in the inner lands thinking they would be safe. When the Spanish came to them, they tried to brainwash them with basically drugs, or at least kind of like mushrooms, stuff like that, or potions, and instead of working to their behalf, they would convert them to Christianity through some kind of brainwashing, but they didn't manage to convert them into the Spanish cause, which would end up with a battle and finally with the end of their lives. And for the start of the new Turkish state, a Christian Turkish state in the lands of deception of Min and Nevis. Then we have the Isola Mascherata, post-Venetian, 1/50th the size of Nueva Menorca, but with 10 times the GDP, mostly through exploiting their neighbor and buying out all their businesses. So all the way next to Nueva Menorca, which is an ex-Spanish colony, an economic punching bag, we have the Isola Mascherata. For those that do not know, the Venetians, which in this timeline were around for a lot of while, or at least they remained relevant for more time, did actually try colonizing multiple regions and did kind of create their own realms everywhere. Venetians are the people in this area of Italy, of course, in case you didn't know. They create areas like Ghiaccio Splendente, an Italian colony. They had the colonies in Xenonesia, they had colonies even here in Thoth, and so on and so forth. So they even went to the lands of deception to create some colonies, but they were dwarfed by the size of Nueva Menorca, the Spanish colony, yet still they managed to become the one which was richer because of all the tragic embarkments of the Spanish colonial empire, and of course the fact that Venice ended up not remaining alive and Italy took over them, or at least the French did, through them, and then eventually all the Venetian colonies would become somewhat independent, somewhat not, maybe, I don't know. Then we have the Beauce Republic. the descendants of stranded Afrikaners and Cape Collards, quite inbred and big on swamp magics. So this is another internal territory which actually borders the one we saw of the Babispos Cape of Constantinia, and in this case it's made out of the people coming from South Africa. The long oppressed and mistrust Protestant minority finally got their wished-for autonomous territory to call their own, after years of persistent requests with the assurance that their people would remain unwillingly loyal to the French crown. The government eventually greenlit the settlement, mostly to end the constant annoyance and cleanse the motherland of their Protestant taints. The Huguenots now spent most of their free time plotting their eventual rebellion, so you can already see how they aren't really happy behind the French power. Then we have Nouvelle Acadia. So Acadia was a part of Canada. It was this part of Canada, but then they expelled the French-speaking people in this area, and most of them went to Louisiana, but in this case a lot of them went to Nouvelle Acadia, all the way here, in Mincin-Nevis. When the British expelled the Acadians... okay, I already said it. Dent the Dragon, base of French naval activity in Mincin-Nevis, with a truly formidable fleet stationed here, constantly building new ships because they keep drifting away when no one is looking. So this explains the loss of the colony in the major island. I'm going to assume Mains and Nevis means like this and this, so probably what we covered is Nevis, but I'm not sure, I might be wrong. Anyways, let's cover... okay, so these are the things we already covered. I'm not going to seek these. Okay, so let's see Lyonesse. The Isles of 1,000 Coves. One could say that the ultimate Spires paradise. These islands are abundant with secluded coves. These islands are abundant with secluded coves and easy to miss caverns. Most of these open onto the sea and have been a port of all for many Neptunian pirates over the years, but some of host scientifically unique wildlife or attract other outcasts by virtue of their defensibility and seclusion. Lyonesse's continental shelf holds the graves of countless betrayed pirateers and would-be pirate hunters. So there's a multiple island archipelago here, basically stretching all the way from the Scandinavian colonies to the end of Cape Tudor. So we have New Nassau, conquered for the crown by a British-educated Ashanti prince who became a pirate and got to choose the name, much to the annoyance of the Brits. So it's an African-led but British-governed colony in Lyonesse. Then we have New Tortuga, a privateer republic allied with the British, whose presence in this region is mostly focused on giving the French as much hardships as possible to keep them from expanding any farther west. Then we have unclaimed territory of various pirates. I would have argued probably they would have been part of these major Portuguese colony or ex-Portuguese colony, but it doesn't appear to be the case. Then we have indeed New Azores, which are these. Originally Portuguese, okay, so this confirms that this territory was actually Portuguese, by the way, but fell into British hands as British settlers kept arriving in the New Azores thinking it was Cape Tudor, and the Portuguese settlers kept arriving in Costa dos Lagartos thinking it was Nova Azores. So they kind of confuse the two lands. Of course, once again, the lens of deception makes it extremely hard for most of the people to understand what is actually going on here. So things like the ships coming to another part of the land is kind of common. Then we have Cape Tudor. According to the inhabitants, Edward VI of England did not die at 15, but was instead forced into hiding by his wicked sisters, his line continuing in the shadows until they moved here to continue their dynasty openly and make their claim to the throne official. This is pretty interesting, so it diverts the crown lands of the British Empire into different parts. So then we have Tromperia, this huge colony here in this what appears to be like the northern part of this huge landmass. Land here given as a reward to retired spies. While officially retired, many of the landowners are well aware that it's no coincidence that they were settled in a region plagued by British sabotage and subterfuge. Interesting. Then we have Wild Linie, Scandinavia. All this land here is claimed by Scandinavia. Yet, as you can see, only some parts of it are actually settled. Seems like the Nords bit off a bit more than they could chew here, will likely end up some selling to another country. And of course, if you don't know, Scandinavia is actually a United States. It's not 3 different or 4 different countries, it's a union of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Iceland, and Greenland, but I wouldn't count that one because it's probably just a territory. It doesn't have any people there, or not enough. We have Sorf Jordana, which is actually one of the southernmost territories in the entire ice walls. It's like the 3rd most southern ones, with Ogygia and this red territory here being the only ones that are more southern than it. Sorfjorden is the fjords and temperatures forests were perfect for the Scandinavians, bringing in a great number of settlers to the point that it looks a bit like it's been inhabited for centuries. It helps with the settlers would often get lost when trying to reach the already settled fjords, to the point where they would always give up and settle in whatever fjord they would find themselves in. That is actually pretty interesting. Then we have the explanation. You may be wondering regarding the peninsula and the island, which is Min and which is Nevis. Oh, this was actually what I was trying to figure out before, but I didn't know. It depends on who you ask. Half of the world sees it one way, half of the world says the opposite. It all began with an error a messenger made when the hand copying the reports of the explorers who discovered the lands and named the landmasses. The explorers all died at sea soon after, so they could never clarify which names were correct. Of course, the English and the French ended up receiving the popularizing conflicting names for the regions, and have been too prideful to budge at their official stances on the matter. The state of affairs has confused travelers for generations. Now many simply default to saying the peninsula of Minem Nevis and the island of Minem Nevis, kind of like St. Kitts and Nevis. Also, we have one last territory here that is actually inhabited by humans, which is the ex-Ottoman exile colony practicing strange Holvinist influence form of Islam. So we can already see one of the first mentions of Holvinism in the lands beyond the ice walls, in this case in this very, very far away, almost this most southern territory in the entire... Actually, I think this might be... let me do something very quick. Let me take... actually, like this. I think this might actually be the southernmost territory in the entirety of the ice gates. I mean the land beyond the ice walls. This is crazy. Anyways, it has a different and strange form of Islam which is actually influenced by Holvinism. Known for the production of the hot air balloons and many failed attempts at using them to cross a mountain ring. So this might be a mountain ring, which would explain some things. The bigger ice walls? I am not sure. It is interesting to theorize though. Okay. I am curious to see what's next, but I'm not sure of what to do now. I could go and explain the other ones, or I could go back and explain Antilia. I think I might actually explain Antilia. Domain of the Parasites. Upon first glance, the most remarkable features of Antilia's environment would be the sheer density and numerosity of its many small islands. Beaches, swamps, and mangroves rippling in and out of water, as plentiful as the waves themselves, millions of them stretching across the seascape for over 4,000 miles. Only upon first glance, that is, as this archipelago hosts a far more astonishing and sinister secret. Every single animal that dwells on these lands, from the unmoving crocodilians of the murky waters, to the serpents which forage for food in the branches above, to the ants which cover the trees, and the bloodthirsty snakes. Snails? The snails are bloodthirsty? Alright. and mow through the ranks, and yes, even humans, all of them carry this secret within their bodies, a parasite, a most versatile and abundant to be ever found anywhere, one with hundreds upon hundreds of unique life cycles, stages fitted to the every endemic species and organs within them, one that dominates the ecosystem as much as any civilized race, and as humanity would come to find, holds the potential to dominate the entire world. That is insane. Also, look at the shape of these lands. These are literally ugly. These are like very, very ugly. These look like someone put a can of Pringles, crushed it, and threw everything on a table. This is what it looks like. I do not believe land looks like this in normal maps. Either this was made with a very, very, very like short knowledge of how land looks, or I don't know, maybe it's because of the parasite? Guess we'll have to learn about it. I'm going to be removing the music. I think I've done a lot with the music. Let's start. Let's see where the parasite actually comes from. The homemaker form of the Antillean parasites, often the most common and influential form to be contained with the bodies of the carriers, germline parasites will develop into this form upon entering a host, and usually only exist per body. These are responsible for modifying conditions in various parts of the body to be more suitable for development and survival of other parasites, including those specialized to specific organs of the host, as well as the temporary forms as they wait for the proper conditions to move on to the other host. They usually affix themselves on the inside of the digestive organs and implant the host with a network of antennae that spread throughout the body like roots, operating as a collective nervous system for the parasite living within also, and intermingling with the host's own nervous system. This is actually terrifying, because it's not really like imaginary, it is kind of real that these things exist. If you've ever seen those videos where ants, it's like the zombie ants videos, where you would see these ants that are dead and yet they're still moving around because a parasite literally controls every single part of their body. It's crazy. Through its antennae roots, coordinating with other parasites and various chemical means, the homemaker can manipulate the behaviors and physicality of the host in many ways. It is the main form responsible for terminal behaviors and post-death chemical messaging. This is what I was talking about actually. And I'm not sure if it looks like this in usual terms, but it might be. I mean, this doesn't really even look, apart from the colors, this doesn't even look that weird for a parasite. When humans are imminently close to death, they, like most host species, are often compelled to position themselves somewhere favorable for the parasites within them. The parasites will consume much of the host's body and take on enlarged forms designed to make as much out of the available matter as they can to spread the offspring before they too perish. Some produce bait structures. These are some terrible thoughts. Just read about this. It's actually horrifying. Terribly horrifying. I'm going to skip this part. Let's start by looking at some colonies. Pais Puni, infected with parasitism and rejected by their French brethren, this chaotic assortment of independent settlements is just waiting to be raided by pirates. So at least this part doesn't seem too insane. Then we have the Les Îles Étoiles Company. It is a ridiculously loyal colonial remnant that considers themselves an official possession of France, even after being largely abandoned since before living memory. They think they are the only 100% parasite-free nation of Antillia, as they are willing to cut off and evacuate the obtained from any territory where the parasite has spread. Republic of New Leon, a nation of Breton buccaneers firmly within the Munda Barian sphere of influence. Suppression of Catholicism back in France and their newfound insulation has made them rather druidic. They are quite unhappy about this whole quarantine deal, which is why they're content with being among the Bavarian allies, as it has given the illusion of connection to the outside world, but it at least means the French can't chase them all the way to Antillia. Iniguer and Lura. The post-colonial majority Basque nation of Munda Baria, located on Thoth, has been among the most imperially ambitious emerging nations of the Second Circle. Their success in establishing colonies can be attributed to them picking the most undesirable lands in order to avoid competition with much more powerful colonial empires based in the known world. We actually read this in the last episode. Munda Baria, which is literally in the ends of this peninsula of Thoth, is like an insanely skilled colonial empire. So this is the second actually colonial empire. We mentioned that the Neo-Carthaginians created a colonial empire from the second ring, but apparently the Mundabarians also created a colonial empire. Also, I think I'm going to have to correct myself from earlier. The second ring is this, or the entire thing is the second ring, but it is divided in a one part and a second part, which is why I call this like the second ring, or like I guess you could call it the third ring, but it's more like we're missing the actual third ring. Anyways, this is a territory of the Mundabarians. Then we have Zandjistan, an ex-Ottoman colony born out of Black Slaves rebellion in the 1600s. The former slaves have thoroughly culturally and genetically intermingled with the local Kawe-Gaula tribes, and their descendants have been renowned as skilled in surviving, trekking, and fighting in jungles and swamps of Antillia. They've been playing both sides of the Farbanti-Saint Maras conflict for over a century at this point. And then we have the Republic of Farbanti. So apparently there is like okay, so this is what there was a lot of references to this conflict between the Farbanti and the Saint Maras. So this I was trying to figure out who these were, and apparently here we have the Republic of Farbanti. Began as a few Venetian ports that established many farms and plantations to resupply visiting ships with foods, as well as cultivate various local crops to sell exotic luxuries. When the quarantine hit, their abundant food supply allowed them to fare better than most of other colonial nations, being mostly self-sufficient. They have staunchly resisted the Saint Marais for over a century at this point. The Great Hospitaller Priorate of Saint Marais. So the Saint Marais happen to be Christian? I don't know, let's see. The most powerful nation of Antillia by far, and a surprisingly prosperous post-colonial Spanish nation, especially so considering the circumstances. Under the leadership of the Peruvian chapter of the Knights of Malta. So already there's a Peruvian chapter of the Knights of Malta? I know about the Knights of Malta, I had never heard about a Peruvian chapter of them. Anyway, they expanded through much of Antillia on the merit of having gotten there first, natives notwithstanding, and have recently taken an active role in increasing the population through capture of ships from the known world, and covered the recruitment of settlers from other second circle colonies. Despite being nominally a republic, it has been nominated since its founding by the Torres family, owners of the valuable diamond mines in the country's largest island, La Gran Salada, which is this. The Peruvian Knights have evolved into the Holy Order of Saint Marais, who maintained order in the nation through military force and self-attributed religious authority after being cut off from the Holy See in the known world. As I mentioned earlier, the Holy See is not really available for anyone here. Here we have an example, by the way, of golden eyes and white spots on the skin are telltale signs of parasitic infection. Here we have a collection of Kawe-Gala people, which apparently live in this area here, which is called Kerar. So let's see what Kerar is. An ancient megalithic city temple complex that has long been seen as a sacred ground to the Kawe-Gala people. All those who are infected with the parasite find themselves irresistibly compelled to go to the city in their final years of life, where they spend the rest of their days maintaining the complex and adding to its structure. Interesting. So here we see a collection of Kawe-Gala people, Even after much of them were wiped out by the Old World diseases, dozens of distinct ethno-linguistic groups persist throughout the archipelago. Women often adorn themselves with red facial tattoos, while males tend to tattoo out around the chest, arms, and feet. Despite its sacred and forbidden status, many Kawigala people fled to Karar, seeking protection behind its great stone walls. As the colonizers continued to expand their influence, Karar has become the last bastion for Kawigala civilization. Under the guidance of Nipus, elders who live alone in the city centers, the Kawigala have begun to employ foul magics in order to fend off the invaders. Native Sutu dogs, introduced only 1,500 years ago, inherited by a primarily parasite strain from the native flightless birds via predation. The effects of these parasites, which were once specialized for birds, have had another effect on the appearance and behaviors of the Suto, including dancing, their two-toned barks, and collecting piles of sticks to build nest-like structures all around places where they can sleep. So these are like some effects of the parasite. Finally, we have the Gyungekus, a native crocodilian displaying a high degree of symbiosis with the parasite, possessing worm-like forms burrowed into their faces and backs. Their primary function for the Gyungekus is to act as lures for fish and other freshwater prey items. They also help by drawing in oxygen from the water and expelling it as bubbles in the reptile's nasal cavity, allowing it to stay submerged much longer than it could otherwise. By reducing the reptile's need to move, the parasites have been able to provide a stable and defensive shelter where they can mass-produce offspring and implant their offspring on animals to brush by. So basically all the people that live in this island and all the creatures that live in these islands are subject to the parasite, apart from, apparently, from what they say, the French. But that's not true. So let's start by checking out the lands of Hy-Brasil and Masog. A land between times, Hy-Brasil was known by the early Celtic peoples as a small elusive island off the coast of Ireland that was constantly shrouded in mist, only visible once every 7 years when the fog cleared. Eventually the island disappeared entirely, fading into obscure folklore as the centuries passed. The truth behind the legend was that the small island used to exist as part of the British Isles, but due to an unexpected spatial distortion, it began to periodically shift locations, moving from nearby Ireland to off the coast of Hy-Brasil and Masog. It slowly began to spend more and more time in its new position in the second ring, until it stranded in a truly alien world. Although the population of Celtic people found themselves stranded, the arrival of the Hy-Brasilians and the diseases they carried was devastating for native Kenwug Neanderthals, but not much better for the Celtic farmers whose livestock couldn't digest the native plants. The ways to survival lay into cooperation. When the Europeans arrived, this in the colonization era, the continent was perhaps a third Hy-Brasilian, a third Kenwug, and the rest a mix, all of whom were devastated once more by a new wave of diseases, collapsing in a confederation of pastoral tribes. Their broadly Mediterranean climate has made them much more popular for settlers, with parts of their pirate-riddled northern coast being downright temperate. So already you can see some of the lore coming around. So a lot of you will already know the story of Hy-Brasil. It was a land that actually exists, at least it's thought to have existed, or it was theorized in an area like this here. And it was like the cousin of Ireland in some way. And eventually they would actually not ever find it again after a while in history. I believe in the 13th century. After the 13th or 14th century they would not find it anymore. So either it was sunk in the sea, or as this explanation puts it, through a spatial distortion it just went into the second ring. So in this case we have a continent, here this one, Hy-Brasil and Masog, which is both inhabited by Neanderthals, which were the original hominids that inhabited Europe and parts of Asia, and the second settler chants, which are the ones coming from Hy-Brasil. So I hope that is much of an explanation. let's check the actual political entities that are existing on this island. Also, before we do, here we have some nice art that shows a Hy-Brazilian man, a Kenwog man, which are the Neanderthals, and gunpowder was independently invented in Hy-Brasil around the year 1500. So you can really see how, despite the actual land being so much divided from the rest of Europe, it had technological advancement similar to it through the importation of the technology made by the Hy-Brazilians. Let's start by the Republic of Rumbian, Spanish and Prussian ports that united under a confederation after the collapse of their parent empires. Waves of refugees and migrant workers from Thoth have created a highly cosmopolitan society with no ethnic or religious majority. So this is the first state, this one here, and it is a post-Prussian and post-Spanish colony. As we have seen in the earlier episodes, the Prussians and the Spanish were some of the major colonizers of Europe, or at least the Spanish were, the Prussians were less, but the Spanish Empire collapsed after Napoleon's invasions, and now Napoleon III, this guy right here, rules the majority of Europe. I mean, not now, but you know, in those times, ruled the majority of Europe, so even Prussia is somewhat of a satellite of the French Empire. Okay, so next we have the Arrocatzuac, a former Spanish colony conquered by Basque pirates, now pseudo-colony of Munda, Baria. For those that do not know, and we're actually going to be doing a bit of connection here, Munda Baria is a Basque majority territory in the Second Ring that was created by Basque settlers and was not part of the Spanish Empire. So this is pretty peculiar, and it's one of the only realms in the Second Ring that actually owns territories in the Second Ring as colonies. So it's like a third degree colony, I would probably argue. Okay, there we go. Then we have the territory of Costa Rocosa, Spanish conquistadors ruling over local Hy-Brazilian villages, facing invasions from its neighbors on both sides. They've struck an alliance with local Kenwog Hill tribes in an attempt to defend their borders. So these are actually like Hy-Brazilian men being ruled by the Spanish Empire, but of course, since the Spanish Empire fell, they are just now trying to reconcile with the Neanderthals, which live, I believe, mostly in the interior of this land. Then we have the Zicagbot Fold, Hungarian pirates ruling over Hy-Brazilians, Kenwog plus stranded Spaniards. So this is just an attempt by some Hungarian settlers and pirates to rule a part of the continent of Hy-Brasil, but apparently it's not going too well, as stranded Spaniards plus pirates, not really the best recipe for state. Then we have a colony of the Scandinavian Empire, which, in case you don't know, is one of the biggest colonial empires still existing, with lands beyond the ice walls. They own this entirety of the lands here in Helig, Doran, and they even hold a lot of lands here in the lands of Minsk and Nevis and Lyonesse. So we'll be tracing a line all the way from the colonization of this area right here to the colonization of the territories right there. We already traced some lines here. As you can see, these territories seem to be all between the similar routes of navigation. It would make sense, I guess. And this colony called Gleimtierland is a Viking-like skill in naval battles to fend off pirates and Venetians, but completely law-abiding. So interesting that they mentioned the Venetians. In case you don't know or don't remember, the Venetians were one of the major colonial powers of this world, but their empire fell after they were incorporated into the Kingdom of Italy, which used to be a puppet of the French Empire, but eventually they declared independence, or at least just divided themselves from the rest of the empire. So Venice was one of the major trade hubs and major colonizers that set up a lot of colonies. They had one very interesting one here called Ghiaccio Splendente, a post-Venetian colony that basically operated as a massive casino. But here it appears that there were some Venetian territories, which appear to be these islands here, Miracolo nel Mondo, another charming post-Venetian city-state. So already you can see how the Venetians only very often just hold a lot of sway over these territories. Also, I can't find the actual Holy Hy-Brasil. Oh, it's this one. It's this very small island here. Okay, so this one is, I am going to assume, the original Hy-Brasil. a mysterious island that was once positioned off the coast of Ireland, where it was settled by early Celtic peoples. It was known to be hidden by an impassable mist only accessible from the outside every 7 years. Until one day, around the birth of Christ, the mists would lift once again, only for the Hy-Brasilians to find their island surrounded by strange new waters, swarming with bizarre, otherworldly creatures. The long-confined people of this misty island would finally be free to leave their homeland and explore the vast alien world. I mean, it's not alien in the sense that they're literally aliens, but alien in the sense that is new. Over the millennia, the island has become something of a holy site to the Hy-Brasilian peoples living on the mainland of Hy-Brasilian, with it being a homeland of their ancestors, a hotspot for face sightings, and home to the only trees, grasses, and cattle to be found on this side of the Avalons, because apparently those things do not grow on the territories of Hy-Brasilian, which is the continent we are looking at. Then we have the Ogygia of Vogal. I'm going to assume that's how it's pronounced. It's this very internal realm that is, yeah, it's probably ruled by the Neanderthals, which seem to be mainly living in the interior of these lands. Then we have some Portuguese colony, not really expanded upon much, just to look like some ports here, Nijo de Ovos and Passaro Grande. And then we have these more important colony, as it has some vassals here, is assumed, and it is Mecasel of Tiurush. The Portuguese accidentally traded too liberally with one of their Hy-Brasilian puppet kingdoms, allowing it to begin modernization and become a regional power in its own right. They may or may not be conspiring with the Klauquo. So okay, so this is interesting. So I was going to assume that the Hy-Brasilians and the Neanderthal population, so the Kenwug, were gonna be enemies, but apparently since the colonizers arrived, they have found some common ground. So they could be conspiring, the Hy-Brasilians of Tiurush with the Ogygia of Klauquo, which are Kenwug, which are Neanderthals. Then we have a lot of oh man. Okay, when we have a lot of British colonies appears, there's not much of a description for them, I assume, or maybe I'm getting it wrong. Yeah, okay, there are descriptions. We have Port Cadogan and Port Astor. The Astor family, American and Italian branches, as well as the British, are the only family in the entire city. Hundreds of men bearing the international and money-laden surname agreed to establish the city. But how does one go from hundreds of men to a city of thousands? How does a population of solely men grow at all? The answer is, okay, I can't say this for YouTube, but you can see it. A surprising number of women are willing to be shipped across worlds when the alternative is death. Such women give a... yeah. Damn! Okay, I can't say this for you too, but you're reading it with me. Port Cadogan. When the British government sanctioned the Cadogan family in their making of the city, their loyalties were least concerned compared to the Italo-American Azores or the Yiddish Rothschilds. After all, their line was British as far back as anyone could trace. But that was just the thing. Further back than the Royals, further back than the English language, further back even than London. Indeed, they were Welsh. Welsh who spoke the Welsh tongue in private. Welsh who had many reasons to resent the British or rather English government. Welsh who, having discovered the descendants of Arturius and his peoples, saw in them a much worthier target of their loyalties than the horrid Saxons. They still keep up the appearance of a British port, but the women have long since been exchanged for more willing local women, and they fly the red dragon banners when nobody's looking. So this is pretty interesting. While there is the Astor family here, which is part of the realm of the British Empire, and it's loyal to the British Empire, Port Cadogan and their vassal states are actually like a Welsh post-colonial state that actually just shows themselves as British. We're also going to trace a direct line between these and the colonies in Mincem Nevis for the British, because it seems to be the same passage as these other colonial powers have made. So quickly, let's see here, we're just going to be connecting it with this random island that is not even mentioned, but it surely is the another British colony. And finally with the other territories here. We also have a lot of British puppet states, I assume to be Hy-Brasilian people, governed by the puppet states of the British Empire. Then we have Port Rothschild. Well, yeah, that's something, of course. Port Rothschild, the eponymous... Oh, what the hell does that even mean? I've never seen that word. Alright, never mind. That family that runs this port keeps a track record of dubious loyalty towards the crown they theoretically serve, having enriched themselves from the Napoleonic Wars by funding the French war machine has made the family somewhat of a pariah in the British Empire, but their investments all over the globe made them too useful to simply remove. It was the French branch of the Rothschild family that brought a majority of the shares in the Dutch East India Company, as its value collapsed due to the fall of the Netherlands to Napoleon, while Britain's defeat in Europe lowered the price of shares in the EIC, causing a sale panic that the British branch of the Rothschilds took advantage of, purchasing the company, and after the French Rothschilds relocated to Britain before the ploy was discovered, they pushed for a merger of the both companies, becoming in practice the founders and majority of owners of the newborn ADEC. Okay, so this is so fucking cool, because I never actually managed to figure out what the ADEC was. So for those that have seen the other episodes, the ADEC is mentioned everywhere. The ADEC, or ADEIC now that we actually know, is mentioned in the colonization of Atam, in the colonization of Xenonesia, in the colonization of the Serpent's Gate, in the colonization of Australia, in the colonization of Thoth, and literally everywhere that the British have place, there probably is something related to the ADEC. And now we actually learn that there's actually the union of both the British East India Company and the Dutch East India Company, and it's governed by the Rothschilds. So, you know, it makes sense, I guess. The Dutch in the colonies and the Anglo-Indians greatly welcomed this merger, suddenly becoming one of the most formidable naval powers in the world, and while some in Britain celebrated the new lands that were in paper added to the British Empire, and of course loved the fit that the French threw over it, many worried that the unscrupulous banking clan now found itself at the helm of virtually independent corporate empire. It was this empire that purchased one of the three port cities founded in Avalon, now a commerce and banking hub, and one might say the headquarters of the Rothschilds family. So this is crazy. Apparently, so the Rothschilds have, I guess, the major area in Avalon. Interesting. Alright, let's see what else is next. We have the French puppet states, Porte Fantasia, Porte Fantaise. The small population of traders has been outnumbered by poets, writers, and romantics. So these are some French colonies. I guess there's no like proper French territory here, so I'm not gonna link them up with the colonies in Nouvelle Acadia and the Côte Espagnole here in the Minsem Nevis Islands, but I will trace a small line that connects them to that one territory in the south here that I've seen is actually French. So I'll be tracing that line right here. Oh, that's a horrible line to trace. I'm just gonna do it better. I'm not able to trace lines today. Horrible day to have eyes. Yeah, this goes fluid. Okay, so we covered all these territories here in the continent of Hy-Brasil and Masog, and I think now it's time to go to Avalons. The Avalons. Also, we have this creature here. I don't know what this is. The Dobcharchu, aka the King Otter. The semi-aquatic beast is the most feared and the revered predator of Avalon. Looks like some kind of what are those called? Not badgers. Those things that you find in the water. It just looks like an overgrown animal like of those. I don't remember the name. On several occasions throughout ancient history, individuals had someone who emerged from the mists of the coast of Ireland and terrorized their way into Gaelic folklore. Oh, so it's an animal of Gaelic folklore, which links it up with Hy-Brasil. Yes, that makes sense. The Avalons. Like any part of the world, the British Isles have their fair share of legends dating back to ancient times, and as it is with most legends, these tales carry with them grains of truth, however distorted through the process of being passed down across generations. the British would come to know exactly how much truth their legends held upon, discovering the twin continent of the Avalons, housing the descendants of both the Kingdom of Camelot and those who inhabited the mysterious misty lands of Hy-Brasil. One's first impression might be that these regions act as a sort of time capsule, having a haven for relics of the past to be preserved into the modern age. But such is not the case, as this new home would prove not to simply be preserving of legends, but continue their legacy. Just as the stories told of them evolved, the real people and cultures behind those two were distorted over the centuries. Through exposure to alien environments, once again alien means new, the influence of native Neanderthal cultures and millennia of history, separating them even further from the image portrayed in the myths of old. The concept of past relics being warped by the unstoppable march of time also applies to the local wildlife. Formerly contagious within the ice wall, these lands would break away and drift south, with the frozen terrain thawing to make way for lush green landscapes. The once measly mosses, liveworts and hairgrass that barely clung on through extreme cold and lightless winters now dominate the environment in a variety of robust forms. The animals too, midges, penguins and seals, have deviated greatly into a variety of barely recognizable forms. Through mysterious means, likely just as mystical as the arrival of Hy-Brazilians and Camelotians that came along after them, a population of Neanderthals would arrive and make their home into the region, diverging into the Kenwug of the north and the Bobgo of the south. Those Neanderthals embarked on a path of development, abandoning the hunter-gatherer lifestyle and learning to create organized society of midge farmers and penguin herders. With the age of imperialism in full swing, now it is the time for legends to clash with the modernity. In the native societies find themselves besieged from all sides, as diseases ravage the populations, driving many societies to total collapse as local warlords battle for dominance and colonial powers seek to conquer and settle their lands as a new chapter begins in the sea of the saga of the Avalons. That is crazy. So not only... Okay, so I thought... Oh my god. I'm a bit confused. So are the Avalons both the islands? Or is Avalon this one and is... Okay, so I think Hy-Brasil is this northern island, while Arfornia is the southern island. Let's read about Arfornia first and then go for the states that inhabit it. Also, what the hell is that? The Aizvelgugi, the towering herbivorous penguin, lives in the life-worth jungles of southern Arfornia, using its blade-like flippers to cut down foliage and defend itself from predators. I do not believe that. I think that's a myth. Arfornia, realm of the Midge and the Messiah. Perhaps the most iconic legend of Great Britain, the tales of King Arthur, the Knights of the Round Table, and the Kingdom of Camelot have long been an integral component of British culture and identity. Just as with the disappearing island of Hy-Brasil in Irish folklore, there was indeed truth behind these myths. There was once a Kingdom of Camelot, where there lived a man named Arthur, who recovered a sword imbued with ancient and mysterious powers, using it to vanquish his foes and rise to power as a great king, all the while being guided by a half-mad master of the occult known as Merlin. Merlin hailed from the island of Hy-Brasil, which would periodically relocate to the Second Globe, or the Second Ring. During his time there, he discovered that his magical powers were immensely more potent than they were on Earth, allowing him to expand his lifespan and accomplish great mystical feats, which had earned him much fame and adoration across the British archipelago. Every 7 years, when he returned to Earth, he would tour the nearby islands and garner wealth as a consultant of Roman nobility. One day, to his horrors, he would attempt to return to his homeland to find the island had vanished and to the Second Globe without him. So he anxiously waited for the decades of Hy-Brasil to appear, but it never did, and he sunk into a deep depression and later madness, becoming a reclusive hermit in the wilderness of Britain. Eventually, he discovered the holy sword Excalibur, an ancient enchanted artifact which could facilitate his return to the world beyond the ice wall, but he was unable to use it, tainted in some way that denied his access to its otherworldly energy. Eventually, he found someone that the sword deemed worthy to wield it, and trained Arthur to access its full powers, which he secretly planned to use for his own benefit. Arthur was being Arthur was keen enough to detect Merlin's ulterior motives, and did his best to keep the wizard from getting his hands on the sword, but eventually he was mortally wounded in a battle against the Anglo-Saxon invaders. Then, in his darkest hour, Merlin made a proposal to the king, but he was in no position to refuse. The wizard offered him a chance to flee to the place where his magic could potentially heal him, so that he could return someday to Britain and drive out the Germanic menace. Arthur begrudgingly accepted, leading him, Merlin, and his entire kingdom to be transported to the southern continent of the Avalons. When it became clear that Merlin had no intention or capability to reverse this relocation, Arthur attempted to have him slain for his treachery, but the wizard escaped, and the people of Camelot found themselves stranded in a bizarre new world. Merlin would never be heard from again. He apparently failed to find his way back to Hy-Brasil and was thought to have settled among the natives. This would lead to a deep mutual hatred and rivalry between the Camelotian people and the Bogbo Neanderthals in this land, that the new inhabitants had dubbed Arfornia after their great leader. Oh, so Arthur. Okay, that makes sense. With a native population already primed for diseases by the Hy-Brazilians and larger, more righteous populations of new arrivals, there was very little mixing, and the continent is defined by conflict between the Midge-worshipping Bogbo Neanderthals and the very Christian, they consider modern European heretics, Camelotians. The harsh jungles and much more militarized states, even having primitive gunpowder weapons, has made them much more capable of fending off colonial invaders. For the first time in history, the two races have ceased their quarreling to focus on dealing with the impact of modern diseases and cooperate in defending their sovereignty against the encroaching empires of the known world. That's a hell of a lore, that's for sure. Damn. I don't believe this is the case, honestly. I think it's a bit too fantastical to believe. It's not impossible for Arthur to have existed at some point in history. He was probably some Celtic guardian of the island of Britain against the Anglo-Saxon invaders, but to think that both him and Hy-Brasil were transported all the way through the Second Ring, I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, but let me know what you guys think. Now let's actually get to the states that inhabit the lands of Arfornia. We have the Curandoms of the Curandoms of Elemorosi, Camelotians that were introduced to Islam by Ottoman explorers, but their contact with the Ottomans was so brief that their form of Islam is only half understood, but effective enough to fuel the rise of their nation. The defining belief of their sect is that there only is one Quran in existence, they have it, all others are fake, and no copies can be made. They keep their secret text safe in an extravagant temple high above the mists of the jungles below, carefully guarded by a circle of elite imams who study and dispense its wisdom to the masses. We have the Halolate of Gekigonj, Bogbo who were also converted to Islam without fully understanding it. They and the Elemorosi share a seething hatred for each other. Alright. Their sect of Islam is characterized by its strong emphasis of dietary laws, of course utilizing the sacred midge to determine what is and what isn't halal. Well, I mean, sure, why not, right? Oh, here we have the Holy Kingdom of Avalon. Set the rivalry with the Wawuba to the side to fend off the godless Gauls and marauding Saxons. So I'm going to assume this is like where Camelot spawns in this world. Then we have Sankoran, France, populated by Muslim West Africans who have consistently aggravated with the heresies of their neighbors. Alright. Then we have the Innerlands, which are lightly populated due to diseases, home to Camelotians who dislike the Kingdom of Avalon, and Bogbo who dislike Wawuba. Here we have the oh my bro, these names are awful. The Obbat of Wawuba, the most ancient and powerful nation of the Bogbo people, which has formed largely in response to Camelotian aggressions, evolving over time from a confederation of tribes to an ethnic empire, set their rivalry with Avalon to the side to fend off Midgeless wine sellers and Midgeless tea sellers. So I'm going to assume the French and the British. They even have another port here. Oh, we actually already mentioned it, Port Fantasia. Then we have B, the Breninte of oh my brah. No, I'm not going to pronounce this. This is insane. Then we have the Mekasel of Salkenu, multi-ethnic matriarchal mercantile states, the middleman between the Bawuba, Avalon and the rest of the world. Interesting. Finally, we have a small explanation of what the blessed midge is. There was a very often recurrence of the word midge here. I knew it was something about insects, but I wasn't sure what it is, so maybe this will explain exactly what we are looking at. Also, look at this. Nice colors. Anyway, the blessed midge, the holiest of symbols to the Vogal people, these extravagantly colored insects are venerated as omens of health, good fortune, and righteous guidance. Legend says that when the Neanderthals first found themselves astray in this foreign land, it was the spirit of the midge who guided them through the alien wilderness, showing the Vogal ancestors how to find nutritious food, where to build their new homes, and warn them of approaching dangers. In actuality, the males of this genus of midge simply perched themselves on top desirable locations and guard them from others as mating display. Millennia of years of worship have granted them something of a supernatural aura. Here we have a Vogal warrior. They go in battle naked. Damn, that's crazy. Okay, so these were the Avalons, Hy-Brasil, Masog, and Arfornia. That was a lot of lore. For the amount of land, there was more lore than Min Semnevius, and Min Semnevius are like way bigger than them. So I guess the interesting part here in the down south. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to do the Islands of the Blessed in this episode, but I definitely want to do the island of Ogygia. So before I actually get into the island of Ogygia, one thing I noticed is that Ogygia might be the southernmost territory, or almost southernmost, because we have here more Diari here. But Ogygia might be the southernmost independent territory in the world. In the world beyond the Ice Walls, so it's like double the southern, right? It's insane. Okay, so Ogygia. For those that do not know, Ogygia was the land or the island where Ulysses, which was a Greek hero and in the champion times of ancient Greece, after the War of Troy, the Trojan War, Ulysses wanted to go back to Ogygia, which was back to his island, which was an island next to Greece, but he never made it to the island in time, and he was instead transported in a bunch of adventures all the way to the Mediterranean and to next-by areas. And that's why I'm interested in Ogygia, because Ogygia was the land where he found Calypso, if I recall correctly, which was like this non-dying witch, which would make him try to stay and fall in love with her, but Ulysses was too strong and too much of a moral compass to actually remain with her forever, and he left the island. So Ogygia was an interesting place in Greek mythology, so I hope the Ogygia in the actual land beyond the Ice Walls is as much as an interesting place. Ogygia, the destination of the doomed. This arid island hidden in the far reaches of the southern Neptunian Ocean takes the form of a massive extinct volcano. On the surface, this isolated landmass seems downright quiet and unassuming compared to other regions of the New World, New World. But as time went on, its early explorers would take notice of bizarre behaviors affecting all life forms of its immediate vicinity. Every so often, a few seals would break off from the beach-side colonies and crawl miles inland towards the island's peak. Great numbers of scavenging birds form a massive unbroken ring hovering above the central crater, circling it for 24/7, only stopping when they die of exhaustion, or to consume carcasses of creatures who didn't reach their destination. All tortoises are often spotted making the treacherous journey up steep terrain towards the crater, crossing the rim only to tumble down towards a large pit waiting for them at the bottom. The gaping mouth of the dead volcano that silently whispers to every mind of creatures that is close to death, beckoning them to make it their final resting place. That includes sick and old humans. As it turns out, the extinct volcano is very much alive, and feasting on plentiful sacrifices provided by its grateful inhabitants. Every so often, the maw of Ogygia returns, the favor, erupting a thick black nutrient-rich sludge, full of unknown chemicals and exotic microbes, a substance known as Ogyggian nectar. Not much to do with Ulysses, but whatever. Here we have the actual island, which, oh my god, it's part of Munda, Baria? That's that. Come on, man. You really made them part of the Basque Empire? Alright, whatever. That's a bit too much, isn't it? That just me? I feel like it's a bit too much. In accordance with the strategy of seeking out the most undesirable and out-of-the-way territories to bolster the size of their fledgling empire, the Basque explorers have established a self-sufficient colony here, which has been mostly entirely isolated from the outside world since its establishment. Recently, they have made significant progress in harvesting and discovering practical applications for Ogygian nectar, seeking profit and foreign trade by importing the substance overseas. I mean, it makes sense for the story of the Munda Barian Empire. Bit insane, but who am I to judge, am I right? Alright, so now we can either finish the episode or go all the way to the Islands of the Blessed, which are like 4,000 more hours of video. Nice. The islands were a lot, man. Let's do this island here, DUS Boda. Crystals of the Light God. The massive crystalline structures of DUS Boda are a mystery. Great, light-reflecting pillars of many-colored paints in the skies and the ground, redirecting light and in occasion cause forest fires. Though naturally occurring, some of these crystals can form more complex structures that make some wonder if the hands of an older, long-gone civilization might have passed by these islands long ago. Long uninhabited since their discovery, DUS Boda has recently been settled by private venture led by a wealthy Croatian adventurer, funded with generous donations to the Adaik, and his mismatched settlers are braving the crystalline wilds. Look at the crystals, man. Those are some pretty crystals. Also Croatian? I have a Croatian friend which will see this and go like, Croatia mentioned. I mean, whoever mentioned Croatia, right? Like in exploration stuff? No way, man. After a bit of thinking, I think we will start with the Islands of the Blessed. The series of archipelagos in the Neptunian Ocean are not united by geography, biology, or culture, but by a common ultra-natural phenomenon, that being flora hyperabundance. The plant life of these islands grows at extreme speeds, in their extreme densities, reaches extreme sizes, and with extreme ferocity forcing their settlers to innovate ways to constantly fight off the endless overgrowth of their greenery. Each of these archipelagos expresses their phenomena in their own unique way, with different forms of plant life dominating each one to produce bizarre and chaotic environments that break the limits of ecology. Which is a pretty good... Okay, so this is very interesting. This is like... I'm just gonna look at the lore first and then actually explore the settlers. Les Généraux. No single type of category of plant life grows especially abundant here. Instead, Généraux supports the most densely vegetated rainforest in all of Pilar Mundi. The sheer density of its plant matter conceals the entirety of its surface, so its terrain is largely unknown. Even with modern agricultural technology, humans have only been successful in clearing and keeping clear a small percentage of its land area. A clear-cut patch of land will become overgrown within a day and will be undistinguishable from the surrounding forest within a week. Fire falls to keep the plants at bay as well, with the forests growing in the burned areas faster than the fire can expand, effectively surrounding and smothering the flame. Only one thing can keep the forests at bay: consumption. Plant matter must be constantly and consistently foraged and eaten by local residents and livestock to prevent it from overgrowing their lands. Thusly, the natural productions of the forest alone supports the local population, and so almost all the agricultural products can be shipped and sold to support populations abroad. That's why Les Généraux was among the most sought out of and fought over territories during the age of colonization of the Atlas, or the lands beyond the Swabia, despite the challenge of establishing a settlement here. So this is like a continuous rebirth of territories and wealth, so it makes sense that everybody would want it. Imagine if this already exists, right, on Earth. There are some rainforests that overproduce every time, or like some valleys that are overly abundant in some materials, or overly fertile, like the Bangladesh area. And this is like one into the ice walls, and to the lands beyond the ice walls. So it makes sense that everybody would want it. And as everybody, I really mean everybody, because it appears that not only we have the Grand Weg, Scandinavians, these things, I'm not even, oh my god, I don't know how to pronounce Dutch, bro. Juwigerost, the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Then we have the Village Generosé, the French. We have the Hara Gurdwara, which are the Sikhs, even the Sikhs. The Sikh government demands that all visitors receive free food, much to the annoyance of the corporate entity that runs their colonies. Interesting. Then we have the Mansa Musa of Portugal. That's a good reference to the king. And then we have generosity, just called like that in English. And even this small, very, very small part of the British land in the island of Généraux, we have the states or like people of Tam Gobek, Ottoman castaways who, with a lack of agricultural manpower and machinery in the wake of the empire's collapse, began pioneering the wilderness, creating the network of tree houses and settlements, and subsisting on the natural abundance surrounding them. Even with the riches of the forest at their disposal, they were more than eager to accept British protection in exchange for access to modern goods. So that's why they are both colored in this grayish color in their borders, but also colored in the red for the British. Since this is basically owned by anyone, I'm not going to trace any like lines of exploration, since it appears to be a bit too much, but you know, you saw it, so you know what's going on. Then we have Cordia, Scandinavia. Insert joke about Danes and having potatoes stuck in their throats. Alright, whatever. Oh wait, that's not, like, that's the state. This is the actual continent. Potatopia. Bro, why are there so many jokes, like joked continents in this stuff? There's gonna be like serious stuff like General and then Potatopia. Who did this, bro? After visiting the other nearby archipelagos, one would be shocked to find that the surface of these islands and seemingly only lightly vegetated, in some places even barren looking. Then one would notice the thickness of the mud and soil covering the landmass, to the point where much of the coastline isn't beaches but muddy cliff faces, of all which a large chunks often fall into the sea, resulting in the coastal waters being permanently stained brown and murky. Digging into the soil would reveal the true nature of Potatopia abundance, that of tubers and root vegetables. Some of these vegetables grow large enough to be hollowed and used as houses, as you can see by this thing. So, like, the Scandinavians own a part, and then Vile Testfood was founded by rogue Irish settlers with stolen British ships. They maintain friendly relations with the French and Scandinavians, since their coastal waters are so muddy that normal ships have difficulty sailing through them. They rely on Riche Cordia for much of their foreign trade. Alright, so the Potato Islands. I don't really like this. It's a bit too dumb. Like, with this, I can really understand, and parts of this could be true, but with this, like, seriously, Potato Islands? Whatever, man. Then we have the Omaldantes. The plants that dominate the Omaldantes aren't found on the landmass of the island themselves, but in the waters surrounding it. A rich forest of seagrass and algae fills the island's many lagoons, which attract all sorts of marine grazers and predators from the surrounding oceans. While the other regions of the Isles of the Blessed possess beautifully lush landscapes that seem intentionally designed to allow the animals that feed on them to flourish, it's hard to not see Omaldanes as inherently sinister. The surface landscape of the region is almost entirely barren of plant life. Instead, the surface is covered in animal matter, great mounds of dead bodies rotting in the sun, being dug into, fought over, and consumed by all sorts of scavenging animals. The bodies are those of large sea creatures, periodically swept on the surface and onto the beach by powerful waves, as if the island were some kind of trap meant to draw in fresh meat from the sea. Local reports of sightings of grotesque creatures known as globsters, which crawl on the carcass mounds and drag their half-decomposed bodies deep into the mainland, where it is said there lurks a hideous titan beast with a bottomless appetite. I would have liked to see that. It's unfortunate they do not show us the titan beast. Would have been a nice addition, I feel like. So they're Basque. The Omaldantes, like, this is the actual island, and then you go here and you say, oh, it's Basque. And Munda, another colony of Munda, you know what that means. It's time to trace the border with the Mundabarians, also with the Scandinavians here. So let's go like this. And then with the Mundabarians. The Mundabarians must be one of the most interesting colonial empires in the world beyond these walls. I would have never expected the Bosque to do all this stuff. So let's see what the actual colony looks like. Munda, Baria, Gorpurtuetse. Descendants of Thothian Basques and various other pirates, living in poverty but well fed by the abundant sea life and birds. Half of the population went mad and formed a death cult, while the other half were eventually contacted by the French and found new economic opportunities as privateers and whalers. Tensions rise as the cultists see the sale of whale flesh as stealing from the island. Well, that's just great, isn't it? And then we have the island of Bamboo Celeste. Bamboo Celeste. From a distance, the surface of the Bamboo Celeste island appears like the head of a hairbrush, with countless towering skulls of bamboo stretching high into the sky. The landscape is dominated by these impossibly thick forests of bamboo, which grows in a wide variety of unique forms, the most voracious which grow up to 4 meters per day, so quickly that it can be observed with the naked eye. Along the coastline, the immense stalks will constantly lurch and collapse under their own weight, producing a deafening crack as they collide with the water. Damn. We have the tapis de vigne. Vines are the dominant form of plant matter in tapis de vigne, which quickly grow to cover the terrain and any fixed surface, and then on top of each other produce layer upon layer that conceal the landscape and even the surrounding waters in a dense carpet of tangled roots and shoots. So this was the independent Zulu Pisal, and then we have the non-independent Tapis de Vigne, or North Sea Republic. The French had no idea what to do with this land, so they let their pet Germans manage it for them. Pet Germans referring to the fact that the French own or at least govern much of the parts of Germany indirectly. Finally, we have only a couple more islands to cover. We have the archipelago of Aelfaeri, undoubtedly the most pleasant and easily managed of the islands of the Blast. Here, flowers of all shapes and sizes grow in great abundance. While those allergic to pollen may find themselves deathly ill if they so much as sail downwind from the island, they are overall unintrusive to the settlers. Instead of devising mechanisms to constantly fend off the overgrowth, locals welcome the flowers into their cities, where they decorate the streets with brilliant colors and fill the air with sweet aromas. The flowers prove to be quite lucrative as well, with the islands exporting massive amounts of quantities of exotic dyes, nectars, scents, and honey produced by its bees. It appears to be divided in 2 parts. We have Aelfaeri New Bolland Streak, which is part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and then we have Bloemenfeldemeer. Who owns this territory depends on who you ask. The product of Austrian, Italian, and Ruchertolian investment basically operates as an independent company. Okay, so with that, I think we finished the Island of the Blasts. This was, I think, the worst of the territories beyond the ice walls. I think this is the least possible to exist one, and it's the least realistic one in any way, both because of the overproduction just seems a bit too much, and these stories are a bit too ridiculous, like the Potato Islands, just come on, man. And yeah, I don't really like this, but I love the Hy-Brasil, Arfornia, and the Avalons. This was very interesting. The Leviathan's Gate. This is the last gate of the 4 big gates that we will be covering, and together with it we will cover the continent of Pitacia. Let's get right into the explanation of the lore of the Leviathan's Gate. So I always call these Leviathans, but a lot of people call these Leviathans. I prefer the more Latin sounding name, but anyway, let's get right into the Leviathan's Gate. This region has exceptionally deep waters that are subject to sudden shifts in temperature, known for the Leviathan, a sea creature so massive that until recent history it had been thought there could only be one of them. In fact, there's a thriving population of these mightily armored, oddly shaped whales that slowly drift around their region, supporting miniature ecosystems in and around their bodies. With their great strength and body heat, they can crash their way through the frozen ocean during winter. The Leviathans are known to spend extended periods of time in the darkest depths of the sea. The purpose of this is unknown, but it is thought to have something to do with their jewel, an anomalous glowing organ located deep within their flesh, that explodes after they die, with enough force to tear apart their massive bodies. When obtained intact, the Leviathan's jewel is a highly valuable commodity. So, for those that do not know, the world's oceans are like 80 to 90% unexplored. We have like factual proof that there are gigantic creatures that inhabit the deepest reaches of our seas, and things like the giant squid, which was believed to be a legend for literally thousands of years, was revealed to be true just recently through like actual proof by both finding the carcasses and also like capturing it live through the means of recording. Same thing with the leviathans, I would argue, probably. There are probably some creatures that are bigger than giant squids, or at least their size, that are probably fish originated from, or something to do with like whales or orcas. We can see the size comparison between like a young orca here or a baby orca here and the huge leviathans beneath it. Some people believe there is a megalodon, if I recall the name correctly, which is an ancient species of shark that existed. Some people think it's not extinct anymore, and some people think there are also other anomalies, like there was that one time off the coast of, I believe, like the Arabian Peninsula, there was this one sound heard by like the sound wave receptors that could only be explained either by something completely unnatural happening or by a completely huge, like enormous creature wailing and doing something under the seas. So the possibilities of the leviathans existing are a lot, especially if you consider the like written evidence. When it comes to history, there was a lot of accounts on leviathans, there are a lot of accounts on these huge whales, huge creatures that live underneath the sea, just like with the Kraken, and the Kraken was real. It was a giant squid, so why not the leviathans, right? So also the part about the leviathan exploding is also like a real thing that happens to whales. You can actually search it up on YouTube. There are videos that show whales exploding once they die. I don't really remember the scientific process like for this, but I know it happens. So just same thing with the leviathans. And like the jewel is like a pearl, so that's another thing that's probably pretty realistic. So when it comes to the actual gates, it appears to be way larger in size to the other gates. Usually gates beyond the ice walls are very short, sometimes even like filled with islands beneath them, like the Tiger's Gate and the Serpent's Gate, but in this case it appears that the Leviathan's Gate is much larger and allows for more connection to the outside world, to the second ring, and that's why probably there's so many colonies here, and it looks like it's very populated. So let's see what the first of these colonies are. These are the histories of the colonies that are set up on the fourth gate, aka the Leviathan's Gate. So we have first of all Sydindian, Scandinavia. This place was settled by the Netherlands and later Scandinavians, mostly using cheap foreign labor rather than loyal citizens. The Dutch and Nordic minorities are joined by Indonesians, Indians, Algerians, and surprisingly Romani, who make up the largest portions, happy to be around people who don't hold deep-seated animosity towards them. Romani is another name for the traveler population that lives in Europe and other parts of the world. There's a more common name associated with them, but it's a slur, so I cannot use it. But you can just check out what the Romani are, and no, they're not the Roman population of Italy. Then we have Irsh al-Wash, it's a Nomani colony. They are quite fond of the local leviathans, naming them and marking their plates with carved symbols and art. When one of their favorite appears, townsfolk will send a ship full of offerings to the beast for good luck. So I guess like that's local tradition. Then we have Eodzgo, Burma, so Burman colony. Burmese colony. The mostly Tibetan inhabitants switch alarming fast between harmless Buddhist monk and blood-crazed maniacs. Known for settling disputes with knife duels on thin, free-floating sheets of ice, the goals of being to slay the opponents before falling into the frigid waters. Then we have a French colony. We'll be tracing a line for the French colony here and for the Sydindian as well. The French and the Scandinavians. So the French won the Revolutionary Wars, and Napoleon II, this guy, is in charge of France. At least he was. Now, of course, now he's dead, but he used to be in charge of France. So that is why the French have such a big impact on colonization. while the Scandinavian Empire is the union, like the post-Kalmar union, so it's like the union of the crowns of Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and some more realms. But funnily enough, I believe that is mainly Sweden, the one who holds power in the union, but that doesn't change the fact that they also have a big reach when it comes to the colonial game. So as you can see here, we have both. Okay, so the Scandinavians actually had a really good deal here, because they own basically the two main areas, like both Syd-Indian, and then we have Ny-Friesland. Originally a Dutch colony, so it appears that, but the French essentially decreed that it belonged to Scandinavians, and so the competition began to settle the Dutch and the Frisians, already living there with Scandinavians at Faroese. You'd think they'd been bred enough as it was, but the four-way ethnic rivalry adds to the issue, as each group refuses to intermingle with the others. Damn, that's crazy. But the Scandinavians basically was one of the powers that sided with the French during the whole French Revolutionary Wars deal and Napoleonic Wars deal, so that is why they have a lot of lands that used to be part of the Dutch Empire, but the Dutch were basically dismembered, and only the French puppet of Batavia was left in their place. So here the French have Bail de la Bestiole, attempting to monopolize trade of Leviathan's-based products by chasing the beasts into the bay and using their large fleet to prevent them from leaving. Interesting. So okay, let's see what else. Then we have okay, so we have one of the things I was mentioning, the post-Dutch states. Since the Batavians remain in the Dutch place of origin, so the actual Netherlands, all the colonies that are outside the second ring, and some of the ones that are even in the second in the like main firmament, they are all part of other realms or have become independent. So we have here the Tui de Wereldeoer, I believe that's how it's pronounced, and it's a post-Dutch colony. Some abandoned colonies in contested territory survive by playing imperial powers against each other through balanced diplomacy. In these names, man. They've decided to hate the British and French equally and survive on Middle Eastern trade. Many shahs and sultans vacation here to embark on rarely successful Leviathan hunts. So, probably from the Oman colony? Believe it, maybe? Then we have these two parts of this island, which are the Osten-Koryuginsel, which is a former Prussian colony under Koryugan control, who keep the population from fleeing by not allowing them to build large ships. Also, a few incidents involving hallucinogenic cannonballs tainting their tainting their fish supply has made them skeptical about reuniting with their Zerzuran brethren. Then we have the Deniz Kuirugu, so a post-Ottoman nation that has earned the ire of the Zerzurians, who periodically send warships to harass their coastlines. They survive by being friendly to the French, who provide the supplies but not much naval support, as their sailors grow increasingly weary of being driven to madness by their sinister weapons of Zerzuran ships. So we have been seeing a lot of mention of Zerzura, but unfortunately Zerzura will not be in this episode. It will be in the next episode, as well as Shangri-La and much more. So today we'll be concentrating on Pitaisha, so there will be no explanation for Zerzura, but as long as we keep reading about Zerzura, you'll keep being interested by it, because it's very, very peculiar how Zerzura is explained, if you ever heard about it. Here we have another French colony, so we will be tracing the line easily here between the colony here and the colony there. Here it's the colony of the Lance de l'Empereur, which is, for its no-way strategic location within the gate, the French profit mainly via taxation from this territory, which has surprisingly seen really heavy and mostly free and civilian settlement. It hosts a society that, despite no great military presence, has become incredibly prone to the most militaristic of opinions, as they have Greeks and Scandinavians around them to do the fighting for them. So there is also a Greek colony here, or a Venetian colony here, which used to be Venetian, but whose Greek majority rebelled to form their own nationalistic state with the French support, as aspirations of spreading Greek culture throughout the New world. So it's called Xenonesia, And it's a Greek colony used by the Venetians. For those that do not know, Venice, so the city in Italy, usually had these borders here. No, wait, that's too much. They used to have like borders like these, something like this. They used to have a lot of parts of the Balkans at points in history, even parts of Greece, so that is why they had Greek populations to send to these lands. And that makes it more sense. Then we have Indie della Bestia, a post-Venetian colony attempting to survive as a political, mercantile state, but France's ambition of dominating the Gate mean that they are restricted to Middle Eastern trade, much like what we saw with the Tui de Wereldur colony in the post-Dutch states. It doesn't help that they're consistently harassed by the Xenonesians. So this is one of the colonies that kept their Italian Venetian culture, while Xenonesia was rebelled, and it just is a place where the Greeks now rule. Then we have the breeding grounds of the Leviathans, which are in these islands right here, and despite the great abundance of Leviathans, fish and other marine commodities, it is unclaimed and rarely trespassed by explorers due to its jagged, rocky terrain and turbulent waters, constantly frothing with a subaquatic volcanism. Sounds like the territory perfect for the Basque. If you don't know, the Basque established an empire in Thoth, the continent that moves around, and it's called Munda, Baria, and they own all the weirdest and worst places to actually settle. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. Then let's actually get to the main content of this video. So the Leviathan's Gate is being done. I believe that's enough of an explanation for the Leviathan's Gate. I think we can go to Pitacia, which is the continent itself. So one thing interesting with Pitacia is, you know how dinosaurs existed? Well, technically they still exist. Like, we can bring them back through technology, and in this case they just never went extinct, or at least that's what I think in Pitacia, since we do have a couple dinosaurs here. We might be wrong. Let's see what they say about the continent. So Pitacia, the continent of constructs. The first Ottoman explorers of this continent, finding the rivers and bays to bear several bridges, concluded that it already harbored some civilization, an idea that only added to by its discoveries of mazes, fortresses, temples all across the landscapes, not to mention vast areas cleared of trees and crossed by grand highways. And yet, for all the searching, nothing was ever found. Many theories were posed to explain how a people could be so elusive that native Pitacians or Pitacian civilization became a byword for a hidden race used in archaeology, anthropology, and conspiracy theory alike. It wasn't until the Prussian farmer Christian Hieronymus Leichhardt, royal inspector to a Humboldt expedition, campaigned beside a collection of reed huts assumed to belong to some diminutive native race, perhaps a nomadic one currently residing elsewhere, and elected to wait until they returned that he might be the first contact. It was after a year and a half and a particularly bad flood that destroyed some of the houses that he realized the truth, that the ducks he had assumed to be using the ducks. The ducks made these settlements? Okay. And then the mazes were built by pigs, the temples were built by elephantine creatures, and the bridges by the descendants of civets. Huh. This is a continent where nature cannot be external to mankind, but rather unequal, that there is no choice but to respect, and only a new arrival can think inferior. This is probably the weirdest continent we've done yet. I have these feelings. We have Nova Savoia here, the literal first time I see an actual Italian colony outside of the second ring. So Italy unfortunately was very unlucky when it comes to colonies. they didn't manage to use the opportunities of the colonization era to actually get much of the colonization game, and that is mainly because Italy used to be a French puppet state for the majority of its history, but recently they decided to go their own way, which usually is not really liked by the French, and that is why probably now they have one single colony right over here in the second gate. I mean, sorry, in the second ring, and it's in this weird, and it's in this continent right here. Alright, so Nova Savoia, which is New Savoy, it's a wastebasket for non-criminals that were socially unwanted from the north of Italy. Those Francophones and a ruling class of rich Genoese families that have ended up on the wrong side of the Italian government. Interesting. That is very interesting. Then we have New Gujarat, Sikh Empire, a collection of mountains, lakes, cliffs, coves, and islands that have led to a wealth of isolated and unique biotas that are a haven for any naturalist. Interesting, also interesting. We have the Erztepitaters, post-Prussian communities fighting against Scandinavian expansion. So there appears to be two layers of actual colonization, probably because they were multiple voyages. So we have the first colony and the darker green here, light green as the new colonies, same thing with these. In this case they are likely two different states, two different people. We have the Erztepitaters, which are really post-Prussians, and here we have the new settlers, and these are these, and the new settlers here on the coast are the Kongens Kist, so they're probably King's Coast in English, which are these bluer color right here, and they're a Scandinavian colony, much like the colonies we saw on the Leviathan's Gate, which means another one to trace for the map purposes, which is pretty interesting. I would have not expected so many colonies for the Scandinavians. They are one of the major empires, but they do have to be somewhat overstretched to rule over all these lands, right? Anyways, the Kongens Kist is populated mainly by Norwegians with a strangely successful banking industry, which is more than enough to fund and therefore efforts to subjugate the unruly Prussians, seeking to introduce invasive wall-building wildlife from Ketumati in order to disrupt the guerrilla tactics of the Erztepitaters. It appears also we have some Great Quilombo slave revolts against the Portuguese, which is backed by the French, which might be allies to the Erztepitaters, so the post-Prussians. And then we have the actual colony here that is fighting against the Great Quilombo, which is Terra Preta, which is a Portuguese colony, which is currently evacuating, so it probably didn't go that well. So probably it will become part of Great Quilombo very soon. Here we have a post-Venetian colony, which is Repubblica di Cipoletti, on the verge of a civil war thanks to the influx of Portuguese refugees and Greek nationalists sent from Theronesia. So that is interesting. We see another mention of the issues with Theronesia and the other Venetian post-colonies. Then we have Porte de l'Aube, so another French colony here. It appears there's a lot of them, which is interesting, to say the least. So Nouvelle Aquitaine is the colony, and then we have Port Laube, so it's two colonies, separate ones. The Port Laube, it's a colony where all staunch Catholics, the neighboring New Aquitanians, Putzcans, and Cipollettians are all attempting to chase out the local Holvenists. Oh, this is interesting. So Port Laube is one of the Holvenist states. In case you don't know about Holvenists, I recommend watching, I believe, episode 4 of the Beyond the Ice Wall series, which is the one where the lore of Holvenism is explained, which is a terribly scary ideology, which, yeah, you should really see what it is about. Anyways, let's keep going. We have another French colony here, Nouvelle Aquitaine. Nouvelle Aquitaine is a socially conservative frontier society that has definitely been influenced by the Putzcans. So who are these Putzcans? That's what I'm trying to understand. I guess these are the Putzcans. Republika Pucka, result of a fated expedition that happened right before the decline of the PLC. The settlers, mainly male Polish Colonial sailors and Khoisan women taken during the resupply stop in the Cape and Gulf Good Hope, surviving thanks to trade with the older Portuguese and Italian colonies. So this is interesting. The PLC, so for those that don't know, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was a state that used to exist all the way here in Poland, in Europe, Eastern Europe, and you also have like these big boy borders. Used to include a lot of land between Russia and basically anything else. Used to be very big, very relevant, but at some point in history it just went kaput and died, and that's why we have this independent Poland here. And interestingly enough, they managed to establish some colonies before they just died as a state, which is the result as Republika Pucka. Then we have another Omanian colony, Mina al-Fajr, or Fire. The governor is an incredibly skilled diplomat and has good relations with all his neighbors. Alright, that's a simple one to remember. Then we have Roderickstan. That is a peculiar name to say this, the least. So legally this is a Safavid colony. The Safavids, for those that do not know, are a state in Persia. So it's what the Persian state used to call itself. It was a dynasty of the Persian Empire, and these are the actual territories they own on Asia. Well, it appears that they established a colony here, which is probably the first time we actually saw a Safavid colony in the Second Ring, so that is pretty interesting. Let's see what it is about. While sourced from and funded by Safavid Persia, this colony was established and managed by a third-party British company. So already you can see I was wrong. I should have read this first, I guess, but still it is legally owned by the Safavids. So serving to inflate the imperial pride of the Persians, as well to provide the British as an indirect way to extract wealth from Ptatia despite their treaties with the French. So if memory serves me right, I believe that Ptatia was forbidden to be a British standpoint holdout or something like this from the French when they won the revolutionary Napoleonic Wars. So the French, since they won the wars in Europe and the rest of the world, they decided that the British could not hold any land in Ptatia, much like they basically did much like the British did with the French in the 7 Years' War, where they decided that they couldn't own parts of North America, so they took New France. And this is the same thing here. So they don't allow the British to own parts directly of Ptatia, but they do allow them to do these third-party ventures with the Safavids. Then here we have Terrado Braganca. Has a large free black population as well as an enslaved one. Yeah, that's just how it goes, I guess, because of the Portuguese slave trade. Here we have the weed-whacking wanderer. This grazing sauropod is known for whipping its tail to cut down tall grasses along the trails as they walk, thus making it more difficult for pouncing predators to hide themselves in the foliage. So this is what I was talking about. That's a dinosaur, right? So they just exist or something? I don't know. Then we have Kafiristan, that's a slur, isn't it? A wastebasket used by the Ottomans for religious minorities that the Egyptians didn't really want to deal with. Maronites, Druze, Yazidis, sometimes fighting, sometimes cooperating, altogether too much for the Egyptian to even try handling. So not a really good venture. Here we have one of the most significant clades of Ptatia, the pangolins, that have adopted forms of arboreal, fossorial, wandering, aquatic, tiny and immense, this being an example of one of the largest species on the continent that wanders the plains in search of ant and termite fortresses that it breaks into its classic pangolin fashion. So pangolins are one of the major inhabitants of Ptatia, along with sauropods. Then we have Arabistan, begun by the Ottomans as a place to pet rebellious Arabs, continued by the Egyptians specifically for the Shia Arabs of Iraq, then becoming one of the first to go in Egypt's more recent colony of unproductive colonies. They were trying for independence anyways, and their crop flats and dried clab flats could make for deceptive and difficult battlegrounds that they didn't want to fight on. So that's kind of it. So these are like all post-Ottoman colonies that gained independence as the empires of the old world kind of started fracturing and falling apart. Here we have the Oh, so we do have one successful Egyptian colony here called Nil al-Jadid, Egypt. The Egyptians have a lot on their plate when it comes to getting this former Ottoman colony up and running, again after the Coptic and Iraqi rebellions left it with barely any ability to operate independently. Interesting. So they are kind of functioning as a colony, but they did have a bit of an issue, it appears. Then we have the New Orange colony, Kingdom of the Netherlands. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Kingdom of the Netherlands is a state in exile, basically because the original Netherlands is gone. As I said, it was conquered by the French and transformed into their vassal of Batavia, so the Kingdom of the Netherlands exists both with the lands in the earthly firmament and in the lands in the second ring. But it is a kingdom in exile, as it does not hold any territories in Europe itself. So the Kingdom of the Netherlands is a violently royalist, so much so that the royal family is considering relocating to here. That is very interesting. Then we have Ardakbat, as appears to be this state here, a nation of Coptic people who exiled to this colony, who rebelled and set up a state in the highlands with the Dutch help. So probably coming from the Nil al-Jadid colony of Egypt, I would assume. Then we have Duja Saraja, the Sikh colony here. The French enjoy and even fund this buffer between them and the Goloks. Alright, makes much sense. And then we have the actual French main colonies here. We have one in this like semi-continent here, subcontinent, and then we have this huge one called Terra Bonaparte, France. Statues of Napoleon everywhere, but with a ruling class almost like the old nobility in their extravagance. So it reminds ourselves of the pre-revolution aristocracy of France. Then here we have the new... Okay, no, wait, should we do this first? I think I'm gonna do first finish the island of like Pitatia as a whole, and then go to... Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna go and do Ketumati first. Ketumati, the land of a million walls. The island has one particular construct of its flora and fauna that pervades it entirely. Walls. For various purposes, the wildlife across this land builds walls, some massive, some minute, turning much of it into veritable smaids, much to the dismay of the settlers. So we have both Otimacochi, which is a Portuguese colony. A significant portion of the population here are descendants of a failed Mughal expedition that arrived in the early 1700s. Then we have the major colony, which is Nouvelle Corse. Really? We really call this New Corsica? Alright. French. Statues of Napoleon everywhere, and they actually honor his ideals, which they insist the folk of Terre Bonaparte do not. So these are like two opposite parts of the French Empire. We have both of them being very, very enthusiastic about Napoleon, since he won, and but at the same time they do process his ideas differently. Here the revolutionary ideals are actually upheld, and here they aren't. They just treat themselves just like the old French aristocracy of the kings in the absolute monarchy that was. Even in here we have another territory here called Patiti, the land of empty towers. Across this land the animals and plants have a habit of constructing in many different ways towers of one kind or another that can be found across the landscape. So I guess tool building, just with birds that create nests and ants that create what are those called again? Ant hills? Maybe that's the case. Most impressive are the gigantic towers of snail shells glued together by the bodies of those snails, all towering skywards in the shape of gigantic conical snail shells. Such sights have come to be regarded by native and Italians alike. The French are too aloof as a holy magic or something otherwisely significant. So, there are two colonies here. One is Cina Volante. As an Italian, I can tell you this name is bad. This is just a bad name. You cannot... This is translated literally to Flying China. But, like, the country. Flying China. Alright. So, the Italians cooperate very effectively with the Zunziani, with those under French rule migrating here. They incorporate many of the towers into their architecture and view the colossal snail towers with a degree of reverence. So it's these parts of the island, which are actually the majority of the island. Then in the B part, which is Auxerritière, is a French colony. Once again, French holds a lot of colonies here. The common ideals of among many Europeans of this time that Italians aren't properly white runs especially strong here, where Italians and Xenonesia are often conflated. In some sort of reaction to their neighbors, they have a policy of destroying all natural towers and refusing to use them. So two very different approaches to like living with the land they were given. So once again, the Italians have a colony here, which is surprising since their only other colony looks to be on the little other side of the continent, but who am I to say to the Italians where to colonize, since it does appear they just got the bad end of the stick, didn't really get much of the important lands to colonize at all. They didn't even get the lands here in the Les Généraux, which was one of the best places to colonize. And then we have the actual French. The French being the major colonizers of this whole continent, really making you realize just how much power they hold in this part of history, when they literally own much of the land outside of the ice walls, and even inside of it when you consider all of Europe. So that'll be it for line making, I believe. Since there is nothing to trace for the New Orange Kingdom of the Netherlands, then we can go to the eastern side of the Pitacia continent, where we can find places such as New Lhasa. New Lhasa is a Burmese colony. Most of their territory is fleshly, conquered from the pescadores. When they aren't tormenting their Portuguese neighbors, they enjoy venturing out into the desert and doing battles with dangerous predators waiting at them on bottoms of giant sandpits full of stinging ants, such as said dangerous predators, which appear to be a crocodile of some sort. Then we have the República dos Pescadores, which was the thing they were mentioning here. I'm just gonna assume this is a Portuguese state, a rather isolated rebel ex-Portuguese colony that was quite doing well for itself until the Goloks came along, which are the Burmese, often caught between fending off barbarian incursions and kept keeping the Xenocephaly out of their trash, strongly considering union with France. Another place France might become the holder of. This is pretty bad news for everybody that lives in the rest of the continent, as France expands their influence. Here we have some of the animals that live in this island. So we have these kind of lemurs, I believe, probably some kind of lemur. Then we have these like phacoceroses or pigs that create walls by just digging. Then we have the Sakurshasta. Oh my god, I don't what Then we have the Shaksara. Then we have the Sakarasta, which is a Sikh empire colony that once introducing Sikhism to Mondo Medio. Not sure what that is, probably just the second ring. Oh, no, wait, it's this colony right here, Mundo Medio, starting to become very fond of Sikhism, which is a Portuguese colony, by the way. Then we have... Okay, so it appears there's like some sort of river here that brings to an inside sea in Pitacia, and it appears that the people that inhabit the sea are mainly Turco-Prussian pirate warlords and settlements established by refugees from fallen colonies. So probably the Erstepitators, which were here, went here too, and also from Turkey, so probably right here, from the Kafiristan colony, I'm not sure, probably yes, maybe from somewhere else. Here we have a North Sea Republic colony, Sandur-da-Baunland. The population is booming with people who prefer crab-infested mangroves to French-infested Europe. That's very funny. Finally, we have one last colony here. It is the Buhariyat al-Sultan, a colony of Oman, just like many others we saw today. It is a colony that rapidly expanded across the landscape thanks to a pre-built network of roads made by the local grazing fauna. So that covers basically all of Pitacia. We even covered the Ketumati and Patiti islands. But we are not done yet, since there is one last very big, very important thing to mention in this episode, which is neither Shangri-La, which is this thing, but it is this mass, this red mass. This is the Golok Empire. In case you didn't see it once we talked about it, the Goloks have been one of the biggest extraterrestrial, I mean, that's not the right word, but you know what I mean, extra earthly states to interfere with the human history, as they basically colonized Burma. You see this? Where is it? You see this? This is a Burmese Golok colony. They basically own it. And that is why every time we see a Burmese colony here, it was also Golok Burma. So that is why. So let's actually read about the Golok Empire. It's not the huge red mass. It's actually this smaller thing, but it's still part of the Golok Empire, which I don't know where the homeland is. I'm not sure where the homeland of the Goloks are. Probably in one of the next videos, maybe? I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the Goloks actually originated from. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll never know where they actually originate from. Anyways, the Golok Empire holds the territory of Druk Giri Gyu. Goloks make virtually the entire population here, given how similar the terrain is to their homeland, and the fact that its resource poor, harsh environment, economic isolation, and savage Vogal tribes stalking nearby makes settling the region little more than a show of manliness. Constantly in conflict with nearby Choban nomad tribes, the Golok warlords see the Vogal raids an attack on their honor, so they continue to sink money, resources, and settlers into the region to keep the conflict alive. Unbeknownst to them, their enemies have only grown more powerful through their continued interaction. The Hy-Brasil tribe have conquered and unified much of the surrounding region, using the richest weapons, technology, and human slaves plundered from the raids on Golok settlements. So that explains the history of the Golok Empire in this region, but there is one more state we have to cover, which is the Hy-Brasil Horde. So this is mentioned, of course, in the one we just read about, and the Hy-Brasil Horde is massive. Just to make you realize how big this is, in size it's literally comparable to all of Southeast Asia. So the Hy-Brasil Horde is huge. And what are they doing? Well, the Hy-Brasil Horde is perhaps the greatest and most ruthless of all Choban hordes. The Goloks have truly met their match, and in many ways, they're double. Being so far removed from the network of trade and prosperity that unites the brethren species in Shangri-La, the Choban nomads of the outskirts of Vogal Vul civilization are a primitive lot, surviving of the lands of nomadic herders and hunters. The Choban live in a constant state of conflict, opting for plunder rather than peaceful trade with their lakeside counterparts, contending with each other for most fertile lands to sustain their flocks, fighting off barbarous beasts and predators that have evolved alongside them, and battling the harsh elements and rugged terrain of their infinite mountainous expanses. All of these battles only increasing in intensity the further you go from the comforts of Shangri-La. Just like the Goloks, the Hy-Brasil managed to form an empire through a tribal coalition and conquest of their fellow mountain bandits. And now it's time to cover Zerzura and Shangri-La. Let's start by Zerzura. So let's get right into it and see what Zerzura, God's hallucination, is already about. This tropical continent is similar in size to Europe, yet far more climatically diverse. From misty temperate woodlands to dusty inland deserts, lush lowland swamps and towering mountain ranges, its scenic vistas would be breathtaking to anyone with a clear view, but rarely are they perceived with a sober mind. This land is drenched in naturally occurring hallucinogenics, carried in the pollen that fills the air, the microbes in its lakes and rivers, and the flesh and fluids of its fauna. Zerzura has a variety of mechanisms to alter the mental state of anyone who treads upon these lands. For its inhabitants, the line between the real and unreal is constantly blurred. Most outsiders would say that the world of a Zerzuran cannot be trusted, but the locals have come to find that while their view of the physical world may be distorted, it is only because they can see everything otherwise invisible to the human eye. So here is the flag of Zerzura. So Zerzura itself is a continent, but it's actually owned by a single country, the Zerzureich, a Neo-Prussian empire. Zerzura, the successor to the Prussian Empire, one of the first pioneers in the second circle alongside the Spanish, Venetians and Ottomans. While its contemporaries would fall into internal conflict in the upheavals of the Napoleonic Age and lose most of their outer world territories, the Prussians would re-establish themselves as the great first power of the Atlas. After their homeland fell to the French domination, as you can see right here, Prussia is part of the French sphere of influence in Europe, as Napoleon won the Napoleonic Wars, and so his son rules Europe. This is Napoleon II. So Zerzura is under the influence of the old Prussians, but the Prussians have come to the second ring. So, the Prussian royalty led a mass exodus to the continent of Zerzura, making it the new seat of power for the colonial empire. The abundance of mind-altering substances they are constantly exposed to have not been a hindrance to their development. They have long since adapted to it, seeing through illusions and hysteria, and taking advantage of their altered states to gain a greater understanding of the true nature of this world, its past, and what lies beyond. So here we have different settlements in the lands of Zerzura. We have the Zarim settlements right here in the bottom. We have Hyapul-Peresti settlements right here in the north center. Then we have the Surta settlements right here in the southeast. Finally, we have an example of the things and people that live in Zerzura. As you can see, there's different species even. Not only there's humans, of course, but there are Blemmyes, as we saw in the first episode. There's a part of the world beyond the ice walls where people without heads live. These are the Blemmyes of old Roman myths, who were identified with those that lived in the Blemmyes area of Sudan nowadays, or Egypt. And here they are, even in Zerzura, under the shadow of the Great Fungo. Then we have the Persians, the Turks, Assyrians, and even the Jews. They all live peacefully under the Zerzuran eagle. Even have some beasts that come from the continent of Shangri-La, which will be the next in the subjects of this video. An assortment of Zerzura's major ethnic groups, posed next to some of the continent's native fungi and fauna. Originally, the Ottoman Turks and Assyrians had started to colonize parts of the continent before the collapse of their empire and Prussian exodus, resulting in the entire landmass falling under a single regime. The Prussian people have a uniquely strong brotherhood with the Blemmyes in Xenonesia, so much so that a good number of the Blemmyes have relocated here to live as proud Zerzuran citizens. The Gewir beast is a hoofed herbivore commonly found around the steppe and desert regions, so it's the Gewir beast. They are known to spew hallucinogenic mucus out of their nose when threatened. So, Zerzura doesn't only own their own major island, it does in fact have somewhat of a colonial empire, since it is, technically, the heirs of the Prussian colonial empire. So right here, in the Leviathan's Gate, the only part we didn't mention in the last episode was the colony that Zerzura has in the southernmost part of the northern part of the Leviathan's Gate, which is Todesgriffreich. Todesgriffreich is a colony of Zerzura. It's Zerzura's most vital link to trade with the known world, which is the known world behind the ice walls. They use cannonballs filled with hallucinogenic fungi to terrorize French ships and subdue leviathans by sending them into a trance, a state of trance, where they cannot understand what is really going on, since they are being affected by the hallucinogenic mucus. Then here we have New Nestoria, the Shaded Isles. Almost the entirety of their surfaces are covered by a thick forest of trees similar to the Darquaena cinnamabari of Socotra, with branches so tightly packed that very little light or water reaches the forest floor below. The canopy is so dense, in fact, that one could walk or even build houses on top of them, with little fear of the branches giving out. The vast stretches of shaded land beneath the treescapes have a tranquil yet foreboding aura to them. Be wary of predators that lurk beneath the branches. So it's an incorporated incorporated territory of Zerzura, New Nestoria. As you can see, there's a small line traced from Zerzura to New Nestoria. So as you can see, they do have some territories outside of the second ring, but they do have some connection with the lands inside of the known world. Of course, Prussia, their homeland, but even as you can see, one of their archipelagos, New Nestoria, has the same kind of trees that exist in Socotra. In case you didn't know, Socotra is this island right here off the coast of Somalia and Oman, which is pretty interesting, if I say so myself. Then it's time to cover one of the most interesting and confusing parts of the entire world beyond the ice walls. This is Shangri-La, one of the only places where humans are not the major species. They are not the ones in control. Instead, the Shangri-La is not inhabited only by humans and our similar populations, but it is in fact inhabited by the Vogal Vul of Shangri-La. First, we will check the Shangri-La Garden of the Vogal Vul paragraph right here, and then we will discover the actual Vogal Vul that live in Shangri-La. By the way, Shangri-La was believed to be one of the places beneath the known world by the people of Tibet. As you can see in the last video, we discovered that the Golok Empire, a Tibetan empire that raised up in the 18th century, was created through the help of the people and the creatures that live in Shangri-La. So it's not a surprise that the people and the creatures that live in Shangri-La are so relevant to the world. So it's time to get right into it. Shangri-La, Garden of the Vogal Vul. There is a paradise hidden deep within the mountain ring. Past over 1,000 kilometers of mountainous wasteland, there lies an incredible network of gigantic glacial lakes and fertile valleys among the daunting peaks. This great refuge of fertility has existed for eons, preserving a unique and ancient assortment of wildlife, and sustaining the oldest civilization in the second ring. With a 6 million year history, not one, but 5 sapient races of ornithischian dinosaurs, first encountered by the Prussians, and gaining from them the collective term Vogal Vul, in reference to their beaked and feathered appearance. Though intelligent and capable, a lack of suitable plants has prevented the invention of agriculture here, and creation of agriculture societies like those of the known world, resulting in a drastically reduced pace of technological development which had yet to surpass that of mankind's Iron Age by the time the first humans explorers arrived. However, the Vogel have been able to establish very complex societies. Since the first Vogel hunter-gatherers, they have diverged into 5 species, 4 of which have adapted to incredibly different economic niches, allowing trade networks most complicated and most profitable to be strung up between them. The major cities are all at the confluences of the 4 groups as they trade with one another. They have gone through their periods of prosperity and calamity, but now, just as the humans' contact is beginning, they find themselves in a golden age as the trade flows with great vitality and the societies are powerful. So basically, the people inside of Shangri-La, the people not close to the borders, close to the colonies, well, these areas are inhabited by sapient dinosaurs. So if there's a scientific theory, or at least a hypothesis, that eventually if dinosaurs were allowed to remain alive and not go extinct for the mass eruptions and asteroids that hit Earth, then it was believed that eventually some kind of dinosaurs would achieve some kind of sapience, some kind of intelligence. Already there was the Troodon, which was a type of dinosaur that could actually kind of it wasn't especially intelligent, but it was most intelligent of all the other dinosaurs. So, this brings it to their logical conclusion, as since these dinosaurs were not hit by the problems that were within the known world, and the asteroid that hit Earth did not cause extinction outside of the second ring, then the Chobans, the Mizraks, the Balikis, the Myras, the Buzavikis, were not conflicted by the asteroid and their deathly apocalypse. Therefore, eventually, the history of the Vogal Vul was created. So let's get right into the actual Vogelvolk themselves. Vogel being beak in Prussian, I believe. In German, of course, that is. The Vogelvolk of Shangri-La. The history of the Vogelvolk begins with a lineage of pachycephalosaurian dinosaurs, which first attained the spark of sapiens over 6 million years ago. These original Vogelvolk lived a hunter-gatherer lifestyle, used tools, spoke languages, explored beyond their homeland and conquered a wide array of environments, just as the earliest Homo sapiens did in more recent history. Yet, despite their intelligence and the vast amount of time they had to develop, the Vogel had not surpassed humans in their technological advancements. Instead, their societies developed far more gradually, and in a far different way. Agriculture is the key differentiating factor between the courses of human and Vogelvolk civilization. Mastery of food production is the foundation on which advanced societies are built. What with no farmable crops to be found in the valleys of Shangri-La, the Vogelvolk could only sustain themselves as generalized nomadic hunter-gatherers. While Shangri-La would not provide the Vogelvolk with the same opportunities that Earth had granted the early man, it would still prove to be the key to their future development. The abundance of plant and animal life in the lakeside valleys was so great that the Vogelvolk rarely found themselves in conflict for food, and the mountains between them discouraged invasion from one valley to another. Instead, the Vogel were more likely to trade with them than plunder their neighbors. This trading proved to be prosperous enough to where the early Vogel tribes would not have to constantly move to attain the resources they needed. Instead, they claimed territories where they would live in a semi-permanent settlement. With this trade sustaining them, some tribes were encouraged to branch out and establish new territories, where they would specialize in collecting resources that couldn't be found in the fertile valleys. These territories would come to define the economic niches and means of survivals for the tribes living in them. Some tribes settled along the coasts of lakes and thusly specialized in fishing. Others remained further inland and managed the forests. Some lived around the entrances to the extensive cave system beneath Shangri-La, where they collected stones for tool making, harvesting fungi, and hunted troglodytes. Troglodyte creatures, not troglodytes. And others lived further out into the desolate mountains, where they followed and hunted herds of grazing animals. Over the course of millions of years, these divisions in territory and lifestyle would cause the Vogel to diverge genetically and physiologically. Intermingling between those of different lifestyles would occur less and less frequently, with each group further specializing for their roles in the greater Vogel trade network, leading to higher productivity and thus more advanced societies as time progressed. This resulted in the emergence of 5 distinct species, all of which rely on each other to sustain their civilizations. Basically, while humanity started diversifying their lifestyles after harnessing food production, the Vogels diversified first and slowly built up an abundance of resources great enough to lift each of their societies to new heights. As remarkable and complex as their arrangement is, it has a clear weakness, that being the careful balance which must be maintained between them. As different as the 5 species have become, their ability to still communicate and cooperate as much as they seek to gain the upper hand on their rivals both within and between the species. So they are power hungry, but not as much as we are. Or I guess they are no less competitive and power hungry as we are, than we are. If these conflicts are pushed too far, trade networks will break down. When trade stops flowing, societies suffer and starve, their desperation leading to further conflict. This can easily spiral out of control, leading to the total societal collapse across large swaths of Shangri-La. This has happened on various occasions, each time knocking their development back by centuries, and is another explanation for why the development of Vogelvolk societies has been so gradual over the eons. Despite this, the society still continues to make new advancements through each successive collapse, becoming more resilient as time goes on. Now, the Vogelvolk face the greatest turning point in their history as the new race comes into the picture, that being human. Will they maintain the balance with the addition of humanity, leading to greater prosperity for all, or will their system crumble under the added weight and collapsing for the first final time and pave the way for something entirely new? So that was definitely a mouthful. That was the entirety of the lore for the Vogelvolk of Shangri-La. So first we have the Chobans, the nomads of the mountains. The Chobans inhabit the mountains Highlands surrounding Shangri-La. Descendant from the archaic herd-hunting nomads, they've taken on a pastoralist lifestyle, still nomadic but now Sepharding? I'm not really sure what that means. Domesticated breeds of nodosaurid and leptoceratopsid grazers, though they do enjoy a good hunting from time to time. So these are basically the kind of nomads of the mountains. I resemble like the lifestyle that the people in Central Asia had, I'm going to assume. Then we have the Mizraks, also called the gardeners of the valleys. The Mizraks are descended from early Vogal tribes that never left the fertile lakeside valleys and continued their ancestral hunter-gatherer lifestyle. Through millions of years of sustainable forestry, they have gradually molded their ecosystem to maximize the production of food and resources, turning the valleys into massive gardens that are wholly consisted of plants and animals useful to them, everything else being long extinct. Instead of clearing away wildlife to make room for domesticated crops, they've essentially domesticated their entire ecosystems. While they are technically hunter-gatherers, it's very hard to call them primitive. Their settled lifestyles and high population often results in their development of cities that become centers of power, trade, and industry. So they are the most diverse in every regard. They almost never move across mountains or sail across water, so their only interactions tend to be with their immediate neighbors, resulting in an expansive gradient culture wrapped around the lakes and rivers of Shangri-La. Different valleys can be specialized in producing different materials based on their unique assortments of wildlife, and within their cities you can find Mizrak filling a variety of occupations such as craftsmen, scribes, performers, construction workers, cooks, and of course a ruling elite. So the Mizraks for now seem to be the most developed. Then we have the Balikchis, yeah, that's how I pronounce it. Divers of the lakes, descendant from early Vogels. Well, I'm just going to be skimming around this because I don't really want to see everything. You can pause and read for yourselves. This is very fantastious, I guess. Of course, when you call it in the context of the lands beyond the ice walls, I'm very doubtful of the existence of creatures like these. I can bear with the existence of dinosaurs since they could have just not gone extinct, but these seems a bit too developed, don't you think? That said, it is still very interesting. So the Balikchis seem to be some people that basically live around the coasts, and they can broadly be divided between those living on the mainland coast, almost always under the rule of settled Mizrak societies, so they tend to be inferior and subjected to the Mizraks, or in some cases they organize themselves in a variety of ways and settle in different kind of societies. Then we have the Mayara, the explorers of the caves, descending from those early Vogels who settled around the mouths of caves and ventured into them to collect resources. The Mayara now live almost entirely underground. While the caves and tunnels beneath the mountains of Shangri-La are vast, they only held so much wealth. Over time, the Mayara were forced to go deeper and deeper into the caves in search of valuable metals when everything readily available was extracted. They began to expand caves, digging and tunneling far under near the earth in search of the gems and other minerals that they trade for their food, or at least their good food, as they do hunt subterranean fauna and domesticate edible snails and fungi, but this is not sufficient to completely sustain the societies that do exist. They are the source of many of the goods that, making their way through trade and routes, are what entice many of the human settlers appearing in Shangri-La. They are by far the smallest of the Vogel, have keen eyes and hardy lungs, and are very capable of long periods of strenuous labor. They are considered mysterious by the other Vogel societies, but interactions are usually friendly, often helped by the resemblance to a juvenile Vogel of other groups, and any measure of decadence necessitates interaction with them. Don't know what that any measure of decadence necessitates interaction with them means, but sure. So the Mayara seem to be the smallest of the bunch, and also the ones that, just rule the caves or something like that. I don't know. Then we have finally the Buzavchis. So we have the Balikchis, and then here we have the Buzavchis, keepers of the old light. So these seem to be like the old heads of the group. On the periphery of Vogel civilization at the southern edge of Shangri-La, making their homes at the base of the great glaciers that provide the precious water that brings life to the fertile valleys downstream, are the Buzavchis Vogel. The Buzavchis are an ancient and mysterious race, and though and thought as much by the other Vogal tribes. So it is not maintained by economic specialization, their existence being the subject, but through the mastery of the challenges of their turf. Interesting. So they basically live off the earth that they inhabit, which is very difficult to live in, something like that. I'm not really sure. So let's see. We have the actual map right here that shows the different types of kingdoms. So as you can see, the map of Shangri-La is very developed. It is very populated, it seems, and it's generally very interesting how it actually works. So let's see some of these societies when it comes to the actual kingdoms they established. Let's start by the Kawigawuk Empire. A Choban empire so stable, in control of its finances, and long-lasting that they have broken the habit of Choban empires to only go a handful of generations and become such a constant that their trade routes have become true roads, with the first and only Choban cities sprouting up at the intersections of these roads in the heart of their territory. So the Kawigawuk Empire is one of the Choban empires, and it is one of the major settled ones where cities exist. Then we have the Budzavchis kingdoms. Here, I believe it's 6, so these ones right here on the coasts. The place where Budzavchi domination began, made much easier by the underdeveloped nature of the Mizrak who lived this far north. Then we have the married clans, which are right here in this very full of lakes area. While all Vogal Vul societies are defined by and sustained through the complex network of cooperation between their species, the married clans embrace this relationship in a uniquely intimate manner that goes beyond the more economical codependence. Through ritual marriage between the leaders of their two species, Budzavchis and Balikchi Vogal Vul merge their clans into a single united family. Which are the Balikchi? Oh, it's these guys. So these guys mixed together or something? Alright. Then we have the Orel-Gaduic empires. The Orel-Gaduic empires are a selection of originally Mizrak empires that came to be dominated by their increasingly mercantile Balikchi populations, eventually coming to a situation of Mizrak nobility that usually concede to Balikchi traders. The center of development of naval technology in Shangri-La, usually fairly simple, even reaching the points of naval battles. I mean, how is it simple if it reaches naval battles? But who am I to ask, right? Then we have the these names. Areraproj Balikchi. Where are they? Can't find them. Oh, it's an island. These largest of the lake islands of Shangri-La are for most Vogal Vul unreachable. The Balikchi, for whom this is not the case, used the opportunity to establish their greatest united Balikchi state, and then settled the interior with Mizrak brought as slaves and out of the reach of mainland kin seeking to rescue them. So even these guys have slaves? Really? You're a whole different species, whole different sapiens, and you still manage to create slavery. Dinosaur slavery, everybody. I mean, it's certainly not original. I mean, it's pretty original, that's for sure. Then we have the Hoa Federation, which is right here in the borders of the Kawigawuk Empire. It's bound to lakeside lowland valleys. The ability of city-states of Mizrak and Balikchi Vogal to exert control over their mobile Choban have always been limited, only achievable when a large number of cities manage to unify and economically coerce the mountain nomads into doing their bidding. This federation has emerged not through conquest but as a response to it, as the smaller Choban tribes of the region find themselves doubly incentivized to cooperate with lowlanders in order to resist the daunting forces of the Kawigawuk Empire. Man. Then we have the elder tribes of the Budzavchis, the small primitive tribes living as hunter-gatherers on the icy edges of southern Shangri-La may have seemed irrelevant compared to the advanced multiracial societies in more fertile lands. In truth, they are of the root of Vogal Vul civilization. maintaining the same lifestyle for millions of years in isolation. Their oral traditions contain the most complete of history of Vogal civilization, stretching back to time before the five races even diverged. Then we have the Aglopolgekia. Oh my. Aglopolgekia, where even is that? It's number 7. I ain't seeing no 7. I ain't seeing no 7, lads. So I will ignore this, because I'm not even seeing where it is. Huh. Weird. Maybe I'm blind. Tell me in the comments if I'm... Oh, right. There you go. That was pretty hard to see. You cannot... come on, man. Come on. It was pretty hard to see. We have the Aglopolgekia. Originally one of the plucked kingdoms, the local Balikchi have usurped the old order of the god kings and now believe themselves to be truly divine beings separate from the rest of the Vogal kind, including the Balikchi still subjugated by the plucked kingdoms, who they look upon with disdain. So what are the plucked kingdoms? Well, it's right here. The plucked kingdoms, which by the way are just literally on the borders of the Aglopolgekia. Long ago, during the period of great instability, the balance between the 4 pillars of Vogal civilization was so upset that each race was brought into near complete ruin. Only the eternally stable Budzavchis of the far south could impose an order that would restore the balance. And so they did, establishing a series of empires that would once again unite the Vogal and put their history back on track. The plucked kingdoms are the last remnants of them. After thousands of years of rule and being so distant from other Budzavchis, the descendants of those long-forgotten conquerors are seen as gods by their Balikchi and Mizrach subjects, who spare them no luxury, particularly in the effort to keep them cool in this climate far too hot for them. Hence the feather plucking from which their name is derived. That is very great world building. Even if this is not as believable as basically anything we've read, honestly, this is probably the craziest part yet. I really love how much work was put into this by the creator of the map. Then we have the Akrasog Empire, the most powerful remaining transoceanic Choban empire, controlling both the more advanced settled societies of the lakeside as well as supporting the recent settlements of Mizrach along the marine coast, all while remaining independent from human hegemony. For now, at least they are in control, and largely dictate the terms of trade and diplomacy with nearby colonial powers, especially when considering that they are the humans' main line of defense against marauding nomadic hordes situated further west. Through a happenstance of all the human societies they interface with happen to be Islamic, which gives the impression that Islam is just an odd thing humans do rather than a standalone religion, much to the dismay of local missionaries. The coastal Mizrach have taken some interest in the faith though, so we have some Muslim dinosaurs. Is that blasphemous to Muslims? I'm not sure. I didn't make this map, guys. For real, just don't blame me. In case, just don't do it. Don't blame me. So we have seen the Vogal kind. I think we've seen all the Vogal kind. I'm pretty sure we have some Marlow tributaries here. Not really sure what that is. Probably something also Vogal kind related. But we have seen most of what the Vogal kind are about. So Shangri-La, the land of the Vogal kind. We have seen most of it. But now is the most interesting part for me. The fact that some of these civilizations are in contact with humans. And so where are the contacts with humans? Well, on the coasts of the land beyond the second ring. Yep, of course this is the land beyond the second ring. So the second ring is here, and this is literally the land beyond the second ring. So let's start with the first group of humans to settle this land. We have Egypt. So Egypt already has a lot of colonies. We've seen some colonies here in the continent of Ptasia, and we have seen some colonies in other continents, outside of the ice walls, alright? So Egypt owns a little stretch of land, which is called Sarawat Gorida. When the Ottomans fell, the territory fell into Egyptian hands. They were very persistent in their offer to incorporate Geizan Gagar, which is this one. But now that the Egyptians no longer see the value in this colony, among all the impoverished settlers that have realized their government is withdrawing, the idea of incorporation has appeared, but with a very different dynamic. Maybe so incorporating Geislan Gaglar into Sarawat Godida, or the opposite, I'm not really sure. So Geislan Gaglar seems to be independent. Unlike their Spanish counterparts, the citizens of abandoned Ottoman colonies managed to survive and defend themselves against Choban raids. Geislan Gaglar is the most integrated of all human Vogal societies. The native Turks and Mizraq live and work on equal terms with each other in peace and isolation from the rapidly changing world around them. So here is the first example we see of actually humans, and whatever these things are, I mean, okay, we know what these are, Vogelvolk. So the first example of Vogelvolk and humans living just next to each other, not killing each other. So that's cool. Or, it's interesting to say the least. When we have an Omani colony, once again, Oman is a place that has a bunch of colonies all around the world. Here we can see major colonies we have in Pitatia, another one is here. They even here have one of the biggest important colonies in the lands of the Leviathan's Gate, and so on and so forth. So here is the colony of Kum al-Silamia. Stumbled into tricking the Sarug into thinking they are a small population of traders without a homeland and would hate to break the illusion. Interesting. Then we have some just description of the people here. Bailarines people, descendants of Spanish colonists, were ransacked and kidnapped by a Choban Vogal horde, taken to the inner valleys of Shangri-La and sold as pets or slaves to wealthy Mizraqs. As the generations passed, the Spaniards evolved into an endemic ethnic group that can be found in most major cities, almost exclusively working as performers, dancing, juggling, singing, clowning, etc., amusing and fascinating the Vogal with their alien behaviors and anatomy. They speak a rudimentary version of local Vogal languages and a Spanish-based Creole. This is horrifying, and I hate it. Humans being sold into slavery to non-human species is probably one of the worst tropes in anything. I just don't like it. It's fine as long as we do it, alright? It's fine as long as we have like little aliens being owned by humans. I mean, sure, it's still a non-moral, but it's acceptable. But when it's the dinosaurs owning humans, I just don't like it. It's too weird. Then we have the Colinas de Encontro. Here is a Portuguese colony. We have seen also a lot of Portuguese colonies around the world. There's like a bunch of them. But we have really not traced any lines, which is pretty weird since we usually do trace lines to connect the colonies to their colonizers. So we will do right just that in this case, even if we have not done these before. Luckily, the Portuguese have a bunch of territories around the world, and that means that connecting these to the actual territories that they have around the known world won't be so hard, since we can pass right from Timor-Leste, which is East Timor, to the lands beyond the Azores. Oh, that is a bad line, and I'm going to have to redo it. Right there, that's better. Let's just go around the Leviathan, maybe right here, and then we can go right there. We can even take this land and also just go right here, since we have to connect the lands of Pitatia too. And then take this route and go right there. Sorry for the patience you had to just bear with that. Anyways, the Colinas de Encontro, still trying to court local Choban into helping them trade across the mountains to the lakes, hesitant to involve themselves in human affairs after observing the conflicts provoked by the French and Prussians, the Choban would rather chase the humans away and retake control of the coastal Mizraq tribes under Portuguese rule, styling themselves as liberators. So the Chobans are against the Portuguese, I believe. Here we have the Vogels Festung, which is in the Zerzuran sphere of influence, so another one of these Zerzuran colonies, and also like direct colonies. So we can see there's a division, like these bluer parts and lighter blue parts are probably part of the Zerzuran colony itself, while the rest might just be part of their sphere of influence. The Prussians initially only possessed a few port cities, which are these probably, through which they traded with the local Mizraq and their overlords, and the nomadic Choban Derku Empire. Where is the Derku Empire? I've yet to see what the Derku Empire is. Who connected them with far more wealthy lakeside markets across the mountains. After the French arrived and successfully destabilized the Derku, the Prussians assumed direct control of their nomads and the coastal Vogel, establishing many military bases and outposts deep into the mountains to solidify Derku control and shut down any means of overland trade between the French and the Vogel of the lakes. So once again, the French have to do with this. The French meddling with affairs of anyone is just like a repetitive thing at this point. The French, since they won the Napoleonic Wars, have basically been part of the meddling and anything. We have yet to stop meddling, and it appears that I have found another just victim of their meddling. Now they even meddle with the dinosaurs. I mean, once again, pretty original, that's for sure. So this is where we can trace their colonial holdouts, as well as this island right here, which we will get to later, called Henrietta. But first, let's just check the Nid Libre. Anyways, French colonies and sphere of influence. Ever since the French ships arrived at the coast of Outer Shangri-La, the land of the Vogel has been the primary stage of Franco-Prussian competition. The Prussians had already developed a firm alliance with a powerful nomadic Vogel empire, which traversed the mountains and reigned over the city-states on the other side. With Prussian support, the nomads expanded their territory through conquests, threatening the most prosperous of the marine societies, the Empire of Aroe. With the Prussians looking at the other way, the Aroe had no choice but to rely on the French to support them in defending against the invaders. The Aroe and several other societies would come to rely on the French for defense, trade, administration, and basic survival, the French making the most of their limited range of influence by investing heavily in the development of these coastal cities. They haven't given up breaking into lakeside markets yet, however, as they closely cooperate with the subterranean Mayara kingdom, which may be their key to expanding their power to the region. So once again, let's check back. The Mayara were these guys, the explorers of the caves, which are smaller and more agile than the other Vogelwolk. And the by the way, these are Chauvins, so let's just remember. So these guys are in control of that, and these guys are in control of this. Yeah, it's harder than it seems to remember all these people. Then we have Scandinavian colony. I mean, I'm not going to trace a line. It's so small. It's just some Portuguese cities. A series of port cities that enrich themselves for trade with Mizraq tribes. The local Mizraq have taken advantages of this trade to develop their lands and use gunpowder to fend off their former Chauvin overlords. Interesting. Then we have a Korean colony. This is so rare. The other time Koreans had a colony was like here. I still remember it, and it was so rare. The Korean Neferbasta. It was in episode 1 that I covered it. I don't think we saw and also this land too. I don't even remember a single other Korean colony in the entirety of the known world or the world beyond the ice walls. So that is absolutely crazy. We will be tracing a line from Korea to their colonies beyond the ice walls, since at this point it's not anymore just a random thing that happens, but apparently they do have somewhat of a colonial empire, which is honestly quite crazy. I wouldn't expect the Koreans of all people to have a colonial empire, especially considering that the Japanese don't. Like, they just don't. Probably because of their isolation. Maybe that's why. So as you can see, that was the first one, and now we have to trace a second line. Oh wow, the Koreans have an empire. They own Taiwan. That is crazy. I didn't even notice that. I mean, it is a different year from, you know, what we think it is, so. I wonder what the year this is depicting. I mean, probably 1870? No, probably yes, like 1840 maybe. I don't know. We have a lot of lines going through here. It'll be harder and harder to pick these lines. Luckily, this is probably the second last episode. It's also coming to a close since we've probably done everything, almost everything. We still have to cover these islands right here. So here we have the Du Beonye Bio. Oh wow, I'm sorry guys, I just have no idea how to pronounce this. Du Beonye Biok? I don't know Korean. Koreans in the comments, if there's anyone. Leave a comment saying how you pronounce this. Anyway, it's a peaceful colony with a significant human population. Koreans have started taking a hands-on approach in developing the local infrastructure, with the local Vogel providing cheap labor in return. While they coinhabit major settlements, they remain rather segregated, with most Koreans having little interest in associating with the Vogel underclass, and the Vogel for some reason avoiding the places where the Koreans make their homes. Something about the smell of rotten plants. That's interesting. So, you know, the food. Then we have Zetva Planina. What? It's a Yugoslav colony? Out of the entirety of the world, we have never seen a Yugoslav colony. This is crazy. A company-owned territory led by Adriatic merchants, previously uninhabited land divided up between various Yugoslav-owned plantations that employ Vogal slave labor. Vogal populations have taken to speaking a Serbo-Croatian-based Creole. This is hilarious. That is crazy and very funny. Alright, so let's get back to another pair of islands, this time Henrietta. Henrietta the Karmic Isles. When French explorer Henry Edward first sighted this land, he thought he had discovered paradise. The unfortunate settlers that came after him quickly learned otherwise. For every attempt they made to seize Henrietta's riches for themselves, the land itself rose up against them. Woods that were cut down sprouted with deadly wasps. Meadows that were tilted over took with deadly weed and bacteria, and even the ground impulsively caved in and on any mines, as if Henrietta refused to let go of its iron and gold. Cursing the wrath of the isle's nature along the way, they have retreated to a single port, Port Henry, which fights a daily battle merely to continue existing as a vital coaling and resupply stop for ships bound toward the Volga land. Laughing at the Europeans' misfortune, the six have moved in, not to claim whatever they desire, but to accept the islands as they were. Their settlements, though many, are neither wealthy nor destitute. To the corporation chagrin, the sick towns accept whatever the land gives them and eventually give back what they take in harmony. So we can see that the lands of Henrietta, the Karmic Isles, so let's let the Isles of Karma, I believe that was what it means. We have two places, which are Henrietta, France, which is the port that we were talking about before. Henrietta is a French colony that is the need to have a port at least as close to Shangri-La as the Azura, brought to the French to make one here no matter how unfriendly the islands were. The small population of permanent residents have begun to adapt to the karmic needs of the land, that even if it makes them seem pretentious and moralistic to the French just passing by. Finally, we have the Sabavanatapu, which is a Sikh colony. In case you don't know, Sikhs are people in like India. It's a religion. Anyway, these islands seem perfectly designed for inhabitation by those following Sikh philosophy, allowing this colony to expand steadily, not that it comes with any profit. Interesting. So we might have like Sikh owned island in the future. Let's finish up this episode by doing the Al Jazur Alduniyawiya Islands, the Earthly Islands. After all the strange oddities, horrors, and alien civilization to be encountered on the second ring, when the Ottomans encountered these seemingly normal subtropical islands, whose main oddities were a new species of fruit, some new species of parrots, and large lizards related to Komodo dragons, but less remarkable, these islands certainly seemed to be completely normal, eerily normal, abnormally normal. Still, or rather because of it, the Ottomans were quick in settling the islands, primarily with Arabs, who'd set up many cities and towns in the green fertile grounds of the islands, later followed by Venetians taking over a small island and building the port of San Matteo. When the Ottoman Empire collapsed, half of the archipelago was annexed by France, while the other half sought protection under the Egyptians, the Matans serving as the middleman between the two feuding factions. And still, there's something about the normality of this place that keeps the people on edge. The islanders act like they're expecting something to happen, but nothing ever does. So this is pretty funny when you think about it. After, you know the second ring will have all these weird things: God's hallucination, Zerzura, Ptasia, lands of the animals that create constructs, the Leviathans in the gates. We have continuously refreshing islands in the islands of the breast. We have Merlin and just the old people of Camelot and the Avalons. We have like parasites that live in coexistence with humans and that possess them in Antilia. You have moving continents in Thoth. You have things like all these different types of living beings and humanoids. Then we have humanoids without heads and all this stuff. And then we have the Al Jazur Alduniyawiya Islands, which are completely normal, and thanks to their normalness, they are absolutely crazily scary. We have Benalea, which is a French island. The new French rulers are fairly tolerant of their Turkish subjects and incite hate for their Egyptian neighbors with exaggeration of their admittedly bad treatment of their own Turkish population. Al-Juzur al-Dunyawiya, Egypt. The new Egyptian and Albanian rulers are not kind to their Turkish subjects, but simultaneously insist that they are legitimate successors to the Ottoman colony, one that once existed here. Finally, we have San Matteo, post-Venetian. Whenever the Venetians are involved, conflict just means profit for them. Now, it's time to actually get to the last continent, Geminia, and start with the lore. Geminia, prison of the Zuado. In Geminia, everything comes in pairs. Mountains have two peaks, rivers run side by side, and almost all animals are born as twins. Many would say that these lands seem to possess an intrinsically friendly nature, which is best personified in its native inhabitants. These twin continents are home to the Zuado, the first truly non-human intelligence encountered by Old World explorers. In a world that is rife with the horrors of war, where civilizations rise upon mountains of corpses and full with avalanches of death, the societies of the Zuado stand out of their remarkable tendency towards pacifism and cooperation. While their physiology is unique, what makes the Zuado truly unique among the races of the Atlas is their way of thinking. All sapient races must possess a degree of empathy and mutual understanding for societies to take shape. But the Zuado take this to the extreme. The limited dexterity of their appendages require them to work together to complete most of their daily tasks. They need to cooperate so intimately and so often has pushed the species to develop a deep capacity for understanding and care for their brethren, and thus they are deeply empathic and altruistic creatures. It is rare that a Zuado is more than a few feet away from its companions, and most of the time they're making physical contact with at least one other individual. They do not wage war, for no Zuado would have the art to harm another of their kind. Instead, wealthier developed communities will draw in trade from the small villages and tribal groups that surround them, and unite with the other cities under a network of trade agreements, distributing land and resources in a way that benefits them all. In the case of the disagreements between two parties, which do not last long, they will simply not trade with each other until a mutually prosperous agreement is arranged. These systems of peaceful unity had just begun to blossom when the humans arrived. First, the Zuado were seen as mere animals, and the earliest human arrivals treated them as such, hunting, exterminating, driving out the unsuspecting Zuado from their ancestral homes, to make room for yet another series of settlements to extract wealth from. It wouldn't take too long for humanity to recognize their intelligence and interact with them in a more cordial manner, but the ships still kept coming. Enterprising humans encroached upon their home continents from all sides, claiming more and more of the open land for themselves, and imposed their colonial order on the societies that have only recently begun to take form. Whether the invaders' intentions be malicious or benevolent, the fact remains that the Zuado are no longer masters of their domain, nor they do have any avenue for expansion, their whole civilization having become just another piece of the colonial chessboard. And so it seems that Geminia, the cradle of Zuado civilization, would also be its grave. So, while not sure what the Zuado actually look like, I have a theory that might explain what the Zuado are. So you know about Gulliver's Journey, this very important book that came out a long time ago, probably 2 centuries ago maybe a bit less. The Gulliver's Travels was a book that explained the travels of a person called Gulliver. This fella went around and around because of the ships that he was traversing with kept crashing. He found a land of minuscule people, a land of giants, a land of technologically advanced people, and then he found something interesting. He found a land where there was these very, super sapient creatures that were not human. And these creatures were horses of some kind. I remember that being the case. I think those are the Zuado. And as we saw here, the Zuado are naturally kind, naturally forgiving. They're perfect, almost perfect beings when it comes to cooperation. and so were the ones described in Gulliver's Journey. But it appears here that just how it happens with other cases, as long as the humans arrive, everything changes, and the Zuado are forced to become subservient to the humans because of the human greed. Here we have a divider of Sapiens-Vogal Relations, sapiens being, of course, I believe, humans. I'm not sure whether... Alright, I think I figured it out. So there are two colors on this map. There are two colors for every state. The colors that are on the border are the ones that represent the colonizer power that owns the land, and the colors inside of the border are those that represent the Sapiens-Vogal Relations. So we have... let's start with the good ones. These white outlines mean that poor cities with a majority human population. These are places humans settled and are probably not really attached to any Zuados. As you can see, there's a kind of ones here, probably Korean colonies. Interesting. Another time Korea has colonies. We'll delve on the actual colonies themselves later. Then we have reformed, initially displaced native Zuado, but now we recognize them as sentient beings. So let's check if we find any. We have one, maybe two, three colonies such as these. We have an Italian colony, a Scandinavian colony, and a Spanish colony that used to be Zuados and now recognize them as sentient beings. We have entrepreneurial, taking in Zuado immigrants to cultivate, reclaim territory, and provide income through taxation. So in this case, Zuados are treated mostly like any other species, so mostly like humans. This is a blue inner part. We can see it here in a colony of Zerzura, so it appears that Zerzura also has colonies right here, so we will trace a line later. And that seems to be the only example of this type of treatment. Then we have frontier societies, colonizing territories that were only sparsely populated with nomadic Zuado tribes, maintaining neutral or positive relations with tribes. So these are mostly settled colonies, and they treat the Zuados neutrally, mostly just as sentient animals. These are with this yellow thing inside, and I'm not really seeing many. Okay, oh, these are all like that. So these are the frontier societies where humans start to become the majority. So we have an Egyptian colony, a French colony, an Omani colony, don't know what that is, and then North Sea Republic colony, which, if I remember correctly, the North Sea Republic is another state in the second ring. Then we have Imperial, actively working to subjugate Zuado populations under their rule, granting them some rights. These are grey. I can't find any for now. Oh, there they are. So these are the ones where the Zuados are being, like, not directly killed, but they're being subjugated to become just part of the Imperial machine. These are a Dutch colony, an Adaic colony, so a Rothschild colony, a French colony, and two Persian colonies. Now we go to the most interesting ones. We have co-inhabiting, colonizing unsettled territory without displacing Zuado populations. So these are once again territories where the native population of Zuado are not that much in numbers, and therefore colonization with settlement is more easy, especially if it is with huge amounts of humans. We have one here with Portugal, another of the Zerzuran colony, and that seems to be it. Actually, we have one more, and it is an Ottoman colony, or a post-Ottoman colony, so an independent state nowadays. Then we have altruistic, integrating Zuado populations to their sphere of influence by building infrastructures to better connect smaller tribes to large cities. So in this case, the humans are literally working towards gaining some kind of alliance with the Zuado. We can find some examples with the Sikh Empire, of course they are the ones to do this, the Koreans as well. We have one example once again with the Sikhs, and that seems to be it. When we have gentrification, settling desirable land and displacing Zuado populations to reservations, so kind of what the Americans did to the Native Americans. It appears to be one of the most widespread attempts. We have, I don't know what that is, but probably like British, this is British, yeah. So the British are doing it with Safaria, then the Spanish are doing it. Wait, no, that's not the Spanish, sorry. This is another Rothschild colony. The Portuguese are doing it. Alright, that's it. I thought more, honestly. And then, of course, to the wars of these. The aggressive, actively killing or waging war to displace or subjugate settled Zuado populations and colonize their heartland. We have many examples of such. We have the Spanish, the Cossacks, the Goloks in Burma, so the Tibetans. Then we have the British, once again. We have the Koreans, maybe? Not sure. And then the Japanese. So it appears that a big amount of colonies are doing this harsh method to basically exterminate the native Zuado. Which honestly was to be expected, with humanity being in charge of a colonizing mission. Here we have Zuado-Sapien relations. Black borders indicate division between trade unions. Grey borders distinguish unified urbanized regions, cities, from the surrounding disorganized tribal lands with dull colors. So in this case it's these. Like you have like city-states and tribal lands. We have some examples here. These are unaware, no interaction or knowledge of humanity. Okay, wait, I get it. So these are the ones that go from humans to Zuado. So these are what the humans do to the Zuado. While here we have the Zuado just doing something with the Homo sapiens, so the humans. So in this case we have purple, which are these in their inner land. So because of their existence in the inner land, they have to discover humanity, so they live in peaceful ignorance. When we have a yellow one, that actually more than one, we have a lot of yellow ones, yellow governed societies of the Zuado. So all of these are still in Zuado control, and they are unsure, mixed experiences with or too few interactions to decide how they should engage humanity. And we have some green ones, which are welcoming, happy and eager to interact with their new neighbors. In this case, most on the southern coast, and some here near the yellow ones, and a lot of them near the Portuguese and the Scandinavian colonies, insanely. And finally, of course, hostile. Humanity has lost their trust and earned their vengeance. So these are the few Zuado societies that actually go to war with humans, but as we saw, it is not in the nature of the Zuados to actually go against the humans in this kind of manner. So it is weird for them to do it. We have one example right here, near the Cossacks, and some more example near Korea and Japan, and that is basically it. Once again, it is hard for the Zuado to actually go to war with humankind, because of their inherently good nature beings. Alright, let's actually start with the colonies themselves now. I think the lore is mostly done. Yeah, I think it's done. Oh, we have one more thing that explains the Zuado's language and interspecies communication. Zuado language is highly nuanced and variable on an individual level. Their great aptitude for social interaction means that they almost can always tell what their brethren are thinking or feeling based on subtle cues and expressions, with spoken words only serving as supplements of communication. This lack of emphasis on words often results in each individual learning to communicate in their own way, but because of the strong social bonds of their communities, where the average acquaintance has a level of familiarity and comparable to the most intimate of human romances, the Zuado can easily keep track of their brethren's unique idiolects. The subtlety of Zuado's communications was not easily deciphered by early human explorers, giving the impression that the Zuado were indeed nothing more than primitive animals with no language to speak of, thus justifying the cruel treatment colonial settlers would subjugate them to. And now most interspecies communication is done through clans of nomadic Zuado traders, who historically employ the most well-defined forms of spoken language as they interact with disparate communities. Yeah, this goes hand in hand with what I was saying before about Gulliver's journey. That was kind of what happened. The animals realized how bad the humans were, honestly, and they tried teaching them to be better. But of course, the humans aren't that good when it comes to, just treating anyone in a good manner. So let's start with one of the reformed colonies. So these are one of the colonies that started out as places that would subjugate and like displaced Zuados, but eventually became one of the ones that tried to make amends. And this is a Russian colony. It's called Posebrosa. Despite a complex and messy history with the local Zuado, their mending relations, a process accelerated by the pressure exerted by their hostile neighbors. The Russians are attempting to organize their Zuado subjects into something of a military, with mixed results, in order to combat the surrounding common enemies of the Goloks, Cossacks, and Kontratians. So the Kontratians are one of the places that are treating the Zuados horribly, aggressively, basically trying to eliminate them, and it's one of the post-Spanish colonies. In their decades of isolation following the collapse of the Spanish colonial empire, they weren't exactly able to stay up to date with the international discourse surrounding Zuado rights, and focusing only on survival, have established themselves as the Zuados' new primary predators. Interesting. Once again, if you guys don't know, the Spanish Empire collapsed around the time that France won the the French Revolutionary Wars and the Napoleonic Wars, which is why in the map of Europe we can see France basically owning much of Europe in the form of either their own territory or their vassals, and those that are not directly owned by France are influenced, such as Spain, which unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, if you see it that way, lost the majority of its colonial empire, only retaining things like the Caribbean islands of Cuba and Puerto Rico and maybe the Philippines, not really sure. That said, let's move to the next colony. We have another one of the ones that are aggressive towards the Zuado, and it's Mikhail Andreevich Revolt. Cossack rebels to terrorize Zuado and Russian settlers alike. Makes sense, the Cossacks don't really like the Russians, or the Zuado. They are pretty well known for their pelt trade and fort trade. Then we have the famous, Aungningnungsuyakyan and Iwoko colony, which is one of the Golok-Burma ones. Once again, for those that do not know, the Golok-Burma Empire is an empire that started from Tibet and eventually spanned up to Burma, so Burma is a Golok vassal. And that is why the colonies of the Golok Empire are always Golok Burma, since the population of the Goloks needs to go through Burma, and therefore Burma technically owns the colonies, even if realistically they're governed by the Goloks. Two very different colonies, one an island populated by the Burmese fishers and traders, so this one, and the other a path of destruction tearing deep into the mainland, where Golok marauders lay waste to an alien civilization, their favorite activities being looting, ransacking, raiding, destroying, slaughtering, and Zuado barbecue. Damn. Poor Zuados, man. They really wanted to kill them all. Then we have the Antimonia colony here. It's a colony of Sarawak. This is pretty interesting. So Sarawak is a place in Malaysia. Actually, no, it's in Indonesia, right? Yeah, it's in... Oh, wait, no, okay. In the modern day, it's in Malaysia, but it is on the island of Burma. Sarawak being one of the only states in history where the rulers were of a European stock, while the rest of the population remained native to their state. So it wasn't a settler colony, but the rulers were Europeans. It's a pretty interesting part of history if you want to check it up online. So the colony of Antimonia says that the Raj of Sarawak entirely avoided direct interaction with the Zuado in favor of establishing a large settler colony on an unclaimed island, which would pay off in spades when a certain variety of tree was discovered whose wood is capable of converting the water it's immersed in into a more viscous state resistant to both freezing and evaporation, as well as more responsive to the process of physical manipulation practiced by the native peoples of this tribe's homeland. Their harvesting and crafting of this wood is key to their state-of-the-art shipbuilding technology. Interesting, so we have some kind of alchemist tree that changes the state the water is in. Then we have the South Anglicania, a colony of the British Empire. The choosing of a spot without any of those strange half-lump folk by the British in the establishment of this colony was very deliberate. The point emphasized by the name, pointing out not only the species of the inhabitants, not just their country of origin, but the particular part of the country that they're from. So literally South Anglicania, so like South, like England, literally. Which of course they are certain is the best part, lol. South England, West England, I don't know. The society and the accent is remarkably similar as well. It just all seems a little out of place in a jungle, so it's a jungle biome. Then we have okay, Zerzura colony, so we have to trace the line of Zerzura. Let's get a new level and trace the lines. We did this last episode as well. So from the new Nestoria, we will trace a line that goes something like this. And finally has several colonies. So one in this area here, Ziwilingara, which will be like this. No, not like that. More like this. And then we have a colony right above the land of the Zuado. So I assume this island right here, which is just one single island, is not inhabited by any Zuado societies apart for the southern tip, which is why all these settler groups can exist. Unlike other examples of human-driven relocation that can be found across the twin continents, the Zerzurans brought... okay, never mind, I already was wrong. The Zerzurans brought the Zuado to these uninhabited lands, not as captives but as partners, the two races relying on each other's unique skills to build a new prosperous society from the ground up, which much more effectively than the other powers working to wrest control of the southern island. Then we have Canasolta, which are all these stranded islands right here, which are the stranded Spaniards adopted by the French sphere, much to the annoyance of their Zerzuran neighbors. Remember, the Zerzurans are the Neo-Prussians, and they are constantly in rivalry with the French. While they were also left impoverished and without support for a time, they are free from the stigma of being Zuado slaughterers that taint the reputation of their counterparts in Contraria, entirely attributable to the fact that their islands lacked a native Zuado population. So basically what they're saying is that they're like, oh wow, look at us, we don't kill the Zuados, and the reason they don't kill the Zuados is very simple, they just don't have any Zuados to kill, which is pretty funny when you think about it. Also, let's start tracing some lines, some colonial lines. So we know that the Russian Empire had a lot of places right here to figure out. They had a lot of places that they colonized in the Xenonesia archipelago. So it makes some kind of sense that they would have lands in Geminia. So let's trace a line that connects them to their Geminian colonies. And even Sarawak here also has some colonies, but I'm not really going to trace a line from them. Then we have the Sarawaki colonies. We haven't been tracing lines for the Golo colonies. We did do that for the British ones, so we will be doing that for the British colonies. Let's go right here, above the land that is independent, and trace a line that goes right there. Also, I just noticed something pretty interesting, the fact that the British also own this very small island right here off the coast of Antimonia, which might or might not be something very weird, depending on what the trade routes of this world are. So then we have all these Zuado societies, which are not really labeled or explained, so we just have to accept the fact that some of these are neutral to humans because they are not really sure of what they're about, some of these hate humans, some of these don't even know about humans, and some of these here kind of love humans, or at least they are partnering up with them. So here we have a Scandinavian colony that treats humans very well. We will be tracing a line for the Scandinavian colonies, even if the last colonies that we saw of the Scandinavians were so minuscule we didn't really care for them. And wait, did they even have colonies here? Yeah, they did. Alright. They did have this colony right here with the Kongens Kust or Kust. We will be tracing a line that goes from here. So their trade routes and shipping routes will probably be similar to the ones... Actually, let's make the line smaller because I don't really want it to confuse with the ones of the British because they were much more bigger. So these guys will probably go parallel to the French, since the French, if I recall correctly, are allies of the Scandinavians. But probably they want to avoid Zerzura in some manner. But since they do have a colony in these lands right here, they might just be very close to Zerzura when it comes to actually doing this passage right here. Funnily enough, Zerzura and Scandinavia on the map have a very similar color, which can confuse the paths. It's unfortunate. Actually, let's just connect these small colonies. Even if they're so minuscule, it is still relevant enough to make it a stopping point for resupplying the colonies that they have in the lands above. So they have one coast colony here, called Kyujuluatsafi, which we will read very quickly, originally having thought that these Zuado were just animals and treated them as such. The Scandinavians worked very hard to mend their image in recent decades, with remarkable results. The neighboring Zuado civilization greatly appreciate their gifts of art and fine fabrics, constructing their first museums to house their foreign treasures. So it appears that the Zuados were very happy with what the Scandinavians done to just, you know, get better, even if they started with their more deathly approach. So here we go, we can connect the colony of Scandinavia right here. Let's see if there are any other colonies that are Scandinavian, but it does not appear so, so we should be fine. Let's see what the other colony is about. It's called Stolfan Tolanda, an extension of their efforts to a reconciliation that began in this one, alright. The Scandinavians arrived here preparing with gifts and teams of skilled Zuado translators. This is probably the colony of Xermania where humans' presence is the most minimal, with all jobs but the most important being filled by the Zuado. So even if Zuado are hoofed animals, I think that's the case at least, they do seem to have some capability to do jobs. They did mention they had a lot of like abilities, so I'm not really sure how their extent of like power goes. Then we have a Portuguese colony, Zuilingria. Though it does conduct trade with the Zuado city on the other side of its walls, it is an entirely human city and is little too proud of that fact. Alright, so Portuguese supremacist, I guess. We will be tracing a colony from the lands of Colinas de Encontro, right here. Luckily enough, these were also, I think they were like French allies, so it shouldn't be too weird to have their same roots. Just to be sure, we will take the same route that the Scandinavians had. And we will trace the colonies right here. So we have one big one right here. Wait, no, that's the Zerzuran one. So where is the Portuguese one? Oh, it's this small thing, man. So from here, right above here. There we go. Then let's see what's next. They have other colonies, if I recall correctly, somewhere, right? Am I wrong? Yeah, they do have this one, where they don't really treat the Zuado populations that well. In fact, this is one of the ones that are gentrified, so it's segregated. It's called Hy-Brasil. The colonizers are somewhat more overt in their gentrification of the Zuado, who are constantly being convinced, pressured, forced into relocating to the most densely forested areas to make way for Portuguese settlement. Doesn't feel very correct to the Zuado, but you know, Portuguese have to colonize. That's just how their empire goes. So let's trace this line pretty correctly. It's hard to trace lines when they are so vast. You can see just how big the connection between these like trade centers are. We've done this job since episode 1, by the way, in case you don't know what we're doing. These are like the lines that connect the main powers of Earth to the colonies, so it's very important. Oh wait, they have like part of Portugal, Australia too. Interesting. We'll be tracing a line from Portugal itself to this small part of Australia, since we noticed it. I mean, why not, right? It's interesting that they just go through like the Antarctic Strait. No, what am I saying? That's not the Antarctic Strait, that's the Bering Strait. Why did I confuse those two? There we go. Then I noticed there's an Italian colony, which once again we will have to trace since it's extremely rare for Italy to have colonies. Like straight up, they have like 3 in Potatopia and that's kind of it. You just have those. They just don't have much colonies. So it's very interesting when they actually find out they have some. And it's one of the ones that are reformed, so the ones that started out as bad for the Zuado, but eventually realized that the Zuados were living beings and they were sapiens, so you know, just don't do bad things with sapient beings that are living. Just as what we saw with the Vogal Vul, but with the exception that the fact that the Vogal Vul literally own humans as slaves. Yeah. Don't really know if I like that, honestly. Not really sure what that was about. So we have like different roads here. Probably next to here, since of the fact that the Italians do not have any colonies in Shangri-La. Anyways, let's get back to it. So the Gemisoria colony, that is the name of the colony, is like the Scandinavians. They feel similarly guilty about their initial mistreatment of the Zuaro, but had a much stranger way of going about their apology that somehow evolved into annually donning Zuaro masks and mimicking their behavior, while the local Zuaro, quite amused with their impressions, humor them and don their human costumes in a bizarre but heartwarming festival that serves well to strengthen the bonds between the two species. That is very cute and does sound like something the Italians would do after realizing they weren't that good with a population. Really respective of what Italian colonization was like. I mean, what it should have been like, what it actually was like was Libya, which in case you don't know, not really cool. Then we have Anterunku. It's an Egyptian colony, and we don't trace lines for Egypt, it's too much. They had also ambitions of expanding into the desert, though perhaps more rational, but found the lack of major rivers and French expeditionaries an obstacle to so have reoriented their strategy towards befriending, arming and trading with the native Zuaro nomads, making this the only claimed human territory where nomadic Zuaro conditions have been improved. That is actually interesting. So there are some nomadic Zuaros that apparently even live better through Egyptian colonies that without. So these yellow ones are frontier, so the ones that just go where the Zuaro are nomadic or sparse populated. We have a French colony, which is the biggest one yet of all the colonies we've seen. Shouldn't be really surprising since the French are the ones with the biggest colonial empire, as they did win the Revolutionary and French Napoleonic Wars. It's called Sablé-Couzia, a large colony that is, it must be said, isn't very productive, but it's useful as a port and is sending all manner of exploratory expeditions out into the desert. So I'm going to assume that this desert is this area right here. I think that is right. Yeah, pretty sure that's a precipitation map, so these lands that are like of these darker colonies are inhabited by the Zuaro, and those that are just this is probably just desert, which isn't really great. I was expecting the lands of the Gemenia to be much more fertile, but I assume that is not the case anymore. Then we have an Omani colony. Once again, Oman has a bunch of colonies all around the world. They even have, we don't trace Omani colonies because they are not that few compared to the European powers, but they did have a lot of them when we checked. So we had one here in Ptasia, a bunch of them in, one in Shangri-La, a bunch of them in Ptasia, and even one in the Leviathan's Gate. So coming back to it, the colony is called Kanzi Gamad, and it's a society that has little trouble in expanding inland compared to its neighbors, and has plans of taking the whole desert, converting it into nomadic Zuaro living there to Islam. Is that right? Converting animals? I don't know. Anyways, and establishing another holy city, which that territorial protrusion is a product of. The governor is not entirely sane, but a good enough ruler and effective at boosting collective morale with his strange projects. They also got off the right foot with the Zuaro even before they understood their sapiens, since they bore too much resemblance to pigs for them to be risk of hunting. That is pretty interesting. So wait, did Zuaro look like pigs? Maybe because of... Oh, wait. I think there's a rule in Islam that says you cannot eat hoofed animals. So animals with hoof. So this once again goes back to my theory that these are the beings that existed in Gulliver's Travels, the book. So I went to check, and the name of the animals that exist in Gulliver's Travel is the Houyumnim. It's like impossible to actually pronounce. It's like Hui and then HNM. It's supposed to be the sound that like horse makes when it's just trying to make that sound that horses make. I'm not really sure what that's called. But anyways, yeah, that is just what the animals look like, and they're kind of looking like horses as far as I seem to understand. So the Zuaros might look like horses, maybe more like savage than horses, not really sure, but it's interesting to think about. Then we have the Drunkard Zooland. So when I saw the name of these, I think, what is this, like a performance park? Oh, it's a land of circus performers. I mean, makes sense. You know how like most animals that are in the circus end up like being abused? Makes sense that these Zuaros would be. Then we have the New Dunkelwald. New Dunkelwald, probably that's how you pronounce it, is a part of the North Sea Republic, though they're still very much under the French heel, so it appears that the New Dunkelwald is still part of the North Sea Republic, but also part of the French sphere of influence. This is one of the few colonies the North Sea Republic was able to make without them being a product of part of some French project. Their opinion of the Zuado is rather low, but they rarely have a need to interact, as overgrazing by their cattle does more than enough to push the native nomads to flee elsewhere. So it appears that the cattle they brought in from their lands made the Zuados flee, which is unfortunate, I guess. I'm going to have to check where the North Sea Republic was, because I cannot remember like where it actually originates from. Like, we can see there's also a colony here in Potatopia of the North Sea Republic. But what even is the North Sea Republic? Is it like the United States? Nah, that can't be right, right? North Sea Republic. Where would that even be? Isn't this the North Sea? But that's Scandinavia. I don't know. It's just one of the things that will remain a mystery, I guess. It's good that some things remain mysteries. So once you can get the map, you can explore yourselves. Then we have the Sikh colonies. As we saw earlier, the Sikhs are one of the peoples that like treat the Zuado populations better. They have an altruistic kind of integrating the Zuado populations with humans. So in this case we have the Navim Budi. The only thing stopping the Sikhs from disbanding this colony is a pity for the nomadic Zuado, using it as a refuge from the encroachment of other humans. That is very sweet. Then we have one of the places that are imperial, so trying to subjugate the Zuados. So these are 3 places, actually 4 if you consider this ones too, that subjugate and imperialize the Zuado populations, which is why the populations above them of the Zuados are not really a fan of humans, but they don't explicitly declare war against them. So one of these is Geest Barian, which is a Dutch colony, which is right above the line that divides the 2 continents of Gemenia. They are part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and though they insist they are very different from the humans across the channel, the Zuados struggle to differentiate humans in general, let alone ones that seem to speak the same language. Oh, I get that. Okay, I get it. So these are part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, which, in case you don't know, is not the actual like Netherlands, since the Netherlands were conquered by the French and the puppet state of Batavia was formed. The Kingdom of the Netherlands remains and exists as a state in exile, so they own Indonesia and other parts of the world, and they were basically taken like from the British. They were like replaced their capital in some other part of the world. I remember them having a part of them in Potatopia that was called New Orange, and was so royalist that we wanted to relocate the capital right here with the royal family. So that is the lore of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Well, we have here Verkalimans, which we will ask, why the same language? Why are they talking about the same language? Well, that's because the Abeik, which is actually owned by the Rothschild family, is the union of both the East India Company of the Netherlands and the East India Company of the British. So technically the settlers are Dutch. While they do horribly mistreat the Zuado, it isn't exactly discrimination, since they horribly mistreat people in general. Yeah. Then we have the Zuaduini, so it's another French colony. We have to trace a small line that connects them to the other French colony in Subarcusia. I hope this is more of a like better place to colonize. It doesn't seem like the other one was that much valuable as it was explained. It was mostly in the desert, but it appears that the other one might be a bit better, I think, right? But they do treat these Zuado worse. They try to imperialize them, move them around. While on paper the French recognize the sapience and humanity of the Zuado, the native species intelligence is seen more as an amusing novelty than anything to be respected, as they can only be considered truly equal once they adopt civilized French culture. So wow, I mean, that's pretty French, honestly, if I ever sound something that is French colonizing related. We have the Filtamistan colony and the Sibjaz Persians in the comments. Say how you pronounce this, I have no idea. And they are both Persian colonies, although they are divided by a place where the Zuados live. And much like Darius the Great's treatment of the Jews, Assyrians and other minorities, the modern Persians are willing to allow the Zuado much kindness and autonomy as long as they act as a functioning part of their empire, which is honestly not that bad, honestly. Like, it appears that these guys treat them much worse. Then we have a post-Ottoman colony, which appears to be non-Zuaro populated, just seems to be completely populated by the post-Ottoman population. It's called Uzunikezleria, and it's a stranded Turkish settlers that resorted to piracy and raiding coastal Zuaro cities for survival, which is becoming increasingly difficult as their targets receive more support from the Koreans and the Sikhs. So not that well towards the Zuaro, but at least they aren't killing them, I guess? Alright, never mind. Then we have a number of the Sikh Empire colonies. Once again, these guys treat the Zuaros very nicely. While the other empires have made attempts at converting the Zuaro to their faiths, Sikhism is the one of the Zuaro accepted on a wide scale and with any kind of Hinduism. So, wow, these Zuaros converted themselves to Sikhism. That's pretty cool. I mean, it makes sense. Some of the precepts of Sikhism are to be like all these sorts of kind and generous and non-war, anti-war, anti-violence and stuff, so it makes sense that a population so naturally loving and good would kind of want to convert to such a religion. And then we have a Korean colony, which seems to be... Okay, so I'm a bit confused in this case. Are the Korean colonies these? Like, what are the actual Korean colonies? Are these? Let's read. Daiwa Doli. Though the islands are nearly indistinguishable from Korea, the port cities of the mainland are really quite remarkable mix of Korean and Zuaro rubbing shoulder to shoulder. The Koreans still have no idea what the Zuaro are saying, and the Zuaro aren't much better, but that doesn't seem to matter. Interesting, so the portal cities are mainly very well connected to Zuaro civilization. As you can see, all these other states are kind of loving the Zuaros, but the island itself, so Daiwadoli, the island, is only settled by the Koreans and is similar to the mainland of Korea, so the actual Korean peninsula. We have some more states to mention here. We have Emoyasu Rio, one of the places that treat the Zuaro population the worst. It's a Japanese colony, which means we will have to trace a line for the Koreans actually, not the Japanese. We're not tracing lines for the Japanese themselves, because the Japanese tend to be very not colonizing in this world. Like, they do have some small colonies, but the Isle of Taiwan is actually owned by the Koreans, so they are the one doing the empire building as of now. I'm sure the Japanese will eventually do what they did right after, but this is not the case yet. Okay, line is done. Now let's go to see what the Emoyasu Rio is all about. The Japanese have remained staunchly opposed to recognizing the humanity of the Zuaro, as they continue to ransack and drive the natives out of their homes. However, the Zuaro's recent efforts to push back and retaliate against the Japanese beginning to earn the respect of their samurai. That's pretty interesting. So the warring states of the Zuaro are starting to actually defeat the Japanese population that lives in the settler states. Then we have Faribrilia. Oh wait, we already talked about this. Then we have Vermoidasa, another Adaic colony, so one other of the Rothschild-owned colonies that are both of the East Indies of the British and East Indies of the Dutch. And this is a quote, "There are at least 36 unique and very profitable crops in this territory, and unless the Zuaro want to pick them for us, they don't need to be here." Classic Adaic. Finally, we have one remaining colony, which is Safaria, which is only owned by the East India colony of the British, mostly oblivious to the fact that their villages are being fenced off into reservations, so it appears that they treat the Zuaro with segregating manners. The diverse array of tribal Zuaro are overall quite welcoming towards their new neighbors, forming friendships with the growing communities of Indian laborers that are rapidly spreading into their homeland. Kind of sad that the Zuaro aren't realizing that they're being colonized. And let's trace one final line for the British populations that inhabit or at least they are trying to settle the land of the Zuaro, and there we go. There we go. Now, even Xenonesia is done. Even Xenonesia has been explained. Wow, this is honestly amazing. We've done basically everything that had to be done. I almost feel like since there's time, I want to skip, not skip, but just skim through one of the only places we actually like just avoided, Purim and Cibola, which wasn't like that bad. Quiriba and Cibola, I didn't really read about it, but it seemed to be like a place where the economy is made out of the local salamander and lizard trade because of the things that creates these lizards be so interesting and just profitable for people. They also have a native human population, so it's not very like useless. It's actually pretty interesting, but I just skipped through it because it didn't seem too interesting in the past episodes, as we had more interesting things to cover like Ptasia. But at this point, it makes sense to just like read through it very quickly. Quiriba and Cibola, lucrative lands of lavish lizards. With vibrant cultures, fertile lands, breathtaking scenery, and a great diversity of ecosystems, these pristine tropical islands are rich in many ways, but their true wealth lies in their luxurious lizards. Lizards can be found anywhere one looks, creeping along the forest floors, crawling up the branches of trees in underground burrows, and swimming through the rivers. They come in all shapes and sizes, inhabiting every environment and a wide array of niches. Surely the number of distinct species exceeds that of any other region. So how many are there exactly? Approximately 1. You see, the abundance of forms of lizards of Quiriba and Cibola possess is so great that it's hard to draw a line between them. Instead, there is a complex web of gradients, from predatory to prey, herbivore to piscivore, massive to minuscule. There exists the intermediate forms that connects all of them into a single genetic pool. The native people have learned of this aspect of the lizard's biology, and through careful selective breeding, they have molded these lizards into their likings. So they're like genetically modified for the years. Need a beast of burden? There's a lizard for that. In need of pest control? Family pet. A fruit praiser, a paper producer, a covered means of assassinating your political rivals, a comfy hat? With such a ridiculously large variety of traits to draw upon from their naturally occurring varieties, these legendary lizards can be converted into limitless numbers of forms. When empires from the known world arrived seeking to lift loot from these lush lands, we will quickly come to recognize how lucrative these lizards could be. Learning the art of lizard breeding from the locals, they began to innovate new ways to use them for profit, leading to great leaps in lizard technology. A competitive industry would emerge, with loads of lizard-based luxuries being shipped out of all corners of the earth and around the new world, which is the world of the second ring. Here we have some examples of these lizards. So here I think is the diagram showcasing just a few of the hundreds of Quisibolan lizard varieties. So we have like the original one, the generalist omnivore mutt, which can breed with generalist okay, so these are just lizards, okay? This is not what I came to learn about. So if you are interested in like the lizards and the species that are these, they're pretty well documented, so you can go there. But I'm more interested in the humans or sapient beings of the land, which in this case are in fact humans. Let's learn about the native peoples of Quiriba and Cibola. The first humans to arrive and settle in the region came from the island of Madagascar. That is pretty wild and interesting. In the year 900 AD, when the chaos of an unexpected storm left a few of their boats lost in their open ocean, they attempted to navigate their way back home, but when night fell they saw, to their horror, that the night sky had completely changed with no familiar constellation to be found. So something of a wormhole, maybe. Or maybe the gates of Antarctica just opened and they weren't able to come back. Forced to settle wherever they ended up, they found a familiar home on the tropical islands of Quiriba. These people would come to call themselves the Noshivolo, and over the next few hundred years they would establish small villages throughout the islands of Quiriba and Cibola. Since their initial settlers were few in numbers and ill-prepared for the journey, they only happening to bring a handful of crops with them and no animals, the population would grow slowly and dependent heavily on hunting and fishing to supplement their food supplies. This would all change once they discovered the art of lizard breeding, opening up many avenues for the development of their civilizations. So this is how they look, the Noshivolos. We have a woman of mixed descent between the Noshivolo and the Zenkilashi. So these are the second type of population. The Zenkilashi around 140-20 CE, just 1 century before Magellan's fateful journey, which is the one that made humanity or colonial humanity, so Europeans and the other colonial powers discovered the land beyond the ice walls. So this was roughly 100 years before that happened. Just 1 century before Magellan's fateful journey, a stray ship from Chinese explorer Zheng He's treasure fleet was sucked into a whirling vortex somewhere deep in the Indian Ocean. That's pretty cool, honestly, that's a nice lore. Through a miraculous act of faith and the expertise of their crewmen, the ship persisted through its brush with death. But like the Noshivolo before them, they too found themselves astray on unknown waters. The hardship of their hellish journey had that culled the weak-willed from their ranks, and molded those who endured it into cold and hardened men. Once upon their arrival in Cibola, we would begin by raiding native villages and forcing them into subjugation. The Noshivola would give a name to these men who came to dominate their land and steal all that was valuable, calling them the Zenkilashi. The first Zenkilashi were able to multiply and give rise to an even more formidable second generation, who continued to conquer villages, spread advancement in agriculture and metalworking, and began to make their own innovation in lizard-braid technology. So we have two different civilizations that came before the Europeans or the colonizers, which divided up the land into multiple states. Noshivolo, Zenkilashi. Here we have some of the states that they created. The first is this Kingdom of Nagizao, which is a land with a history of warring tribes united under a Portuguese and Lucertolian Perser-supported dynasty. So the Lucertolians being probably like the traders of lizard, since Lucertola means lizard in Portuguese. And we have Kikoforesia, which is this part right here. Underprepared Greek adventurers seeking to found their first Greek country in Atlas, so the second ring, got lucky and managed to overthrow a Noshivolo kingdom with their general support of the population. Now they're busy converting the natives to Christianity to distract them from the slow trickle of Greek migrants infringing upon their homeland. Jeez. Then we have the Escamas Santa. Yeah, this colony right here. The Portuguese transformed their cities of this colony into hubs for gambling and shady deals, drawing in Portuguese, Greeks, Lucertolians, Zengilashi, British and known world Chinese, all supported by countryside of Noshivolo farmers worked endlessly by their governor. We have an island here, and it's a isolationist Zengilashi society. We have a French protectorate, Vere-Éclair. Technically a vassal state, but the largest and wealthiest four cities are directly controlled by the French, famous for glass-based form of artwork developed by the natives, which will be appropriated to the point of becoming a stereotypical element of French culture, much like we did with a lot of African lands. We had the grand cities of Lucertolia, which, post-Venetian, so another of these Venetian colonies. So in case you don't know, Venice ended up just not going that well. They used to own a lot of Italy and used to own a lot of territories right here, or I mean that's not correct in the slightest, but you know, the important thing is they used to own territories in Greece, and they used to use these territories in Greece to create a colonial empires where they settled the Greek populations, as we saw earlier with the appearance of other post-Venetian colonies all around the second ring. And in this case it appears that one of their colonies gained independence from them or from any other state that tried to counter them, and became a giant realm, even with a beautiful flag that is literally the Venetian flag with a blue background. Grand cities of Lucertolia, one of the few post-Venetian cities that were fully imperial. First colonizers to capitalize on the lizard trade, which they maintained control over through tireless innovations in lizard-based technology. Wealthy and rapidly developing, effectively a settler colony, importing skilled labor from Europe and Asia, selling land to foreign aristocrats and selling off the native population in droves to the slave trade. Wow. Yep. That's Venetian, that's for sure. Then we have Rinolo, a Portuguese colony in this island right here. The north is a mess of Noshivolo tribes used as source of labors and lizard expertise, as well as a strip of coastline populated by mercantile Zengilashi, who have become the wealthiest traders of this colony, appearing in many other parts of the Portuguese Empire. In the south, locals have been outpopulated by the African slaves and their masters with Portuguese heritage. Finally, we have one last island to cover. It is divided in the number 6, which is the Vaso-Maizo Empire, which is a French puppet state. Funnily enough, this seems to be exactly the flag of the French Niger colony. Niger, yeah, French Niger, I think that is the case. So the Vaso-Maizo Empire, French puppet, milk for resources and slaves by the French. Less wealthy and westernized than Vere-Éclair, with local rulers holding a peasant population at gunpoint to meet French quotas, just like the French African colonies. Yeah, as you can see if you've been keeping up the lore, the French aren't really nice to their colonized lands. A Dutch nobleman recently fell in love with and married a princess of royal family of the Vaso-Maizo Empire. We also have another colony here, which is like directly owned from France, and it's Crépusculin, France. Though there are very few native Noshivolo remaining, their disappearance was not as unfortunate as one might expect, as most of the inhabitants, who will usually identify as entirely French, have a Noshivolo grandparent of two, so they intermixed with the French colonizers, which is honestly not that weird. Then we have a Dutch colony called Wetstaart Boerdeers, and it's known for its main luxury export, fattened lizard tails. These ones, I'm going to assume. Then we have an Egyptian colony, Egyptian Rabber, which is called Al-Sahali Jadira, Egyptian Arabs ruling over a very disgruntled Turco-Nashivolo hybrid culture that practices a form of Islam that is syncretic, mystic, and therefore haram, according to their overlords. I mean, yeah. Oh, so this purple thing is also part of the Grand Cities of Lucertolia. Oh, so that's what they were talking about when they said it went fully imperial. I didn't know what to expect, honestly. Then we have number 5 here. Oh, that's the Egyptian colony. Never mind. Then we have hill tribes here. And we have an independent kingdom, the Kingdom of Tigargla, an aggressively isolationist kingdom ruled by a mysterious, secretive, non-native dynasty hailing from somewhere in the known world. These rulers use dark arts and arcane knowledge to defend their kingdom. They also possess advanced lizard breeding techniques that the Rosatorians are determined to uncover. And they look like this. A Tigargla nobleman sporting a fashionable hat lizard. Hat lizard. I hate this. I mean, I love this, but I also hate this. So weird. So weird. I mean, it's not weirder than the land of Geminia, where the literal hooved animals rule. Or at least they used to rule. Now they are not anymore because of humans. Here we have some depictions of the local Nashivolo people. Ancestry, 60% Southeast Asian and 40% South African, or yeah, South African, Madagascan Bantu, or Austronesian Malgai, or Malgaisi. Then we have nobility, social trustification. Well, it's pretty interesting. We even have like a depiction of their first contact with the European colonizers. These are always nice to get, these infographics with the arts. They can show you the difference between the different societies that are depicted. You can see how this was very developed when it comes to the lore. It's very well made. So a lot of information came to this map maker. Well, guys, I think it's time to call it quits. Indeed, we have discovered so much. So much we have discovered about this world. We have learned literally everything that could have been explained in a map. There was so much information hidden within it. We learned about so many places, so many creatures, so many humans, so many populations, so many things, so many lands. It's insane when you think about it, just how much knowledge there was to have in this map. This is it, guys. This is the end of the Land Beyond the Ice Wall series. I hope you genuinely loved this series. I know for sure this was one of the best maps in my entire life of looking at maps, I guess. It was the best amount of knowledge that could have been depicted on a map, so much information, and I hope you guys loved the amount of tracing lines with it, just to connect all these trade leagues and trade routes of the known world and their connection from the colonies and the colonial empires. I will try to update the map that you can see here and upload it with all these lines, if I can. If I cannot, tough luck. Well, this is it. I hope you enjoyed this series, I hope you loved these videos, and I hope you will continue to keep up with the channel on my uploads and keep supporting it with the comments and subscribing and liking the videos. We will see each other next time. Goodbye.